This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Jordan, perfect intro. Nailed it on the first go.
No, yeah, there was no flaws. What are you talking about?
There was no flub in the middle there. Definitely not. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I'm your host. I'm Justin Spurr. I've decided to just deal with the annoying sounds that I'm guessing it's Zoom. I'm guessing Zoom does this. I'm Justin Spurr. As always, I'm joined by my co-host, no one can compare because he's incomparable. The incomparable Jordan. He is he's a Scooby-Doo style sandwich in that he has many layers. And is difficult to fit in your mouth. Because it's hard to eat a whole person. Yeah, the Spotify audience can't hear, but he's applauding, he's clapping. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see him clapping, but you can't hear it. But you can see it. And that's
you might
matters.
be able to hear me through your mic.
There
was a point there where I was loud enough.
You could probably hear me disordinately from the other room. On today's show, we got movie trailers, a buzz, a galore. They're apparently bringing back Baywatch.
Again?
There's a Timothy Chalamet animated movie. There's something about Tangled. John Oliver did a soap opera. Camp Rock. Star Wars. And the rest. And then, do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? And by young girl, I mean movies that we're going to talk about. That comes later. But first, guys, we're close. We're there. We're at 494. We're 6 away from 500. And at 500, we're gonna drink ginger shots that are gonna be gross. And maybe, just maybe, we might have a little bit of something spicy. Just for you. But the important bit is you need to help us hit our watch time. We need 1,000 hours of watch time. We need you guys to watch as much. We don't even need you to watch it. We just need you to put it on in the background and put it on mute. And then that'll get us the watch time. That's sweet, sweet, sweet watch time. Glorious watch time.
I agree.
He does
agree. Do it. Hey, if you get us if you get it, I don't want to do this as I'm thinking of it and about to say it. If you get us to those watch hours and do the things that Justin just asked, maybe those ginger shots will have a drop of something hot in it.
Oh my. Maybe a dab that is one of the last?
Who can say?
For the Spotify audience, I just did a big wink.
Who can say?
Without my glasses on because I'm currently cleaning my glasses. Big wink.
But I'm just saying.
That could happen.
That could happen.
500.
If you no, not at 500. When they push us to the watch hours, that's the watch hours.
Oh,
goal.
The watch hours goal. No, I mean the watch hours goal.
They don't get the 500 bonus until we also hit those watch hours.
Oh no, they're gonna get a 500 bonus because we always reward every 100. We will reward for 100 until it becomes unfeasible to do so. But we could maybe hold off on that dab that perhaps is the last. For the watch time goal. I was saving
that feels like a good reward.
I was saving the habanero for the watch time goal, but
I mean either way, your call.
We'll see how she goes. But get us there, folks. Get us there. Yeah. Jordan, hit me with some news theme while I drink some of my drink. All right, let's start off with Jordan.
That was bad.
It was bad, but I chose to acknowledge it as being good. It's all right.
Go on.
So let's start off with Jordan. There's a clip of Matt Smith, and I really just wanted to bring this up because I don't think I ever watched the audio or listened to the audio thing you sent of me to the response to it, but there's a clip of an interview with Matt Smith, of the interviewer telling him that someone saw Keanu Reeves watching Morbius on a flight, and he responded by being like, "Fuck off." It's really funny, genuinely very funny. And then he goes on to slag that movie in a way that was like, he knows. He knows. I think he knew when he was making it. I have a strong feeling, because there's an interview snippet of him being like, they asked him to do the dancing bit like twice more than once, and I was like, he knew when he was making it was going to be bad. But there's a clip from that same interview with him saying all of his favorite curse words, and one of the comments was they should let him play Gordon Ramsay in a movie, and I was like, yes, they should. They should do a biopic of Gordon Ramsay. I think his life is interesting enough. He's got a really sordid history with him and a I can't remember the name, Pierre something, but a really famous French chef. There's an interview of him that popped up of him being like, the interviewer being like, "Do you regret any of the things you did to Gordon Ramsay?" And he was like, "No, I don't regret any of it because he's famous now." I'm paraphrasing, but he has a really sordid history with this really famous French chef, and like the French chef treated him like shit. So you could absolutely do a biopic where it's like the theme, and it's based around their relationship, and it's a story about a mentor and a mentee, and you let Matt Smith play Gordon Ramsay, and then you can maybe do a little flash forward of him on Hell's Kitchen, and he's treating people like shit. I think you could do it. I believe he could pull off. We talked about what makes a good performance in a biopic, but I really do think he could capture the spirit of Gordon Ramsay. I really do.
I could see it. I wouldn't have ever thought of it before, but now that you've said it, I can see it.
I know, right? I would have never thought of it before.
But no, yeah, I could see it.
Right? I was like, I could see it. I could totally see it.
Also, you say a part where he's on when he's on Hell Kitchen. What I would do is I would have it be like near the end of the movie. We flash forward to when he's in the height of his popularity, where he's got the hotel hell show or whatever, the restaurant nightmare, kitchen nightmare, and like all of them, and just have like scenes of him on the different shows and stuff, and yeah, I could see it.
It totally could work. Jordan, for some reason, I didn't send you this because I'm glad I didn't. It wouldn't really been worthwhile. But Stephen Amell of Green Arrow fame is bringing back Baywatch to Fox, but like not like the jokey version that they did with The Rock, but like a legit, like serious, like we're doing this earnestly version. And like, why? Complete with like girls with you know, the slow motion, Jordan. Complete with the slow motion, unironically. And I'm like, I felt the same way about that Baywatch movie, where it's like, you guys don't understand what made this appealing, do you?
I mean, it sounds like they do.
But I don't know. It doesn't look like they do. It looks like they're legit trying to do.
I don't know. Just from what you've described, you said they have it. They have it,
but it's in the when the original Baywatch did it, it wasn't self-aware of the fact that it was doing it. It just did it. And I saw someone make a video about this where they were like, the only reason why Baywatch was popular is because it existed pre-internet porn. Like, yeah. Like now it's like this is nothing. This isn't. So this looks like it's trying to do that unironic thing, but intentionally, and it's trying to do.
It's trying too hard.
Yeah, it's trying too hard. Exactly. That's exactly it. And to be fair, this is like a 20-second trailer. I don't know, but I just don't think this is gonna succeed. And I think it's
probably
gonna succeed.
Not. I don't know.
I don't think it's gonna succeed for the exact reason that the movie didn't succeed, but in the opposite direction, where it's like it's not self-aware enough. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't get it. Jordan, speaking of things I don't get. Jordan, did you hear that they tried to bring another famous person back from the dead as a character? Willy Wonka.
Which one was it this time? Oh, the Willy Wonka one. Yeah, I saw a bit of a trailer for that, and I was just like, this feels icky. Like, why would you not, like, I mean, I know why from a from a real world perspective, but like, I guess what I should say is what I would have done and what I think would have been better if you wanted to do a show in this style is you have it be where it's like Charlie's grandson is the person that has the the chocolate factory.
It's a reality television show, competition show. From what I could tell, I didn't watch the trailer. I didn't bother. But it looks like it's a reality competition show.
Yeah, but they have Gene Wilder. is in it.
Well, yeah, he's an AI voiceover host, so
Yeah.
you don't
And
need
so what
him.
I'm saying is instead of doing that, I would have just had it be where it's like Willy
No,
Wonka's grandchild or
sure,
something.
but it's a. I guess my point is
If you need the loose connection
you
to
don't.
the
That's
thing.
my point. Is you
No, but I'm
don't.
saying if they had to do it, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have done it with Gene Wilder, is my
No,
point.
it's a reality based competition show. You don't need the character connection to it. Just have the aesthetics be Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This was a weird and unnecessary choice to a show that nobody was going to watch anyway. The only reason why
Yeah.
anybody will watch it now is because of the controversy, which I guess maybe was part of the intention. There's no way it wasn't.
Yeah, I
But
guess.
like, I don't.
Still weird.
It's weird. I mean, to me, what are they doing with Willy Wonka, Jordan? You've got that, and then you've got that weird,
We
Taika
had that one
Waititi.
we had the one that we watched in theaters where that one was okay.
That one, yeah, but they've got the Taika Waititi show, I think is what it is, or movie or whatever, where it's Willy Wonka comes back to the factory and he has to fight Charlie. What are we doing?
What?
Like, what are we doing? Yeah, we talked
I've
about
not
it. Was
not heard. I don't know how that doesn't sound
it
familiar.
was Willy Wonka versus the Chocolate Factory or something, but yeah, we definitely talked
Mm.
about it. And yeah, it's like, what is this? Why are we doing this? Who cares? Anyway, moving right along, Jordan. Moving right along
Moving right along.
into, if you will, this weird case. So this trailer popped up for this movie called Not Alone, from the studio that brought you The Minions.
Mhm. Looks good.
Really sorry, but that auto echo is really bad for some reason, and
It's time for our now every episode Justin stops and takes time to fiddle with his settings.
because it sounds bad. It makes this thing.
He
Sound
never
bad.
tries to fix it off stream. He always does it on
I
stream.
tried both. Tried to fix it on stream and off stream. I just want to see if I can. Here, spatial audio. Each person's position on the screen. Test microphone. Personal. Let's just try that and see if it fixes it. Okay. Where was I going? Well, let's just test the audio real quick. Just make sure that you can still hear me.
Welcome to Spurr the Moment podcast.
Shut up. Where were we? Where were we going with this, Jordan? Oh yes, we were going with Not Alone. Not Alone.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks cute.
There we go. That is very funny. If you had not told me that was an Illumination thing, I would have been like, this doesn't look like an Illumination thing. Where are the fart jokes? There's no fart jokes in this.
In tone, I agree with you. Visually, no, the humans very much look like they would live in the world of Despicable Me.
No, but again, you could just be like,
So I'm just saying, I could look at that and be like, that looks like an
I mean,
Illumination movie. Visually.
If you had played it, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I think they know it doesn't look like an Illumination movie because they slap. The way you could tell a studio is not confident that people will automatically recognize it as one of their IP is when they slap on a from the makers of X movie tag.
Yeah.
So clearly they're not confident. But if that had played and you didn't show any of that, I wouldn't have guessed that this was an Illumination. I think it's way too self-serious for that. Until the end, where even you went, and there's the Minions.
Yeah.
I did the same thing. I was like, wait, and there's the Minions.
Because that's their studio's style. Every one of their movies has something that makes it feel like a minion.
Yeah, you have to have a screamy, yelly character who's like, ah! Can be slapped.
You know,
with
Mario movies. In Mario movie, it was Toad.
Yep, absolutely. Toad is the Minions. There's the Minions. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, this looks cute, and it has a little bit of like, there's a bit of romantic tension. The chemistry between these characters seems good. I don't know. It just seems
It
like
looks like fun.
it makes it. You know what? Honestly, it also reminds me of. It reminds me of that first Cars trailer. Where it's like, this looks really serious, and then you remember Larry the Cable Guy's in it. That's what this felt like. Where like, it felt like the original cut of that trailer doesn't have that little ending tag with the alien characters, and an executive went, this doesn't look enough like our thing, and they slapped it on at the end. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I could believe it.
Not in a negative way, just like, yeah, no, this this looks like it's going to be their best movie. Like, it just looks like it's going to be a good movie without any caveats of being like,
I mean, unless
for
we
the Minions
kind
guy.
if we're not counting like the Mario's, because those ones are pretty good.
they're still they're good. They're good for the people who made.
They're not
Minions.
Pixar.
No, they're
like,
not.
it's just
This looks like this could be their Pixar. Is what I mean.
yeah.
Like this looks like it has weight and meaning and stakes and tension, and it is just fart jokes. But also it could be a deceptive.
Or
trailer.
at least it looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like it. Could be a very
You know,
deceptive.
for
trailer.
all I know, this is going to be an Up situation where like the first 4 minutes of the movie are this beautiful piece of art, and the rest of it is just Up. I can't hear you.
Yeah, exactly. The first little bit is gonna be this romantic story between these two characters, and then the aliens are gonna show up, and it's gonna become the Minions.
Like I do genuinely worry that it's that.
Yep, that is a legit fear. Very possible. Angry Birds
Likely,
2.
likely even.
Angry Birds 3, I should say. Jordan. It's like they shoved every single dad movie cliche into the trailer they possibly could. Like, you've got the baby nearly walks over something sharp. You've got it pees like a fountain. You've got the teenager is on the phone, and the dad thinks that the teenager is talking to them, but no, they're actually talking to their friends.
Yeah, we got the dad avoids his problems and pushes it off to his friends,
Right?
his sidekicks, his minions, if you will.
This is a movie so bad that even Danny McBride doesn't want to be in it. At least it sure doesn't sound like that's Danny McBride. It definitely sounds like Josh Gad.
His name showed up.
Did it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure as shit doesn't sound like him.
In the part where it's like it had all the names.
Oh, fair enough. But to be fair, Jason Sudeikis doesn't sound right either. Like, I know it's him, but it doesn't sound quite. The only one who sounds right is Josh Gad.
I didn't even know there was a second one.
No, neither did I. Not only did I not know that there was a second one, no idea that he had a love interest in said second one. This much like every other one of these is ripping off so many different fucking animated movies. It's ripping off Ice Age. Like,
I was gonna say, I'm glad you said that because I was gonna say that. Where I'm like, yeah, it just feels like they're turning Angry Birds into Ice Age. This just feels like Ice Age.
The third one, the mammoth got a love interest. That's what this feels like.
Yeah,
that's weird that your brain also went to Ice Age. I thought
it immediately. My brain went to the woolly mammoth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so strange that we both. No, absolutely. That's what this makes me think of. It's just like, and even that movie is a knockoff. So it just feels like a knockoff of a knockoff at this point. But like
a photocopy of a photocopy.
Clearly, these movies do well because like this is the third one.
They must be really cheap to make.
They must be cheap to make, but they can't be because the celebrity voice cast is really expensive, so they can't be that cheap. But like they clearly make a bunch of money. Like the kids must show up for them, or families must show up for. I mean, to be fair, I didn't hate the first one.
No, I didn't have an issue with the first one. I never saw the second one. I think the second one. I don't remember the second one ever being in theaters.
No, yeah, the second one definitely went to theaters. I just don't.
Did it?
Oh yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because there's the joke that Anthony got invited back to the second one, but not Ian. But yeah, no, that one it definitely went to theaters. It was not a straight to DVD affair. These movies make too much money for that. But yeah, the first one I remember being what's the word I'm looking for? Harmless. Like there were nothing of a movie.
Even the second one did okay money wise.
Yeah, they always do okay for some strange reason. I don't know why. I don't. It's weird because everyone makes fun.
I can tell you what the budget is.
Everyone always makes fun of them for being bad. Like I thought it was funny. I saw on Twitter people were being like, "Oh,
that is subjective. They're schlock."
We're pretending that they're like, "Oh, the."
Come on,
it's the part where they're doing the Angry Birds in the first one, and there was one that was like, video game movies will never be this good again, and then the follow-up was like, we're not gonna pretend like the Angry Birds movie was good, okay? Like we're not gonna do that. No,
it was slop.
No, it's absolute slop. Yeah, no, terrible slop.
I would just, for me, I think what I would call the first Angry Birds movie is, for me, it's their first run at Mario.
Yeah, it's exactly Illumination.
There's a lot of comparisons I can make between the two.
It's what a video game movie should be, which is just the thing. It's just the thing. It's what the video game is. Like, that franchise should have been a Saturday morning cartoon. It really deserves to be.
it's a not as good version of the thing.
Yeah, but it's based
like
on a not as
Mario.
good
No, no,
video
no, no.
game.
But that's my point. Is it's like that. I think I honestly could believe that movie is why that Nintendo came to them, as they
But
saw that and were like,
Illumination
oh,
doesn't make
they could totally do what?
Illumination doesn't make the Angry Birds movies.
Doesn't they?
No,
Don't they?
No, I'm pretty sure it's Sony who makes those.
Oh, never mind then.
I'm almost entirely positive. Well, that's what.
I actually don't know. I thought, I thought.
Let's Google this live on air. Who makes the Angry Bird movies? Rovik Entertainment.
Okay, well at least it's not one of the other big ones.
They're distributed by Sony Pictures, so they're technically.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
But yeah, it's a basic game, so it's a basic movie. Like there's no narrative complexity, so that movie is exactly what it should be. It just looks like the game, which is what this one I think you said these are getting kind of further and further away from that, but
yeah,
they're clearly for somebody. We're on the third one, so.
Well, that's what I'd say. I think this fills the void that Ice Age kind of left.
Speaking of, they're not in this movie, Jordan. Camp Rock 3. The Jonas Brothers are in one scene, and we all know that, right?
2 scenes, beginning and end.
Oh, beginning and end.
They're there.
Fair. No, that's fair.
They're
That's
there. They're there.
fair.
They fulfill the same role as they do in the first one, minus a few scenes with Joe Jonas.
Now they're the uncle from the first one.
No, but I'm saying no, they don't, because like the point of this one appears to be that the campers are competing to do something with them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which is exactly what the stakes were in the first one, was a competition to join them like with a record label or whatever it was. I don't remember. I don't think I just remember that they were trying to be able to sing with them. That's why they were there.
It's been a minute since I've watched that, so we're gonna have to do a Camp Rock. We're gonna have to do another Disney Channel episode.
Something like that. Anyways, I don't remember. All I know is that technically, in the competition at the end, Demi Lovato's character doesn't win, and it's the mean girl's friend or whatever who wins.
Yeah.
But like that was the competition was to be able to sing with their band or whatever.
But yeah, the point is they're not in this. They're barely in this. They're in 2 scenes. Like they're in the beginning. You're right, and then they're at the end when they give the winner the whatever. They might
when they show up to sing the song. Ultimately with the winner.
They sing 1, maybe 2 songs. And they're in 1, maybe 2 scenes, and this is a bad trailer because the new characters are on most of it, and that's not why anybody's watching this.
No.
But it's funny because like you're like, oh, and
also, since we see that Demi Lovato's mom is there, we know Demi Lovato's character might show up for one scene, maybe one scene where like she's with the mom.
She's producing it, so there's a good chance she's in it.
But like one scene.
One scene. She's in one scene and it's a cameo.
Probably where she's talking, like where like she's talking with her mom or something, or phone, like she walks in or on the phone, or you know, something like that.
She went off and became successful, and the mom is now running Camp Rock because it looks like the mom is one of the people introducing the Camp Rock. She's not the chef anymore.
She's the new uncle.
I think so, yeah. So like it'll be like a phone call where she talks to Mitch over the phone if she's in it at that. I know she's producing it. I'm reasonably sure she's producing it. So I wouldn't discount her being in it outright, but the chances are slim. Like again, the Jonas Brothers are, and I cannot stress this enough, 2 scenes of this movie. This trailer,
that's why I said
it's a bad trailer. It makes it look like they're barely in it, and that's as even more so than the original one being a vehicle for them. And the only, you know, it's funny. The funny thing about that original one is it's not a vehicle for them. It wasn't written as it was just written for generic superstars, and they got put in, and it became a vehicle for them. But it started as that. But this is that. This is a vehicle for their cultural rehabilitation, and this trailer makes it look like they're barely in it.
It's also I would argue that this one is less about the Jonas Brothers, in intention anyway, not necessarily in what will happen. But Disney wants to start a new generation of Camp Rock.
Oh God, no! Well, okay, maybe Disney does, but that's not the point. The point of this. No, the point of this was always and specifically because all of the Jonas Brothers were getting bad press. Based off of, except for Kevin, that's just not all.
Right, but I'm saying the way that this trailer presents it is it very much is setting up a new generation of Camp Rock.
And that's
I didn't say it was.
The external intention was always to
I'm just saying that's what this trailer presents.
Right, but this was again at the height of the Jonas Brothers were deeply unpopular, and they knew that they needed to make themselves look good, and they did the one thing they knew their fans wanted, which was make Camp Rock 3. And it looks like they shot it in a week while they were on tour in Vancouver, which is what they did. And it's bizarre. It's like you guys are coming out being like, this is the thing you want. You want us to make Camp Rock 3, but we're not in it. It's no one gives a shit about the new characters. I guarantee you, anyone watching this earnestly and non-ironically doesn't give a shit about the new characters. So what are you even doing? What's the point of this then?
I mean, unless it's a new generation of kids who are watching it, and then in that instance, I'm mostly playing devil's advocate, and then in that instance, they might care more about these new characters than they do the old ones.
No, absolutely not, because even in the original, you want to be like, okay, yeah, the original maybe launched, but they didn't. Demi Lovato was already popular going into Camp Rock. Same thing with most of the cast from that. They were already popular from other things. The Max, she was on Sweet Life, so they were all known. These are people nobody knows about. So no, and with this one specifically,
I mean, I assume nobody knows about them. Maybe they're already pre-established Disney stars.
I doubt it. So this thing will tank, and everyone will wonder why. And the reason why is because nobody gives a shit about the new character. Again, unless this trailer is presenting it very badly, like
do you know?
Possible.
Do you know is this a Disney Channel original or is this
Disney Channel original movie? Yeah.
Okay, so it's not even a theatrical one.
No, it's not even. But then, to be fair, none of the Camp Rock movies were theatrical.
Sure, but like I'm saying, it could have been a High School Musical 3 situation where
maybe, but I would be very surprised.
They could have pushed it into theaters.
The thing is, I always knew this was going to be bad. Like I always knew that the Jonas Brothers were probably going to barely be in this, just based on how long it took them to film it.
I mean, it's way too long past when they should have made a third one.
They filmed it over the course of like a couple of days when they were literally they were doing shows in Vancouver, and they filmed it in Vancouver.
I believe you.
We talked about it. It was really funny. Because all the East Coast people got pissed off because like original Camp Rock still exists.
I just don't feel as strongly about it as you clearly do.
It's not that I feel strongly about it.
You are speaking very passionately.
It just makes me laugh. It's funny. It's fun. It's comedy, Jordan. Comedy. It's unintentional.
Comedy plus time equals tragedy.
Exactly, Jordan.
Wait, pretty sure I got that backwards.
Hold on. Oh, come on, Paige. Load.
Tragedy plus time equals comedy. That sounds better.
There's a bunch of they're filming Tangled, Jordan, and a bunch of set photos.
Who cares?
A bunch of set photos have leaked. One of them is the tower, which vaguely looks like the tower. But the funniest one was this is the headline, Jordan. Tangled set photo unveils fan favorite characters return in live action movie. And you're like, oh, okay.
Is it Mother Gothel?
No, it's the horse, Jordan.
Oh.
The horse is back, and it's funny because Haley sent me the video of it, and I guess they're using combination puppetry, and CGI to make it look like it is in the animated movie. And at that point, I'm like, well, why not just do it CGI? But fine, whatever. But the picture of the video she sent me was just of a white horse, and so I responded. I was like, it's just a horse. All right, it's a horse. That's exciting, I guess. That's what they're excited about, I suppose. I don't understand. I don't get this, Jordan. I don't understand. I don't understand, Jordan.
I don't know. How do you expect me to react to this non-news, Justin? This is
it was a white horse, Jordan.
It's a horse. Okay.
It was a horse.
All right.
And it was white.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It was white.
I'll get you. All right. Cool. No, that's cool. That's right. That's great.
So Jordan, John Oliver. This requires some background. He did a piece on a show about soap operas, and about how much he wanted to be on soap operas. He wanted to be a guest star on a soap opera. Anyways, he did a whole bit where he campaigned to be a guest star on a soap opera. So you know what, Jordan? The soap operas were like, you want to be on a soap opera so badly? Fine, John Oliver. We're gonna put you on a soap opera. And so he's gonna be on General Hospital, and I think the Love and the Restless, and obviously, I know it was General Hospital, and there's two. But,
what about Days of Our Lives?
Well, maybe it was Days of Our Lives, but it was one of them is General Hospital, and so his episodes where he's on General Hospital have like started to pop up. And the only reason why I've included it in this because I saw some of it, and obviously we're not soap opera people. We never are, and we never will be. I mean, it's weird we're not because honestly, I guess it's because it's one of those. It's too long running of a thing to get into at this point. But anyway,
I
I
don't
saw,
know. What do you define as a soap opera? I like The Office, and that's pretty long running.
it's not a soap opera. Um, I saw clips of the John Oliver bits on it, and it's actually kind of good. It's kind of fun. He's doing this weird pseudo Michael Caine impression almost, where it's so but that his delivery is so bizarre. But like he's like it's like he's like, you know what, I'm gonna be a soap opera star. I'm gonna be the best damn soap opera star you ever saw. And like, yeah, the performance is actually like really good. It's like somebody understood the assignment. It's really genuinely funny, and I think that's what makes the bit funny. Is like sometimes when you do things sincerely and earnestly, it makes the bit funny, and it makes the bit funny. You're like, this is funny. This is really funny, even though it's not supposed to be funny. This scene is definitely not supposed to be funny. Um,
But the meta contextual situational awareness of it all makes it funny.
Wow, that's I know you just said a bunch of words to say them, but that technically is accurate. It's true. It's true. The meta contextual the
Yes, what I said
context.
was
Yeah,
incredibly correct.
yeah,
I
it was. Yeah,
know.
the context of the meta joke of him playing a
Is
character
what is funny.
is what is funny. Yes, that is an accurate thing you said, but you just added a big word to make it sound like you just made up a word, but it was actually accurate the whole time.
What can I say? I'm smart. I got that big brain
Yeah,
energy.
he big
Why do you
brained the
think I'm
hell
so
out of it.
incomparable, Justin?
It's true. It's true. Jordan,
It's in the name.
they put out a
God.
trailer for, I guess it's a spin-off of Star Wars Visions called Star Wars Visions Presents The Ninth Jedi. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it looks really okay. Two strings of thought. It looks really pretty, but also it kind of looks AI generated. It kind of
See,
looks like
I don't think so.
it kind of looks like someone take Star Wars and make it anime and put it into an AI Sona prompt a little bit. It does have that look a little bit.
I
To it.
mean, I don't know about that, but I was reading a little bit of the behind. There was an interview with one of the directors that I was reading, which so yeah, it was originally one of the shorts for that the Visions show, which was a bunch of different shorts and like by a bunch of
Yeah.
different directors and stuff. And this one was by a Japanese director.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, it was.
and so that's why in that world, in the world that he's created for this, he actually misunderstood how lightsabers worked, and thought that the color of your lightsaber changed depending on like basically depending on your alignment and where you are along the light or dark path. Which is why in the trailer, the Darth Vader inspired character having a blue lightsaber is like a big deal, is because like in his vision of it, I guess you could say, um, a dark side wielder having a blue lightsaber makes them like good, basically.
I mean, to be
In the
fair,
eyes of the Force.
that's not misunderstanding all that much. I can see where he gets that understanding
I can
from.
see where, but
The
I think he
blue
means
one,
like
the good guys have a blue lightsaber, the bad guys have a red lightsaber. Like that's pretty much how it represents.
I
on
think he
camera on
means like in
screen.
terms of like the green, the purple, the like all the
Oh, it's a
different
spectrum.
colors.
So
Yeah.
oh, okay. I mean, well, I guess it's a misunderstanding in the sense that the only evil one is red. I guess that. I
It's
guess,
just it's just the intent, like it's a misunderstanding insofar of the fact of like no, the way kyber crystals work. You don't have one crystal which just changes colors. You have a crystal which is the color.
that is true.
So
That is true.
it is a misrepresentation of that idea of it, but like it's not it it could work that way. There could be a crystal in the Star Wars universe which is capable of that.
It's certainly possible.
Like it's not the reason why, and I think that's kind of why it works in this is because like especially because the story of this is it's supposed to it takes place after the like long after the Skywalker saga.
Oh,
So
okay,
like
interesting.
we are far removed from all of that, and Jedi and Sith have been gone for a long time.
Oh,
That's the
okay,
story of this.
interesting.
Like they have been gone for like no one's seen them in like hundreds of years basically. And this girl is supposed to be like she's learning and training to become the first Jedi in a generation, essentially. Or like dozens of generations, whatever hundreds of years of generations are.
Friend
Um,
website.
and then there's the Darth Vader type guy who is using the powers in a more aggressive way and Yeah, it sounds interesting and it sounds like fun, and it's supposedly like a mini thing,
Yeah, it's a
which
miniseries.
means
Yeah.
it's probably like 6 episodes or something if I
Probably,
had to
probably,
guess.
yeah. Which like good. I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, to be fair, they did kind of deal it with the Marvel What If show where they made the zombie show, and the zombie show turned out to be good. That's what you should do with these anthology. If there's a kernel of an idea in there that's like, hey, I can do more with this. You should. Like
Expand on it.
I'm never like I watch when in regards to specifically Star Wars. I really liked. I forget the name of the show now, but it
Tales of the Jedi.
was that what it was called? The one where it was Count Dooku?
That one had a part where he was Count Dooku
Yeah,
as
it was
when he was about like when he was turning to the dark side the first time or something.
there's a few episodes. Well, it's split. It's half of it is
It's
about it's
Ahsoka.
Ahsoka, and the other half is there's multiple episodes about Count Dooku.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, there's
yeah.
one
There's that, and there's Tales of the Empire, which is
yeah.
like the evil version of that.
There's one episode where it's a young Count Dooku, and it's the basically the event that caused him to become disillusioned with the Jedi,
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
that starts his disillusion. And I'm like, I'd watch a movie of that. Like, I don't think this needs to be a show. I'm so tired of responding to every idea by being like, this should be a show, or by making the movies into shit that nobody, or by taking your shows and making them into movies nobody cares about. Cough, The Mandalorian. Make a young Count Dooku movie. Like, I get that you're like, oh, I don't want to do a Count Dooku movie without Christopher Lee. I understand that, but if you do a young one where he's a young man, you can get away with that. Like, there's so many episodes of that show.
I think the reason why they're afraid to do that, though, is because of, sorry to interrupt, but I think before we get away from that point, I think the reason why they're afraid to do that is because of movies like Solo, which were
Yeah, but that's
failures.
because you're trying to take a character that's and you're trying to, there are so many reasons why that failed. It's starting with the fact that you're trying to take a character that's recognizable as one person and try to pass him off with another person. If you did a young
Someone
Count
could
Dooku,
say that about Dooku, though.
right, but you could take he because he's an old man in his appearance, you can make him a young man and it's more believable than Han Solo, who was a young man when you saw him, and you're trying to pass off another version of him. Plus, there's all the other writing reasons that movie didn't work. I think Count Dooku. So like, I mean, I'm surprised they never made I stand by it. I can't believe they never made a young hot Palpatine show. Where they're like, oh, it's when he's young and misunderstood. There's a reason why he became evil. I can't believe they never did that.
Yeah, I mean that would be where you would, if you were gonna do that, then that would be the place, whether it be a movie or that I would do as a show. But
Darth Plagueis.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's
Yeah.
where you would bring in Darth Plagueis.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Officially,
absolutely.
like
Yeah.
officially into the canon.
I can't believe that. I'm sure someone's gonna be like, Justin, there's a book somewhere that has the backstory of.
I mean, there is a book. It's a great book, and I really like the book. It's the Darth Plagueis book, and it has Palpatine, and it has that whole thing. I would just do that. I want that. I would like that
Yeah.
as like an expanded show, or I'd take it as a movie. I don't care. But that story is great, and I'd like that. Call it Darth Plagueis, and have it be the Darth Plagueis movie.
I'm so like in the like I don't like I'm in the I can't stand it. I try not to say this in such definitive terms, but I can't stand it when people are like, "Oh, we got Star Wars fatigue or we got Marvel fatigue," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, but Marvel has lasted for like 40, 50 years, however many years, decades." It's not about it's about the stories you're telling. You're just not telling good ones, and Star Wars is the same way. It's like if you actually put an effort. And you didn't just slink away and hide in television and hide behind animated. But Star Wars fans are so fickle. They're currently turning on Dave Filoni, a guy they championed for years. It was like you gotta watch Clone Wars, and now it's like, oh, we don't like Dave Filoni. So it's like, yeah, Star Wars fans are also fickle.
The problem, just for as a person looking in,
Filthy cash.
For me, a lot of the problems with a lot of these franchises, whether it be Marvel, whether it be Star Wars, kind of extends from Disney's oversight and overreach. Pixar is the same way, where like Disney has too much influence.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like with
Shit's
Marvel, for
got
example.
to be marketable.
Well, yeah, that's just it. Like with Marvel, for example, they found their formula, and so they've refined their formula over the years, and now all you get is their formula, which it's the equivalent of with sodas, how Coke and Pepsi have their
But
formula,
sometimes
right?
the formula is really
And
good, though.
sure, sometimes the formula is really good, but like in terms of movies, in terms of like a continual thing like that, at a certain point, I don't just want vanilla. I
No, but
want like
also Marvel did
caramel
the
with
same thing that
vanilla.
Marvel did the same thing that Disney with Marvel did the same thing that Star Wars and Marvel did the same thing. Those TV shows were too much. Star
Well,
Wars
that's what
was
I'm
too
saying though, is
much, too
like
much.
Disney Disney has their thumbs in it. Like
Yeah.
Disney wants to push out more and more and more because it makes the toys and it makes the stuff they sell at Disneyland
I
and it makes
mean,
the rides and
my theory is that they thought that I think a lot of companies arrogantly thought that the streaming bubble would last forever, and I think that Disney put a lot of eggs in the Disney Plus basket. And when the viewership wasn't there and the MC wasn't transferring from movies to television, because it never does in the history of movies and television, movie audiences have never transferred to television audiences. It's never happened. Um, unless the show is really popular, it's never happened. So they thought that, oh, all these MCU fans are gonna ravenously, just like they're ravenously going out to the movies, they're gonna ravenously come to watch these Disney Plus shows, and then they didn't. And then when it started to become like homework, the audience checked out, and so Marvel was like, well, the audience isn't there, so we can't acknowledge these Marvel shows, making them ultimately feel even more irrelevant than they already are. And it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Star Wars is the same thing. But Star Wars
yeah.
is good enough about the difference between Star Wars and Marvel, though, is Star Wars understands that we can get away with being a bit wackier, and we can get away with doing things a bit more out there. And yeah, their more creative shit is in television, and I'm like, why can't we take that energy and put it on the big screen? Like, that's what I don't get. Like, oh,
Yeah.
the Marvel Lego show where it's an alternate timeline. Like, where's that creative energy?
I was gonna say the rebuild or whatever,
Yeah,
rebuild the universe.
where's that creative energy for the movies? What you're yeah, it's gonna turn into me shitting on the, but like you're putting your
Or
energy,
heck,
you're
even
putting
if
out,
you wanna do a show, I would like I would enjoy a not Lego, slightly more serious version of like the What If show,
they were talking about
but
it.
like
They were
with
talking about
Star
it.
Wars.
But like but even if you don't want to do something,
What if Anakin sided with Mace Windu
but
instead of like Sidious? What would we get?
put that creative energy into making a movie that's good. Don't just do a long form, big budgeted version of one of your stupid shows that nobody's watching, and then wonder why nobody goes to see it, and then it tanks, and then you don't make another movie, which this did. Like, nobody wants that. Nobody wants Mandalorian and Grogu in the theaters. Nobody wants that. Nobody wanted this.
I'm sure
I
someone does.
I didn't
but...
see a single review of it that didn't either feel disingenuous and fake because they were on the fucking red carpet, or was tepid at best. It was like, this is okay, but it would be better if I were at home in my gym jams watching it on Disney Plus, which is how I'm gonna watch it. Like, it's just, yeah, put something creative. That's why I'm excited for that last Starfighter movie, because it feels like they've taken some chances. That's why I'm excited for the Taika Waititi Star Wars movie. Like, I want
That's why
something,
I'm excited for that anime that we were talking about.
yeah, I want something with some edge, with some bite. I'm not talking about it on TV on the TV shows. I'm talking about in movies.
I'm just talking in general.
I'm talking purely in movies. I'm excited for the Taika Waititi movie. I'm excited for the last Starfighter, because
So also why I enjoy the games more, generally speaking, because like that's where they do the wild shit. That's where
yeah.
they do the things that are different. That's where you get like the cool one where you're the bounty hunter and you're playing and you're going across the galaxy and like you know
Yeah.
they give more of their
But
attention to the
my
games than they do the movies and shows at this point,
my problem is, like, I love Rogue One.
in my
I love
opinion.
Rogue One as a concept, and I think it's the best Star Wars movie in terms of being a good movie that is about something and has something to say and has like, not that it's meaning, but is a bit more meaningful than good guys bad guys. You know what I mean? Like,
More nuance.
why couldn't we have made those as well as making the fluffy that have nothing to say or do anything, and they're just a roller coaster ride Star Wars movies? Like, I think that Solo killed those
I
movies.
think there's a line.
I think that Solo killed those movies in the crib, and I think a 1-2 punch of Solo and The Last Jedi, where it's like The Last Jedi wanted to say something, wanted to make a statement on the franchise, and I'm like, this is not the place for that. This should be Episode 1. This should be A New Hope. This should be silly. It should be goofy, and it should be flight and fancy free.
Yeah,
And
well,
then
I
you
mean,
can-
the
and then
problem
you can
ultimately.
hold on, let me just.
Sorry.
And then you can do yourself serious. Oh, I want to do a takedown of the franchise in a movie like Rogue One. Sorry, no. Go ahead.
Ultimately, the problem with I'm not going to rehash this conversation or relitigate for the thousandth time, but ultimately, the problem with the sequel trilogy is the second guy came in, didn't respect what the first guy was doing, didn't respect that the movie wasn't the place to bring in new things and different things,
But
and that trilogy in particular was about the
to
legacy.
be
That's what that should have been, and then anything after that trilogy could be new things and explore new stuff and do different things.
to be
Um,
fair, sorry, go on. Finish your thought. Sorry, finish your thought.
um, that's where I stand on that. I don't think that that's where my issues come with that trilogy. But like, yeah, I think that going forward, and this is where I think they need to go is away from the Skywalker saga.
I just
Just
like
completely full hog.
to be fair, I think the Force Awakens in retrospect has the same problem as well, where like as much as I don't like as much no that's not the right way to put this. As much as the prequel trilogies are badly written slop, they understand that Star Wars is fun and lighthearted and fun and fancy free. They're not trying to say anything or make a statement that is
I think the second one is.
that isn't in your face or overt. Yeah, but it's still at the end of it, Jedi's doing hoppy flips and shit. Like, and I think that the new trilogy lost that. I think they all want it to be Rogue One, and they all want it to be deeper, and they all thought that Star Wars is deeper than it is. And I guess my point is those main Episode 10, God forbid they ever make Episode 10, needs to get back to that root and let creative, unique filmmakers make movies that are a different story, that have nothing to do with the Skywalkers, that have nothing to do with any of the Empire, any of that, and just make unique, original movies made by unique, original filmmakers that exist in the Star Wars universe. I think that's the future of Star Wars, and I think that's what will keep this franchise alive. If we continue to try to recreate the same shit over and over again, I think Dave Filoni is wrong for this franchise, and I've stated it since Clone Wars. I believe it now, and as I've believed it then. I think we need creative ideas, and I think that's why Taika Waititi is gonna bring new energy to into the franchise in the way he did for Marvel. I think he will, and his is the one I'm the most excited for, because I think he will do something creative, and I think that's what Star Wars needs. Not the Mandalorian and Grogu, which is just it doesn't even sound like it rises to the level of being thing you recognize, which is like the bare minimum a Star Wars movie should hit.
So, what I think, personally, and this is just my opinion,
And then we'll move on.
yeah, no, but for me, what I think the future of Star Wars movies, personally, I think they need to like reboot, but like in the new timeline, it's not the same story. Like it's different. Like just have a Star Wars universe where it's no longer focused on the Skywalkers at all.
But the thing is that the Star Wars is not overly. You tend to think that it's not overly focused on the Skywalkers. Like
Yes,
the Empire has nothing to do with the Skywalkers.
Yes, it does. The hell are you talking about?
No,
The Empire
the
Empire directly comes into being because Anakin helps Palpatine slaughter the Jedi.
But the rest of the universe doesn't know that. So the thing is, like, we know that, but
but I'm saying the movies that we have had have been about the Skywalkers.
You can do not all of them. You can do creative.
Yeah.
No, you can do creative.
Yes.
No, they haven't.
They have.
Rogue One isn't about the Skywalkers.
Absolutely,
Solo
it is.
isn't about
It's about the fucking rebels trying to steal the fucking
but that has nothing to do
schematic
with-
plans
has nothing
to
to do with
stop the fucking
Skywalkers.
Death Star, which is being run by Darth Vader,
I mean, the Death Star is run by General
who is a
Tarkin,
Skywalker.
who he's not a
And
Skywalker
Darth
at that
Vader
point.
is yes, he is.
No, he's
He's
Darth
very much
Vader.
he is.
He's Darth Vader at that point.
Darth Vader is still Anakin
It's not.
Skywalker,
It's
Justin.
kind of the whole
Yes,
point.
he is.
Several Star Wars media have made the case that Darth Vader is a separate personality from
And
Anakin
several
Skywalker.
others have made the point that no, ultimately he is still the same person.
But still, in terms of the universe, The universe doesn't know that he's Anakin Skywalker. That's kind of like yes, I will give you like
I'm not
levels.
talking about the universe. I'm talking about the meta sense of every movie that we've
But
had.
it doesn't.
Is the Skywalker
That's
saga.
that's just an incorrect sentence. Like you've got
No, it's
several
not.
you got several Star Wars movies which aren't the Skywalker saga. Have nothing to do with Skywalker. Like again,
No, we
Han,
don't.
Han Solo, Rogue One, now Mandalorian, Grogu. They don't have anything to do with the Skywalkers.
They all take place in the Skywalker saga. What are you talking
But they have
about?
nothing to do with the Skywalker.
They're still in the Skywalker
They
saga.
don't have anything to do with them.
I
So-
don't want them to be in that saga anymore. We've had a lot of movies that were in that
But
saga.
yeah, I mean,
I'd like a universe where the focus isn't Darth Vader and the Emperor.
I mean, sure, but you could do creative and interesting ideas. As look, whether or not I want that or not is irrelevant. The company wants that. What I'm saying is we can do different stories in that universe that just have to do with the day to day of the Empire or whatever of a starfighter or what have you. We could do that and not have it. And have it be interesting.
I mean, sure, you could do that by having it take place in the Old Republic, which also had its own version of the Empire and also had its own version of the Republic.
They did that. Nobody liked it. Except for us. We're like one of 5 people who liked it.
If you're talking about the if you're talking the one took place in the High Republic era, that's a completely different era than the Old Republic.
Same difference.
It's not.
But like
It's
the last Starfighter,
it's completely different.
The last Starfighter takes place after Episode 9. But like, yeah, no, I don't have an issue with it take place I do think that Darth Vader as just a straight villain he continues to be underserved. He's not been in anything where he's been a general focus of being a villain. He's always a side character. Like, yeah, I'd love a
I mean, that's not true. There's a lot of comic books and books where he has been.
Those don't count. Comic books and books never count because nobody reads those or watches it. Like except for the real hardcore fans, but you don't need to appeal to them. Like I'm just saying,
I do.
You can, yeah, you're a hardcore fan. We don't need to appeal to you.
I don't know if I call myself hardcore.
They could make a. They should make. Well, the thing is, I think they should make let this anime company make a Darth Vader show.
Absolutely.
Let this anime company.
There's a lot of great comic book runs which you could just adapt to. I'm just saying.
Don't do a live action thing and let Hayden Christensen do the voice. Let him do the voice. Bring him in for the voice. Don't do a live action thing. Do an animated thing, but don't do a 3D animated thing and don't do it in the clone. Like yeah, I will say anything involving
do an anime.
Anything involving Ahsoka at this point makes my skin makes me cringe. I can't see her show up another thing. Every subsequent appearance of her
overdone.
makes her worse and worse. Where you're like, how are you? What your
I mean,
entire
honestly, the only
existence
version of
undermines
her
the
that I
entirety
don't-
of the original trilogy.
The only version of her that I don't really like is the live action version.
I mean, her general her as a concept I don't like. Anyway, that's how we fix Star Wars.
I kind of feel that way about Darth Maul at this point.
Yes, I agree. Yes, it's why I'm interested in watching that show because yes, I have a feeling I'm gonna hate it. I have the strongest.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
He's
one.
a character that is cool in concept, but because they've never done anything with him in the actual movies, everything with him is cloud-like. Where like you sure you could be like, oh yeah, they established this thing in random X show. His cameo in Obi-Wan is the worst cameo in the history of cameos.
Yeah, I mean, if you're only watching the movies, then as far as you're aware,
He
he's
died.
a character who died in Episode 1, never came back, and is suddenly alive again for some reason.
He's suddenly alive again for some randomly unexplained reason, and the movie
Because,
is
yes,
acutely
I
aware that you
maintain-
don't know who he is because he has to light his lightsaber because it
Because, like-
knows you don't know who he is.
Yeah, well, because I maintain, you've said this, and I've maintained this ever since. If you have to do homework for your movie, which yes includes watching a show, if you have to watch a show to understand what's happening in your movie, it's a bad movie.
Yes, it
It's-
is
like-
the worst cameo, not even in Star Wars, but perhaps even including Marvel and DC, anything that uses cameos. It is awful. It is legitimately terrible. Like it is. I remember the first time I saw it. Me and you, we looked at each other. We went, "What? What?
Yeah, it's not good.
What?
It's not good.
What? It's right in all the worst of the new Star Wars stuff, like fucking pink hair chick, C-3PO's red arm, which disappears after the first movie and is never explained again. Like,
Yep.
You may be wondering why I have this red arm. You're gonna have to pick up a book circa 1999 to find that information. The Red Arm. That's how we fixed Star Wars, everybody. There. Maybe that'll be long enough to be a video.
I fixed
Moving on.
Star Wars.
Moving on. Today's show, as always, we want to shout out our dear friends and people who take care of the animals at Wild Education. You can go check out their channel. They got a crazy video about Mike saving a snake from a boat. That was pretty harrowing. It was pretty cool. You can buy rats from them if you live locally in Abbotsford. You can go buy rats from them if you acquire rats. I don't know if they ship, but they have all of the information regarding everything that they do and how you can support them in the comments down below. As well, the Final Frontier, the other podcast I do, which is currently airing towards the end of its final season, the end of the final episodes of the season 2. We still have one more season of the original series. That's every, I think it's Sundays now. He keeps changing the day, but that is on its own channel. That is linked in the description. But we will be in Conjunction Con, or at least he will be. I will be there somehow. I don't know how yet, but I will be there virtually, ideally via computer screen. So you can come say hi to, at the very least, Jake. You can maybe say hi to me digitally. Well, again, we're going to see how that works. That'll be interesting. And we will be there. We will be. You can talk to Jake about Star Wars. He's going to be attempting to get you guys to subscribe to the YouTube channel. But I have a hot, spicy ad. I'm gonna run for that now. And then when we come back from that hot, spicy ad, me and Jordan are going to talk about magic and whether or not you believe in it. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. This is awkward. My mouse isn't working. Let's try this again. All right, here we go.
Hey everybody, it's Jake from the Final Frontier podcast, and I want to invite you to come see, well, kind of us. Me, definitely. Justin will be there in robot form. To In Conjunction, Indiana's oldest volunteer sci-fi and book convention. We have been graciously invited to lower the bar at In Conjunction, and we will happily do so, but we're also going to raise that fun bar. We're going to have our table set up, tell people about the podcast. If you watch and you're in the greater Indianapolis area, come say hi, take a photo. I'll sign something for you. I don't care. And we're going to have Star Trek merchandise to sell. We're going to have a raffle going off and free candy. Come to In Conjunction, say hi to us, and then check out all the other great stuff. And a little birdie told me there's going to be gaming and panels.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So come see us at In Conjunction July 10th through July 12th, 2026 at the Wyndham Indianapolis Airport. So that's the hotel that's right there, conveniently located close to the airport. And we will see you guys there at In Conjunction.
We will see you there.
I will see you. Justin will see a video feed of you.
Okay, I think we're back now. We're not back on the stream, but we're back, me and Jordan. So go check out next weekend, I believe, the Final Frontier at Conjunction Con. In Conjunction. That's next week. Go check that out if you're in the greater Indianapolis area. It's pretty exciting. Get excited. Check that out. On today's show, we dared to ask the question: do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Wink.
Yes, we did.
And today we're going to talk about magic, and we're going to start today's experience, if you will, the spur of the moment experience. Because it's not just a podcast, everybody; it's an experience. We're going to start talking about. We shared a thing. We both watched Vox Machina season 4, and then I'm going to go first after that.
But there's one of my have seens which leads into your have not seen.
Oh, interesting. That's okay.
You know, the one about magicians.
We'll figure it out when we cross there, because I want to go first, because there's a big.
But I want to go first before that.
Because there's a big disclaimer that will.
Anyways,
the
legend of Vox Machina.
I think it'll work out because there'll be one less. You'll have one less, I think. Anyway, it'll work out.
Either way, we'll make it work.
We'll make it work. Yeah,
Legend of Vox Machina season 4.
It'll become apparent why I want to go first when I go first. Yeah. Anyway, Legend of Vox Machina season 4. Legend of Vox Machina season 4. Run the trailer. If we're doing a video for this one, I don't know if we are. I'm just gonna say it, Jordan. Legend of Vox Machina season 4. I don't know. I don't know if it's because, shoot. I'm spacing on the name, Jordan. Mighty Nine. I don't know if because the Mighty Nine raised the bar so high, so much higher than it was already at, and I saw some people say the same thing where they're like, that show really benefited from being 40 minutes. This show would benefit from being 40 minutes because you said this, and I wasn't going to say it, but you said it. I think this is the worst season.
So, okay.
There's an asterisk to that, though. There is an asterisk to that I will come back to, but just that's my opening thesis. I do agree. I do think this might be the worst season.
So, okay. The reason for me why this is the worst season might be different than reasons for you. It's hard to say.
Probably, yeah. I imagine so.
But, my thing with both this and the Mighty Nine show, in particular the Mighty Nine show, but for the same reasons as the Mighty Nine show is why I say that about this season. So if you're going into this thinking like this show generally, and same with Mighty Nine, if you're going into it going like, oh, I'm drinking Coca-Cola, like, I'm going to be getting the Coca-Cola, like the critical role in this example, the normal show is Coca-Cola. See, that's your let me finish. That's your standard Coca-Cola that like when you get your normal Coca-Cola, that's what you're going to get, right?
Like
now when you come to this show and the Mighty Nine show, in particular, the first couple seasons for this show aren't as bad. But this season in particular is really bad, where if you're coming in thinking you're getting exactly the same Coca-Cola as you are from the original, you're not. You're getting off-brand cola. It's not the same. It's not the same cola. It tastes good. It's fine. Like it's serviceable. But no, it's not the same because there's so much in this season, which just it doesn't happen in the original.
I just don't think
it's made just for this show.
I've never liked that analogy. I think a far better analogy and I understand why you wouldn't use it here because you're trying to be general. But I still think the better analogy is you're like, this is Dragon Ball Z Kai, that's Dragon Ball Z.
That's another way of interpreting it.
I like that better. To me, that's a way better analogy because I just don't think anyone
for the layman, the other one is simpler.
I just don't think anyone would. I wouldn't compare. I wouldn't say that it's like dealing because I as a person who's now not with this season as much, but the previous season.
Or if you prefer, it's the equivalent to another way, and maybe a kinder way of saying it. Is this show and the Mighty Nine show for me is the equivalent of when you took the Harry Potter books and made them into movies.
Yes, we're on the same wavelength today, Jordan, because I was going to say the exact same thing. I was going to me a better analogy is like
it's an adaptation.
Yeah, this is Harry Potter, and the Philosopher's Stone, the movie, and the Critical Role is the book. Like that's what this is, and like that.
So it's like. Sorry.
So I was just going to say you could feel that. It was weird because with this season I felt that way less, where it was like this feels like you're taking a bunch of shit that happens over the long course of a very long time and condensed it into a very short time. This didn't feel like that as much for me.
Yeah, this didn't feel like that as much for you because this wasn't a campaign which they shrunk down and made into the show. This was just a show.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. And I will say my reasons for thinking
and the changing point, the drastic changing point of where it all changes is season 3.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
So everything after that point is like it's got the coding of Vox Machina on there without any of the actual this came from the table.
It's just really my problem with this season in particular. It's this feels like the season that's onto the season where important. That's the season before the season where all the important shit happens. It's all set up with not a ton of payoff, and the setup is really sluggish. Like those first like 2 to 3 episodes are sluggish. They're slow.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. So I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. Some might view this as a positive. I view it as a negative. What I'm about to say. Um, so because this show has the benefit of it now exists in a world after a whole bunch of other campaigns inside this and inside that
Yeah.
and yada yada yada. So this show can add things and Easter eggs and references and just straight up scenes which couldn't exist in the original because they didn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And some people might be like, "Oh, that's really cool. That's just an example of like the world is bigger now, so they can show like they can flesh things out more." Right? I don't like that.
Yeah.
I think that it cheapens it, and it changes it from a thing that was already really strong. So, like the best example of that is in this season is Laudna shows up.
Yeah.
Laudna can't show up. Laudna, that's not, nope, that's not right. Laudna does not exist in a world where Delilah is still alive.
Yeah.
That completely changes the dynamic of their relationship.
She's the crazy woman who like appears in the makes the what's her face think that the husband turned on her, right? That's yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
that definitely. As a person who has no idea who that is, and I don't care to discuss who she is, because it's irrelevant to the show. It was very much one of those.
It's just an annoying wink at the camera, fucking Easter.
It feels
eggs.
like that. It feels like a. I hate cameos where the characters do this basically.
Yeah. Like
I'm a
if you know,
character
you know.
you should know. I'm a character you should. I hate that because it pulls away from the narrative of the show. The show should just exist as its own thing.
It's one of those ones
Don't
too.
need a wink
like,
and a nod cameo. And this show hasn't really been that up until this point.
it's an example of one where for a person who does know who she is, it's incredibly distracting and it makes no sense.
No,
because
my friends loved it.
Directly in the face of the lore of the world.
They were a fan of that cameo.
No, they're wrong. And there's another example of that too in an earlier season where when Pike goes to the Hells or whatever,
Yeah.
and she talks to the one guy who is I don't remember what his name is, Xerxes or whatever his name was. He's the champion of like the evil hell guy or whatever.
Yeah.
He's a character who when they did Mighty Nine or when they did Vox Machina, he didn't exist, but he comes from one of the side campaigns that they did in between the Exandria Unlimited ones.
Yeah.
Where they did like the background, the Age of Calamity background of the gods scenario.
Yeah.
He was a character from that. So that's another example of like it's a directly in the face of people who know what, like if you know, you know.
Even just like and
it's just like no.
For me it was just.
But that one was way less bad.
It takes the show. Okay, number one thing. This is just a general criticism of things generally. I don't know if I've talked about that. I fucking hate time skips. I cannot stand time skips. That's gonna come back. That's gonna come back again later. But I fucking hate time skips. I hate character development that happens off camera. I hate disillusionments of teams because then the first 3 or 4 episodes of the show. Like
rebuilding the team.
It's just rebuilding the team. It's wasting time. I'm like, it's rehashing character arcs I've already done before. It's not very. We did this. We've done this. Why are we doing this again? Like this is by season 3.
So for me,
season 4, I'm like,
yeah.
I don't need this. This is not interesting to me.
The reason why it's frustrating for me is, and again, okay, so this is a thing that I'm also discovering is. The longer this show goes on, the further I am from when I first watched or listened to the campaign. Because like I'm looking at this and I'm like, this first premiered in 2022. That's like 4 years ago at this point.
Pretty much, yeah.
When I watched this the first time, that was like pretty much when I just finished the campaign, which means I haven't listened to the original campaign in like 4 years.
Yeah.
My memory's not that great.
I'm currently listening to the first campaign, so I'm like, this stuff is still kind of fresh for me.
But like, so there's certain things that stick out for me, and one of the big ones is like from what I recall, it's not a year long time skip. It's like a week or two or something like that. It's not very.
That makes much more sense.
It's not very long. Or I mean, it might be like a couple months or something like that, but like not a year. I don't remember it being a year. But like, yeah, then they basically they go to this place to go and inspect the cult. They
Yeah.
get called there, and that's where they run it. And so it's like there's like a couple episodes or not very much where you're with Darian, but like he grows on you fast because it's Sam and he's basically he's in a lot of ways just kind of still playing Scanlan,
Yeah, well,
even though he's not really.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's an element of this show where, like, yeah, okay, clearly within the context of the story of the campaign, Taron Darrington was here, and that's very obvious. And I think I said to you, he got. To be fair, I kind of wavered. He in the mid. It's hard because Wayne Brady is so fucking charismatic, and his performance is so good, and he sings songs that are hilarious, but.
Well, like he is supposed to be a character that Vox Machina does like form an attachment with him.
What is he?
So.
What's his class? What is Taron Darrington?
Can't remember.
Because I couldn't figure that out from this. I couldn't figure out what his class was. Like the thing about every other Vox Machina, like I could tell when I first watched the first season. I was like, the twins are rogues. No, sorry. The girl is an archer. A ranger. He's a rogue. He's a bard. He's a barbarian, and she's I think a paladin or a cleric. You could tell you could tell what they all were. With him, I can't tell because he clearly that gem is clearly one of the gem thing is clearly one of his mechanics from the game.
Yeah, it was a thing where basically, from what I remember, I think in the campaign, it was like he had a few different things. One of them was like a staff sword thing. It was a thing that he could transform into any weapon he needed it to. Then he had, I think he had like the coins where he could. That's what it was. He was an artificer.
Oh,
he's a battlesmith artificer.
Okay, I would have not have picked that up. That makes sense. But the thing is, like in actual D&D. Especially the thing,
which is why he had a sword which could turn into other things.
By that point, he had been playing Scanlan for like 10 years, like a long time.
I don't know about 10 years, but a while.
Because they had the
campaign one went on for a long time before the scenes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the homebrew campaign happened for quite a while before Critical Role started. So
so presumably Scanlan for a while.
I want to say at least 5. Let's say generously 5-6 years.
I couldn't say.
Giving up I'm just be on the safe side, conservative side. Giving up a character that you played for that long. Like there's people I've heard of who have level 25 characters they've been playing for like 15 years. To give up a character you've been playing for that long to just give it up and pick up a new character.
But the thing that you have to keep in mind though.
Let me finish my thought. That's a big deal within a D&D campaign. Well, I should clarify. It's depending on your DM is either a really big deal or not that big a deal. And the show. Hold on. Let me finish. The show.
No, I want before you get away from it. I want to respond to that. Where in this circumstance though, the thing you have to keep in mind is the big difference between like this and like a more permanent way is his character wasn't dead.
No,
he was basically on a shelf where he could come back to him if he wanted. And that makes all the difference in the world.
It's still giving up a character though, right? It's still being like not in
the same way as in dying.
I'm not gonna play this character anymore. I'm gonna pick up a new character. I'm gonna go through and especially with Sam in particular. Unless he changes a great deal, he barely understands how to play he barely understands how to play the bard. There's plenty of times where he's like where they go ooh, and he's like okay, I guess. So for him to try to learn a whole new character, the show doesn't. If you've never watched the campaign, the point was the show doesn't represent that. Where it's just okay now there's a new party member that was clearly played by Sam, and Sam would have played this character differently. You don't capture that just within the context of the show. Scanlan just isn't there now, and the show is lesser for it. Like that's the point I was trying to drive at, where I'm like,
it feels like the movie version of like if you're watching a movie version of a book, where it's like, oh, I feel like I've missed a lot of context here that makes this make this matter more.
Yeah, like him leaving is a big deal, and the show doesn't treat it as such, but the campaign does because Sam, there's an inherent meta context to it. He's given up a character that people love, even temporarily.
Yeah,
It's
that
not that is
and
representative of a big deal, but the show just doesn't convey because they're fictional
yeah, well,
characters.
because the big difference between the campaign and a show is with a show, if you know anything about show making, you know Scanlan is coming back.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
some
He has
capacity,
to. He's in the theme
you
song.
know he is coming back.
Yeah.
Whereas in the campaign, they had no idea if they would ever see like if they because
Exactly.
he's not playing Scanlan anymore. So
Exactly.
like he might never play Scanlan again. They might never see him
Yeah.
again, especially because
Yeah.
in terms of the way that Sam was portraying the character, Scanlan was hiding from them. Scanlan didn't want to be found.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And so
So
like that's the big difference.
He's got a lot. Like I noticed it felt shoehorned in. Like the him doing "What's my mother's name?" That felt shoehorned.
Oh, they've already passed that moment. Like it made no sense for him to do it here.
No, yeah, it felt.
They had to artificially
sure,
create that same situation.
It feels like it, and I haven't seen that. I've seen that moment. Like I've seen that moment out of context. I have not seen it in context yet. But even out of context, it doesn't work. It's not working.
It's not the same.
It just feels like they put it in because they knew they didn't put it in the last season, and they knew that they had to.
And well, that people had responded and were like, "Why wasn't it there?"
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like it's being. But that all having been said,
it's not to say there's not stuff to like in this season.
The bard battle is the most metal thing I've ever seen in my life. Super fucking metal. It was sick as fuck. I'm like, this is sick.
And Andy Serkis is killing it as the Whispered One.
Well, that's
he's killing it.
You mean legally distinct but not dissimilar to Vecna?
No, he's the Whispered One.
He's legally distinct, just like Grog
he's
is legally
the Whispered One,
but not dissimilar to the deck of many things.
I think you mean the deck of infinite possibilities, Justin?
Infinite possibilities. That was quite funny. I went, "Oh, you mean the deck of many things?" Because that's definitely what that is.
No. It's the legally distinct deck of infinite possibilities. What are you talking about, Justin?
Right?
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
When I was watching this, I was like,
that's why the evil Scanlan, the evil bard, also was not using he was using his own version of the hand, because it's a legally distinct version,
from Bigby's hand. Yeah. But no, that sequence is sick. Like the action sequences in this are still sick. Like the people who animate this, they should let them do Marvel shit. Like I don't know why Marvel isn't hiring these people because it's so fluid.
I mean, yeah,
it's easy to see
great.
Everything. The thing I love about this show is even still. I know you said that they weren't actual boss fights, but I love the moments that feel like they're boss fights. From you could picture how this would play out on a table. Like there's a fight early on where they're fighting a big version of Taron Darrington's sidekick guy, and Dodie, yeah, they're fighting a big version of Dodie. There's the big version of Dodie, and then he's got 3 or 4 little minions, and you could picture them rolling to fight this thing, or you could be like, I love him when he pulls the unicorn. You're like, oh, Travis clearly rolled a 20. Like I love moments like that in the show where you could picture this playing out on the table, and that's when this show is at its strongest.
Yeah, I mean, I just prefer it when they were actual moments.
And that's the thing that's frustrating. Those watching
where it's like I remember that was like I remember this moment. Like that's kind of why I like watching these.
Yeah,
that's what makes that.
There's a couple of interviews where Travis Willing was like, "Oh, we didn't have any interest in just redoing the shit we did on the table." I'm like, "But you did. That's what this was in season 1, and you pretending that that's not what you intended to do because you couldn't find a way to make it work without context. Just be honest and be like, a lot of these moments are too entrenched.
Well, sometimes it depends on the interview. Some of the interviews they have said that where they're like, there's just it presents as opportunities to make artistic changes, and I'm like, that's fair. That's fair. If I want to go and watch the original, I can just go watch the original. That's why I call this like that's why I refer to this more as this is an adaptation. It's an adaptation of the campaign.
I just don't think it's as good at. To be fair, I
like there's a lot of moments where they're acting on the actual campaign. Their acting ability is so good that they just kill the scene in the original campaign, and so it's like. In a lot of circumstances, and that's why I don't necessarily mind with this season that it's not 100% faithful because it's less shackling.
But an example of an earlier season,
if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. But also I saw, the first time I watched Vox Machina, I saw the best. Another good example of what you're talking about is when they killed off Vax, the girl, Vax.
Vexalia, Lady Vexalia.
When they kill her, meant nothing to me on the show, and I didn't feel it. But when they kill her on the when she gets killed
on the actual thing, it's a lot different.
It's heart wrenching in a way that the animated show just isn't, because it's
that comes down to
30, 40, 50 plus hours of watching this character, and you understand.
Oh, not even just that, but you got to think about, like, that's where I'm saying, as opposed to Scanlan, she was going through oh my god, I've been playing this character for, like, let's say generously, or like, let's say
5 years,
conservatively,
generous,
5 years, right? Like, she's like off screen, whatever. I've been playing this character for all this time, and she just there was no role.
Right.
There was no
dead.
like she had an opportunity to save herself. It was just Percy opened the coffin, and it wasn't even because of something she did.
No, exactly.
Right? It was Talith Jaffe was like, oh yeah, I opened the thing. And because he did that, he got her character killed.
Yeah, and poof, dead. And that
poof,
moment,
dead.
But that moment is, it's just not just, it's everyone. It's everyone at the table. Because, yeah, you're playing.
They're all talking, and they're, like, having fun. And he's, like, he quietly, Matt and him are having this interaction to the side as they're all talking and not paying attention. And so, like, it really was, like, and that's the feeling they're trying to recapture in the show, where it was just like a Percy does the thing, nobody's paying attention, and then there's horrifying consequences. But like,
there's more,
it's not the same.
There's more emotional investment on their part in the characters, because they have control over how these characters behave. Like they're actually people in this moment, and so when everyone in the room, it goes silent, and they're all like, you feel it.
Like, oh my god,
tension that just doesn't exist in the animated show, and they've just never, none of these. But that having been said, I think that the Mighty Nine show doesn't have that feeling of, oh yeah, I feel like I'm missing something from the campaign. I don't feel that. That exists in its own space, and I think it's good, independent of the campaign. This is the opposite of that for some reason, and I cannot figure out why. Why that? It's the same people making it. It's the same writing team. I don't understand what they're doing on the Mighty. Maybe it truly is those extra 10 minutes per episode. I don't know what it is, but season 1 of Mighty Nine is better than this.
So,
my opinion.
Okay. Here's my response to that. You're saying that right now. Your opinion might be different if you haven't experienced the original campaign in any form for the Mighty Nine, so you're just experiencing it as a show.
Interesting.
And as a show, functionally, yes, absolutely, it's better because it does what the Vox Machina show doesn't, and it gives you a background where it gives you the introduction for each of the characters, which is what a regular normal show would do.
But it doesn't feel clunky or slow about it like Vox Machina
doesn't, because they've written it. They've rewritten that. They've written it much in the same way as they did for this season. They re-engineered a lot of that, rewrote it, recontextualized it, and so you don't notice that. Because you haven't experienced. Let me finish. Let me finish. You haven't experienced the original campaign. Right. Whereas for let me finish. Whereas for Mighty Nine, for Vox Machina, you have been experiencing the original campaign, and even the amount that you have been has made you notice differences between the two.
Okay. My response to that is not initially. Initially, I did. Initially, I'm comparing. I would compare it not so much to my experience with the first season, which I hadn't seen the campaign yet, and that did feel like I was missing something. That show always felt like I was missing something. The Mighty Nine never does. I don't feel like I'm missing anything from that show. I feel like that is its own contained thing, and I think it's a better written show than this. And I cannot figure out why. It just doesn't.
I've already told you why. It's because they've but you're saying you can't figure out why, Justin. But I just told you why.
Let you finish. Let me finish. I don't understand why that. Because even when I watched the first season, I hadn't watched the campaign yet. I still felt lost. What I'm saying is, I don't understand why they can't take the lessons that they've learned from. Let me finish, please. I don't understand why they can't take the lessons that they've learned from the Mighty Nine and apply it to this and be like, okay, sure, you missed the campaign, but this still works as its own self-contained thing. This doesn't work as its own self-contained thing. I don't understand why they haven't taken the lessons learned from the Mighty Nine show of improving the writing and applied it to this. That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand. Why are they not taking those lessons and applying it? Because you're right, I haven't seen the Mighty Nine campaign, but that doesn't matter. Whereas with Vox Machina, the reason why I watched
The reason why,
Crunchyroll-
Justin,
Hold on,
is
let
to
me finish.
respond to you
Let me
is
finish.
because it's too late. They already have the first couple seasons where they did connect it more to the campaign, and so they've done exactly what you said for this season. They have changed a lot. They've basically
Yeah.
created entirely new scenarios and recontextualized things. We never saw Terry and
But then
Darrington's
why
dad
does
in the
it still
original.
feel
We didn't,
clunky?
because it's already connected to the earlier part of it where it was more comparable to the
I
campaign.
don't know.
So it's more noticeable.
I think it's fixable though.
It's not.
I think they could have fixed it at this point.
I don't.
I do, but that all having been said, yeah, Andy Serkis is pretty great. I will say that doing this kind of ruined the twist a bit for me, a little bit. But to be fair, they don't hide it for very long. Like they make it pretty apparent pretty quickly that he's Vecna. They don't do it. I thought that they were gonna play it out a bit more.
The whispered one, Justin.
Yeah, I'm calling him Vecna. I don't care what you call him. I thought for sure that they were going to play it out for longer of the mystery of who he was. I wasn't expecting them to give it.
Yeah, so that's another example of like
I thought for sure they were going to play it out longer.
He is another example where I have to just look at this like this is a separate thing from the campaign.
Yes.
This is an adaptation, and like for an adaptation, he's killing it. Like he's doing a really good job. But there's just a lot of little things.
There's a lot of like
where
an example of like he seems to like his plan and a lot of his monologues seem to have a particular beef with the Raven Queen. And I will say this is a thing I know that they cut because I just came upon it, where his plan is what the Raven Queen did. Like using magic, whatever, to turn himself into a god. The show does not mention that whatsoever.
I mentioned that to you.
Well, no, yeah, you didn't mention that the Raven Queen used to be human. Yeah,
yes, I did. No. I did because to be fair, you had just been complaining about spoilers from two of your friends, so I was carefully trying to tiptoe around the fact. But yes, I was. Yes, she was a human. Yes.
Yeah, that the show.
No, the show absolutely does not do that. This show, in fact. This show, in fact, seems to want to imply. I mean, knowing what I know, this show seems to want to imply something which was just not a thing in the original. And fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. This show kind of wants to imply that the girl that he was working with was the Raven Queen.
Oh, see, I didn't get.
She got turned into the god and stopped him from following her.
Oh, interesting.
That's what this show implies. Knowing what I know about the fact that the Raven Queen was a human.
I didn't pick that up at all. Like even retroactively, once I found out that I didn't pick up that the woman. I didn't even that you did say you did imply that the girl might be the Raven Queen. I didn't pick up that at all. I picked up that he got a lot of his dialogue seems to derive from the original campaign, where his beef from my perspective he seems to be particularly bitter to, or he stole the plan from the Raven Queen, and all the dialogue that he has regarding that seems to be left over from that, but they cut out the plot element that the Raven, unless they're saving the idea that the Raven Queen, now that you've said that does make a sense, they're saving the reveal that the Raven Queen used to be human as some sort of statement on the gods themselves, maybe? Because, like, up to a point, what he was saying was not sounding all that unreasonable.
This is the most So you remember how I said that this show is a way where they can introduce things that were not a thing at the time of Vox Machina, and they can integrate and bring story threads together. The Raven Queen is the prime pardon the phrasing, is the prime example of that for this season, where I mean, at the time, maybe Matt, here's what I'll say. Matt probably knew. Matt probably has had a lot of this planned out for years. Because knowing what I know about D&D creators who create their worlds, I have a friend who is the same way. Michael, who has been on the stream. He has plans on plans on plans where like he's constantly got story threads in his head. So I could believe that maybe Matt had some idea of this, but at the time of spoiler alert, I guess, but at the time of Vox Machina, I guarantee you, like the players had no idea that the Raven Queen had once been human. That was not a plot thread from that campaign.
Yes, it
That
was.
comes in
Yes, it
what?
was. Yes, it was. It was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that literally just happened. I literally just listened to that episode.
I don't think so.
Yep, they absolutely did. He just revealed, and that's why I said to you. I said, oh, the Raven Queen was supposed to be human, so he got the idea of the plan to become a god from the Raven Queen. I literally said that to you.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah, they discover it. Percy discovers it.
Anyways, the point being though is still the same that there's things where there's things where they are entwining certain things. So like one of the things that, and maybe this is where I'm mixing up the things, in one of the campaigns, I don't remember which one, so I don't feel bad spoiling it because I don't remember which one it's from. But in one of the campaigns, we find out that the Raven Queen was in love with or like had a connection or whatever, wanted to rescue. Basically, she's second incarnation of death.
Gotcha.
Basically, so there was an original god before her who basically didn't want to be god didn't want to be in that position anymore, and so that original version of her helped her create this spell which lets her take his position.
Gotcha.
Basically, and so they're either going in the route of this where she is the human that was with Vecna, and she ascended and left him behind, and he's pissed.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes
Which
sense.
is what it feels like. That's what they're going for in this version, because in this version it feels more. Because part of the problem with Vecna in the original is he was Vecna.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't like a special, cool, unique version
Yeah.
of Vecna. He was largely just straight from the D&D module Vecna.
Vecna. Yeah.
With maybe a little bit of spice on
they've
top.
had to add some characteristics to give.
So
him
like,
some,
yeah, there's definitely more to his character in this than there was in the original. So for them to go to the route of like he was the lover of the Raven Queen when she was human is absolutely believable.
They're doing a thing of you're always the hero of your own story. He doesn't think he's a villain. He thinks he's doing the right thing. They're definitely doing that with this character.
And so I'm just there's a lot of differences with him where it's like I don't dislike it. I like Andy Serkis, and I think he's doing a pretty phenomenal job. Just like there's changes for me, with Taryon Darrington, where I'm like, he's quite different than Sam Riegel's version, but I still like him.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Sam plays that character. I'm very interested in seeing that.
Like even when I'm critical, pardon the role, the phrase, but even when I'm critical on this show for the changes that it has made for the original, I still think that it's a good show.
A lot of those characters.
Largely,
like most of the characters on Critical Role have a foppish British accent for no reason. So Scanlan has a foppish British accent for no reason.
Very strong jaw.
Yeah. What's her face? Marisha plays it. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. Keyleth has a weird. Keyleth has a weird. Same with they all do. They all have a British accent.
Yeah, I think
the only one who
because,
retains it for the show is Vax. Vax is the only one who keeps his British accent, but the rest of them all lose their. No, that's not true. Percy keeps his British accent as well. That's fair.
I think it's because when they created these characters long ago when they were young people, they were like, oh, that's in medieval times. We gotta have like medievally style voices. Those are like European style voices, right?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. And they've just sort of, but yeah, Scanlan in particular has a British accent in the campaign that you.
That's like, and I don't feel bad spoiling this because like after the first episode, pretty immediately he stops doing it. But in campaign 2 with Scanlan and Not the Brave in the original campaign when he originally does the voice, I think he does like a Cockney voice or something like that, and he's like, that's right, I'm committed to this for the whole day, and then pretty immediately he stops doing it and changes it.
I could see. Yeah, that makes sense. Given how that character was written, that makes total sense. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not to say I'm not stoked for season 5. I just think that I think the Mighty Nine has raised the bar too high for me. I think I'm expecting more out of this show now than I maybe should.
I mean, I think also just the fact that for part of why I think
We gotta.
you have a warmer final thoughts. Part of I think why you have a warmer reception for Mighty Nine has to just do with the very even with the campaign, the very nature of the differences between the two.
Yeah, there's more
Um,
depth to the Mighty Nine.
there's more depth to the Mighty Nine.
You can feel it. You can
If
feel it.
if you were gonna look at the Legend of Vox Machina and consider that like the kiddie pool,
Yeah.
then Mighty Nine is more like going into
You can
the kid pool.
You can absolutely tell. Yeah, you could tell. It's got way more complex, mature theme storytelling than Vox Machina does.
More
and
nuance, I would
and
say.
that is fair. You could tell that's what. Yeah, there's a reason why it's everyone's favorite campaign. Most Critical Role fans are like, I like Vox Machina, but the Mighty Nine is my favorite, and there's a reason for that.
There's just a number of reasons why.
Yeah. But I mean, look. If a show must have a worse season, this can be that. I don't know. I will say maybe it's funny the it being different thing and it being worse for being different thing. I don't feel that this season. I felt it way more last season because that season did feel like they rushed through a bunch of those dragons and it's missing a bunch of the characters that make that section of the campaign. Maybe that is because I'm currently listening to it, but like you're missing shit. Like you're missing Felicia Day's character and Will Wheaton's character and
there's a lot.
Not Veronica. What's the name of the character? The one from the Settlers Keep, the Hunter's Keep or whatever. The one who's got the husband, Merton.
Slayer's Keep.
Yeah, her husband, Vanessa from the.
Yeah.
It's missing Vanessa. It's missing the Hunter's Keep. It's missing all that shit.
It's missing a lot of and this is just a problem that I suspect Mighty Nine probably will have as well, where it's like a lot of the guest characters are missing.
Just
a lot of them.
Yeah, and like we got to have Zara.
I get it,
and Kasha, but yeah, like I like the Will Wheaton's dwarf character is one of the funniest characters in the campaign, and he's totally not in there. And I just think it would have been funny to have him be in there as this stoic badass who failed upwards. I just think that's funny. I think that would have been a funny character.
A lot of that just comes down to time, though. They just don't have the time.
Like the comparison to Dragon Ball is apt because it feels like we're into the next arc of the anime. But we missed a bunch of the
Yeah, it really does feel like you're watching Dragon Ball Z Kai.
We missed a bunch of the Frieza saga, and we missed all the good shit from the Frieza saga.
Or comparing like the Harry Potter movie to the books.
Yeah. Like it feels like we missed a bunch of the Frieza saga, and we've just skipped straight to the Cell saga. That's what this feels like.
Yeah,
anyway,
because it is.
Season 4 of Vox Machina. We talked about that for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. But there's two elements to magic, Jordan. There's not just boogity wizard magic. There's stage magic. And I felt like, Jordan, the reason why I wanted to go first was because my first thing is going to be a Penn and Teller. And I felt like this would be a good spot to do a bunch of pre-disclaimers on everything magic related that's going to be coming up. I'm gonna give away tricks today. I'm going to talk about how they're done in a way to talk about how much I love magic as an art form and as artistry. And Penn and Teller are really famous for that, and it's why I love them. They're the magicians that make magic seem approachable. They're magicians that make magic seem like something anyone can do if they put enough hard work, practice, and this is
they'll be the first ones to be like, yeah, well, this is practice lying.
Yeah, this is bullshit. Yeah, this is all fake bullshit, and that's what makes. So when I'm like, oh, this feels like a fake version of magic, that's what magic is. It's cheating. It's and it gives me an opportunity to talk about. It's funny. I emailed him too. My favorite magician. He's a local magician. We're gonna see him one day, Jordan. I swear. But
Sean Farquhar.
Sean Farquhar is my favorite magician of all time. He has my favorite magic trick of all time, which is the one where he puts the deck the one from Penn and Teller where he rewraps the card deck. That's my favorite. That made me appreciate magic.
That made me think he was a goddamn wizard.
Yes, but no more than that. But that made me realize that magic is not just it's about skill. Just like in the same way I love puppetry and the Muppets, it's the same way. Fool Us is one of my all-time favorite shows because you can watch, we're going to talk about the Prestige later and their idea of magic, but a lot of their ideas of magic are kind of universal in the sense that there's two things where there's the method and the effect. And an effect can be the same. So you can see the same effect 100 times, but the method might be different. And you see when you watch enough magic, that you can see the moves. You can start to see the moves. You watch enough Penn and Teller Fool, it's like I'm starting to see the moves, but I appreciate them because I can appreciate how skillful those moves are.
Yeah, like with Penn and Teller, with a number of their acts, what makes them really cool is like they'll do the trick, and then they do the trick with a version where like you can literally watch them doing the trick, but I can't see what they're
Yeah,
doing.
you can't see
Like
the
like the
moves.
cup and balls one where like they do the
For
trick as
sure.
it's normally done, and then they have like the plastic clear thing where like you can literally see
Yeah.
what they're doing,
Yep.
and it's still like impossible to see
I
what they're
mean,
actually doing.
you've got Rip Off of Love in your. I mean, that Rip Off
Yeah.
of Love is entirely that. Or Blast Off of Love or whatever. Yeah, that is all that. That's that all that purpose. But like there's so many magic principles that like they teach you, but they don't out and out give it away. And like if you watch enough of Fool Us, you can start to see, you can start to recognize the code words, and you can start to put them to techniques, and it teaches you magic, and it's the coolest thing ever. Like one of my favorites is like when he's like, "Oh man, are you a fan of Star Wars?" I'm like, yeah, I'm a fan of Star Wars. Yeah, you really like how Luke used the Force? And you're like, yeah, I always. And at some point you figure, oh, he's talking about he used the card force. And yeah, you learn what a card force is, and yeah, you learn that magic is often the answer to the thing is often simple and stupid, and yeah. So that all having been said, that was a really long.
Usually it's mostly misdirection. Get them to look one way so you can do something the other.
Something simple, and that does And so that having been said, back in the late 1980s, when I think it was the 80s, this is when either late 80s, early 90s, when this came out, they made a movie with, I guess he was a fairly prolific film director called Arthur Penn, who had done a bunch of, I think he did one particularly famous movie you've never heard of. He directed a movie called Penn and Teller Get Killed, which I can't imagine you've seen.
Nope.
You might have heard of it because I've probably told you about it before, but it stars Penn and Teller as themselves, and Penn is performing one of my favorite Penn and Teller tricks, which I don't know if you've seen, but it's the one where they're upside down. Well, they're like, oh, we're gonna prove to you that we're doing all this magic live, like we're doing the floating handkerchief or whatever, and it floats away. And he goes, and the way that we're going to tell that this trick is really happening is we're going to shout, "Are we live?" And we go, "Are we live?" And the audience just goes, Are we live?" And then at the end of the segment, it pulls back and you see that they're hanging upside down. And the cameras are filming them upside down. And the audience can see what's happening the whole time, and they're laughing along, and it's a great time. That trick, they can't do it anymore because they're old, right? But that trick is impressive because it's a 4 to 5 minute segment, and they're hanging upside down the whole time. Like, that's dangerous. You know how dangerous that is? You could die doing that. Like, that's really dangerous.
Blood going to your head the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it is really unsafe. There was a version of there was a trick that they used to do called the Trapper's monologue.
And then not only is the blood heading all the way there, but then after the 4 minutes, you come right side up, and all the blood goes back down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was a trick that they did it on Fool Us once, but they used to do it. It was, I can't remember what the name of it was, but it was like the Trapper's Delight, and it's basically this monologue about how Penn likes traps, bear traps, various traps, and it's him testing all the traps or whatever. And it used to end with Teller swinging from the ceiling and grabbing a peanut butter sandwich from the trap and a snapshot. Now he has to roll by it on like a wheel, like the cart, because he can't swing anymore. But like, they were athletic dudes back in the day. But so after they perform this trick on this talk show, Penn announces that he wishes somebody would kill him. It's like, oh, I just think it would be really exciting and interesting if someone stalked me and attempted to kill him. And then the rest of the movie is Penn getting into various predicaments and scenarios where he thinks he's being kidnapped. And the entire movie, Penn and Teller are doing this escalating prank war on each other. So at one point, Penn gets kidnapped. Like they're randomly practicing this trick on the beach. And these thugs show up and kidnap Penn, and it looks like they're about to like remove his kidney or something. And it turns out it's a prank by they convince the Penn's girlfriend in the movie, his uncle, says that he's gonna go do a phantom surgery. Do you know what phantom surgery is? I'm sure you do. But
where they pretend that they've done a surgery?
Yes. It's the one where like they pretend like they're pushing into your stomach or whatever, and they just put fake guts there to make it look like they're pulling out tumors.
Yeah.
They've done. If you watch enough episodes of Fool Us, you've seen a psychic surgery get a bit act at least once. Well, people used to fall for. I think they did it in they actually there was they did it in Deadpool. There's a bit where he goes to see. No, I mean that might have been a deleted scene. But there's either a deleted scene or a scene in Deadpool where he goes to see a psychic surgeon. Anyway, it's one of those things that when you see them do it, you're like, I don't understand how anyone could ever believe this or fall for this, but people do. But he busts this psychic surgeon for Carlotta is the name of the character. Carlotta's uncle. And so he thinks that he's being kidnapped by the psychic surgeon who he busted because the uncle paid him a bunch of money and rescinded on the money. So he thinks he's being kidnapped and he's about to be killed, and it turns out it's all been a big prank. And it's just really funny. He's like, "Oh, you couldn't figure it out." It's like, "Yeah, you couldn't figure out why on earth we would randomly have you rehearse a trick on the beach out of nowhere. That didn't seem suspicious at all. I can't believe you fell for that." And then the movie goes on and it escalates, whatever. Penn's like, I'm gonna get you back. And so there's one point where he fakes getting shot or whatever, and blah 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 blah. And it gets to the end, and he gets shot, and they run into a cop, and he would think that this is now real, that somebody is actually trying to kill Penn, and it's not a prank, and it's all the tension and the stakes are very high or what have you. And it's early days Penn and Teller. So it's Penn and Teller when their dynamic was Penn is the asshole and Teller gets treated like shit by Penn. Like, that bit on The Simpsons where he's like, he hits me, like, that bit. It's that era of Penn and Teller, and it's really kind of an interesting movie because you get to see early versions of tricks. So like the one where it's they're in the water tank, and they're trying to like. The one
they did with John Cleese.
Yeah, there's an early version of that they do in this movie where instead of it being a water tank, it saws or drills or something, and it's 4 people holding the ropes, and it's still the woman counting as they attempt to locate the car. It's the same trick, but it's a different mechanism. And it's like, oh hey, this is an early version of a trick that they would do later, and that's kind of neat. Where I'm like, oh, I'm enough of a fan that I'm recognizing this stuff. Anyway, it gets to the end, and Teller gets kidnapped by what appears to be a crazy stalker fan who is trying to get Teller. He wants to be Penn, and he's trying to get Teller to perform with him. And he escape. He's about to escape, and the cop who is protecting them comes in and is pretending to be like this. Oh, you guys encourage people to do such dangerous things. You blah, 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 blah. You're a problem, whatever. And this is my way of killing you. And Teller, earlier in the movie, gets a gun to protect Penn. And she's holding the gun to him. And he pulls out the gun as Penn walks out. And she's taking off the hair and wig or whatever. It turns out it's another prank. And he shoots Penn. And Penn dies. And he starts to laugh, and he's like, this is so funny. You and Penn, you did this whole thing. Teller speaking. It's the first time he ever spoke on camera. Second time, but the first time he ever spoke as Teller on camera. And he's like, you set up this whole thing. You slipped me the fake gun. And she's like, what fake gun? The gun that I bought earlier. Like, that wasn't a fake gun. And he's like, oh no. And he shoots himself in the head. He's dead.
Oh, that's dark.
And then the guy who is the fake fan, and then the movie goes on for another 10 minutes, and it cuts to the guy who is playing the fan. He's like, "Oh my god, it was the most fulfilling acting experience I've ever had in my life." And they had me play this fanatical fan. I had to get so thoroughly into character that I had to believe that I was this guy, and I had to really commit to it. And they walk in. And he finds the dead bodies of Carlotta, Penn, and Teller, and he's like, "Oh my God! This apartment is set up in my name. It's set up to look like I've kidnapped them. This all looks real. And then he shoots himself in the head, and he kills himself. And then his friend's like, "What the fuck? Why would you do that? How do I explain this to anybody? I don't know." And then he shoots himself in the head.
Oh my god!
And then it pulls back, and it's just the apartment, and you just keep hearing as person after person walks in, finds the scene, and shoots himself in the head.
Man, that gun has a lot of bullets.
And then it cuts to this narration of Penn being like, "How did you think this was gonna end? It couldn't end with us not dying. The movie's called Penn and Teller Get Killed. we had to kill. We had to get killed. It's in the title. We would have been disingenuous had we not. As the Bee Gees, I started a joke plays. It's good. It's
That's
good.
fun.
I know. It was a fun movie, and it was like, oh man, I fucking love Penn and Teller. Like, this was a great start to like I've got a couple really good like stage magician movies coming up, and this was a great start for that. But I've gone on way too long. Let's Penn and Teller get killed.
Okay, so my second rapid fire.
That whole beginning part was important for stuff I'm going to say later. That's why I wanted to go first. Sorry.
Next, my rapid fire. Next.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about when you were like, he uses magic powers to do stage magic. I'm like, that is bullshit, and it violates the spirit and skill of stage magic.
Is not stage magic cheating?
That's a valid point. That's why it's a Penn and Teller would. Man, I would love to talk to Penn or Teller. I would love to interview Teller. Like, that's my dream. But anyway, they would say that what is stage magic but trickery and tricking people and cheating. So
that's what he's doing.
Using magic powers to cheat is fundamentally within the spirit
to create
of
entertainment for others,
right? To fool a person, to use magic to fool a person is the same as using skill and trickery. I just think it's not in the spirit of a good stage magician, but that's neither here nor there. It's funny. I've always wanted to watch this movie. I hear it's bad.
I mean,
it's
when you think Nicolas Cage and schlock. This fits in both those categories. This is pretty much it. Where it's like
this and Knowing. This feels like it's his Knowing.
Yeah,
era.
It's on the same kind of path as Knowing.
Yeah.
So you either like that kind of movie or you don't.
Like, he went through a weird period in like the mid 2010s.
This was 2007.
Yeah, pretty much. This was pretty much on the way to that.
Yeah.
Where he just kind of did everything and anything, and this is mullet Nicolas Cage.
He's
not yelling Nicolas Cage. He's not yelling. He's really lazy and really low energy in this, from what I've heard.
I mean, I enjoyed it, but like I recognize it's bad.
Fair. Hey, fair. I think that's valid. I think we need to, as people who observe pop culture, I just feel like we need to push the idea that is acceptable more often.
Like, two things can be true at once. I can have fun with a thing and acknowledge that it's bad.
It's bad.
Like, I recognize Knowing is bad, but I like that movie.
Knowing is bad. I would say Knowing is probably worse than this. No, I haven't seen this. What am I talking about? I would assume Knowing is worse than this.
I don't know.
You know what this reminds me of? I think you watched
They're pretty on the same level.
Did you watch Deja Vu for the show, right? With Denzel Washington? That's the one where he has the machine that lets him see however long into the past or future.
Don't think so.
I thought you did. I could have sworn you did. But that's what this reminds me of. This reminds me of Deja Vu.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Does
it
explain why he has powers?
No, he was just born with them.
He's just born with it. I guess.
He has the ability where like he can basically. So, for those who don't know. Nicolas Cage has the ability where like he can see like I think it's 2 minutes into his future, his direct future, or anything that's connected with him. So like he couldn't see into your future, Justin, unless you came into contact with him.
Yeah, I could see why it would specifically be useful to
So the FBI finds out that he can see the future. There's one person in the FBI or whatever. Also, there's this chick that he runs into who, for whatever reason, when he's with her, he can see like further and more. So like he can see like really far into the future.
I can see that I'm about to finish in about 3 minutes. Wink.
Which becomes important near the end of what my discussion here.
So you didn't acknowledge my weird sex joke.
And I won't. Yeah, the FBI person finds out, or CIA or whoever, finds out that he can see into the future, and they want to use his ability to help find. There's this terrorist who's going to do a bombing. You know, it's mid-2000s.
Yeah. There's a terrorist that's going to do a bomb. Wow. You know what's funny? You know what's really funny? I would have guessed. I would have guessed that if you were like, if you were to ask me, what is the thing that he has to stop? A boring terrorist with a bomb would have been the first thing I said.
It's pretty on brand.
There's a million things you could do with that ability, and a million things you could do with that story. It's just funny because it's like, he doesn't really need to be a stage magician for this plot.
No, that really it serves. I guess it's just like, what else would he do with his power as a career?
Be a terrible psychic who finds dead people.
I mean, no. If I was him, I would have gone into the police force and been
That's
an
what I'm saying.
amazing,
Like,
an amazing detective.
well, no, but he could have been like, you know how like the in movies. I don't know if it happens so much in real life, but you know, in movies and stuff where they like have the detective that the psychic guy who consults with the police. Same idea, but he wouldn't actually.
Yeah.
Like a
Because
Lucifer.
yeah,
Or whatever.
his ability appears from what I see in the movie at a later point. His ability basically appears to be like his power is not limited to the one moment where he's using it. So like if for example he's walking down a hallway and he has he can go left and he can go right. Um, he can then go to the end of the hallway, or he can be at the beginning of the hallway, see 2 minutes into the future, and then get to the point where he's at the hallway and split. And at that point, those versions of him can use that same ability to see 2 minutes into the future. At that point, go in each direction to the next point, use it at that point,
This
2
sounds
minutes
like an
from that point, on and on and on and on and on.
powerful ability that is utterly wasted by being a stage magician.
That's why the FBI wants his help to find this terrorist.
Yeah, but I'm just like, it's like, okay, I have this power. I could maybe use it to win the lottery or like financially benefit. I'm gonna do cheap tricks in Vegas. There's no reason for it. That seems so lazy.
But yeah, or at least that's how they portray it at that one point in the movie, because it's like they show him and like then they show two versions of him walking in the different directions. So it's like, yeah, it's implying that like the one version of him is getting all that information.
It does make me think of that Pete Holmes sketch where it's he's Professor X and he's firing people. So your ability is that you can see 2 minutes into the future. That's it. Yes, I can see 2 minutes into the future. It's only 2 minutes. Yes, only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. Yes, only 2 minutes. I mean, that's not very helpful, is it? Would you can see that you could have a slightly less fulfilling orgasm? I don't understand. Can you see? Can you think that's just what it makes me think of?
Apparently it's this original script was loosely based on a science fiction short story, The Golden Man.
I feel like I knew that.
But yeah, I don't know.
I've heard of this movie. Like I'm familiar.
Fine.
With it.
Like I didn't have like a bad time necessarily, but like it didn't do well.
I cannot say I had a bad time this week. Nothing. Even my worst shit, I didn't have a bad time. They're still the thing they are. I do know what you mean. It just kind of sounds like it was again. It's mid 2000s Nicolas Cage. It's mullet Nicolas Cage. He made some bad movies back then. He made a lot of bad movies.
It's not the worst I've ever seen. It's not the best. It's fine.
It's fine.
But that's next.
That's next. All right. You want to know what's next?
So what's next, Justin?
You want to know what's next? The Prestige. That's what's next.
The Prestige.
The Prestige. No, it's funny because I actually Googled, okay, the Prestige. For those of you who are unfamiliar with The Prestige, it's a Christopher Nolan movie where it's Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale play rival magicians, and it's men reading journals. At one point, one man reads the journal of another man who is reading the journal of another man. It's journalception. Like
Colonelception?
Yeah, at one point, Hugh Jackman is reading the diary of Christian Bale, who is reading the diary of Hugh Jackman.
Sorry, my brain is. Say that again.
So much of the let's go back. Much of the original. So this is based on a book.
Yeah.
Right. The books were all journals. Like they were all
okay.
It was all in the original book. There were the narrative framing device was it was the descendant of the Hugh Jackman character and the descendant of the Christian Bale character reading the journals of those characters.
Okay.
How they've chosen.
So it's like it would be like Lemony Snicket's grandson finding the Lemony Snicket books.
Got it. Yeah. And there's a big twist. Anyway, we'll get to it in a second. But in the movie, they've chosen to translate this by having it where, at one point, Hugh Jackman finds the diary of Christian Bale, and Christian Bale receives the diary of Hugh Jackman. So in jail, you've seen this movie. You know the bit in jail where he's reading the diary. where Christian Bale is.
Prestige. Have I seen The
Yeah,
Prestige?
yes, you have. You watched it for this show.
I watch a lot of movies for this show, Justin. I can't be expected to remember every single one.
So it's the one. So it's
I'm having a hard time here.
it's the Christopher Nolan one about magicians. It's kind of a hard one.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Go
point.
on.
There's a point in that movie where Christian Bale is in jail and he's reading the diary of Hugh Jackman, and within the confines of the diary of Hugh Jackman, Hugh Jackman is reading Christian Bale's diary. So it is his diaryception.
Diaryception, right? Yes.
And there's one of the things they explain in this movie where the name where he's like a magic trick comes in two parts: the setup, the reveal, and then the prestige. And the prestige is the effect. And those are actual terms in magic, but they are principles in magic that are real. The prestige is effectively the effect. It's what the trick does. So
well, the prestige is the ta-da.
Yeah, that's the prestige. That's not an actual term in magic, but what they would call that, the actual term in magic is just the effect. So the prestige is like you make the bird disappear, and no, so you have the bird, that's the setup. Then the bird disappears, that's the turn, and then the bird reappearing is the prestige, which in magic would be called the effect. So the rest of it can be different. So this movie is about an obsessed magician learning the method of another magician's trick. And what I love about this movie is I love how Michael Caine is like, the answer is always boring. It's never interesting. It's always exactly what you expect it to be. It's always the thing you think it's gonna be, and when you find out, it's not satisfying because it's easy. And he says it
the magic is in the mystery. Once you know the mystery, you lose the magic.
And that's what Christian Bale says, or at least that's what Christian Bale says. He says, I won't spoil it yet. He says that the value is in not knowing, and that's so accurate. And spoiler alert for this movie. I'm going to spoil the shit out of this movie. A big part of this movie is Christian Bale's character creates a trick called the Transported Man, which involves him disappearing from one end of the stage to the other and reappearing as if by magic. And Hugh Jackman is like, that obviously is impossible. That can't happen. There's got to be a way to do this. And like a big part of this movie that you kind of have to remember is it takes place during that era of the world. Like now you're like, well, yeah, he clearly uses a body double. There's no other way for him to do that. Or in the case of Sean Farquhar, he has to do a deck switch. It's the only way, right?
Yeah, but how does he get the damn signed cards inside the sealed deck?
But with that time when this movie takes place, it takes place in like old Victorian era kind of times. They didn't think magic was real. They or at least some people did. It would have been more. You could have been like, oh, this is the mystic magic arts from wherever, and people would believe that. And so, Hugh Jackman's obsession is fascinating.
Yeah, that's why in the Wizard of Oz, or Oz, the Great and Powerful, that's why the people that he's doing his magic to are like, oh, he's a phony, is because he's trying to pass it off like he's actually doing this mystical stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And what's I just like the fact that the answer is simple. That the movie does a great job of doing a great twist at the end when you find out that Christian Bale is twins. That is a legit good twist because they do such a great job of red herring you throughout the movie as to be like you're right along with Jack. Like, no way, it can't be. It can't be just that there's a double. That's too easy of an answer. And it turns out in the end that it is just that easy. And he says the answer is easy, but it's not simple. Like
weren't they triplets?
No, they're twins. There's two guys, and they have to.
Why do I remember there being a secret third guy?
I don't know why. Once you can, I saw a review of this where it was like, once you can suspend the initial conceit of he's created Nikola Tesla is in this, and he's created a machine that can perfectly replicate the human body. Then you can kind of get behind this. But I like the. I love the twists and the turns of this. I love its representation of magic and how it really is that shifty and tricky and shitty. But the interesting thing is you're like, the big part of me that was like this, okay, you could create perfect clones of yourself. It just seems like there would be a better application of this that is not magic. in the original book, how it works is the big twist in the original book is how the machine works, and that is it creates a new body and then it transfers the original consciousness from the original body into the new one, and the previous consciousness just becomes a husk. And so when he's disposing of the husks, he's not like killing himself over and over again. And so what happens in that book, when he gets interrupted, he gets split into two people, to two versions of Angier. He gets split into like a weak, sort of kind of human, and then a kind of a ghost version of him. And they eventually like remerge. So yeah, that's the negative consequence to using the machine is part of you get divided. Whereas in this, there doesn't really seem to be a negative consequence of the machine, other than one of the versions of you will shoot you in the head or drown you, in the case as it turns out as it goes on. Yeah, I like this movie. It's really good. It's really easy to follow. Everyone's good in it. Christian Bale is. The thing I like about it is once you know the twist, it's one of those fun movies that once you know the twist, it's fun to go back and you can tell when they swap. That's what's cool. So like they swap every single time they do the trick, they swap, and it's a different. So sometimes one of the Christian Bales loves the wife, and the other one loves the Scarlett Johansson, who is in this with a terrible fucking English accent. But you can tell if you know once you watch it the second time, you can tell when they're different depending on how they act, and that is the mark of a good twist and a good writing, where you can see the seeds of the twist, and it doesn't come out of nowhere. Like nothing worse than a twist that there's no setup for. That like they just kind of reminded me of the I See Dead People from The Sixth Sense, where it's like if you pay attention, you notice all this stuff, and it's crazy, and it's really good. Yeah, really good movie. Really good movie. Enjoyed it a lot. That's it. That is The Prestige.
So,
The Prestige.
More than once this week, I found myself going like, it's funny, earlier we made the comparison to books to movies. More than once this week, I found myself going like, I am sure there is a book version of this, and I'm sure it has context and details that I'm missing out on. So this was an example of that. This is Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, which is absolutely based on a book series.
It's like a Harry Potter
or a novel
style
anyway. So in this one, there's the main character. He's got a grandpa.
It's Harry Potter.
His grandpa dies, and his grandpa's like, go to the such and such time loop on such and such place. And so he does, and that's where he meets Miss Peregrine and her home for peculiar children. Falls in love with one of the girls there, who I think was also in love with his grandpa.
Was she also a peculiar children? Wait.
Yes.
The boy falls in love with the same girl who fell in love with his grandpa?
She exists in a time loop where she doesn't age. And his grandpa would visit there when he was a kid, and then his grandpa left. It's basically Neverland.
I'm slightly weirded out by this dynamic.
I mean, at least that's how it comes across to me. That's an example where I'm like, I feel like that's explained better in the book.
It definitely sounds like it, because I don't know that I want to dip my pen in the same place that my grandpa has.
I mean, they're supposed to be kids, Justin.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is a Tim Burton one.
Really?
And yeah, it is.
Wait,
it's directed by. He directed it.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he directed this. That's so interesting.
You must have missed this one on your Tim Burton run.
I guess I did, yeah.
I just know that it came out in 2016 and it's directed by Tim Burton.
Oh, it's one of his bad ones, right?
It's... How do I word this?
Not very good? Bad?
It falls into the vibe, I guess, for me, of the live action Alice in Wonderland movie.
Oh, yeah, so bad.
Where like it has a style. It's a Tim Burton movie.
I know.
It has a Tim Burton feel and a Tim Burton style. He has a very particular style, and it fits into that style. But like in terms of the character development, it's sort of reminds me of like if you took the X-Men and combined it with the Umbrella Academy.
You've seen the Umbrella Academy?
The show. Yeah, we did. We both watched it.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I
Like
watched it.
the first season I think I watched.
Really?
Yeah, you had me watch it.
Did I?
Not for the show, just generally you
Why
had
would
me
I
watch
do
it.
that? That surprises me.
Um, yeah, I think it was the Umbrella Academy.
No, I
Anyways,
could completely see why you would compare this to that. That is a very apt comparison. It's from that same genre of fucking like kids thing. So yeah, no, it's a very
yeah,
apt comparison.
like that's
I
very
didn't know
much what
that.
it made me think
Yeah, I
of.
could see why you would say
Where
that.
like you have the kids, they've got their weird powers. My thing with this is, and this is an example of like maybe it's different in the books. But like, yeah, when I looked up movies that were about magic or had magic in them or were magically like inclined, this one came up, and I don't know why it would.
See, maybe think of the X Men.
That's what I'm saying. Like the kids have like strange abilities that make them like different and weird, but like, yeah, it feels more like in a X-Men way than it does like a fantasy magical power kind of. You know what I mean?
What it
Like,
looks like.
um. And so I'm not sure quite why this came up but so I actually don't think that this does have magic in a young girl's heart.
All right. It does not feel like
Um,
magic in a young girl's heart.
like the main girl or whatever, she controls the wind, I think is what she can, or water, the wind, something elemental.
She's
Where I'm
Storm.
like, this doesn't really feel like, yeah, but a weaker storm.
Oh.
This doesn't really feel like a magical spell.
So an alpha level Storm? Get it? Because
Sure.
she's an omega level?
Um, But like, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. Harmless. I would use is how I would harmless.
I was going to watch it at one point, and then I didn't. True story.
Harmless. It's
True
fine.
story. Happened to a friend of mine. Me. I'm the friend.
Had Eva Green in it, who I think I recognize. The Miss Peregrine.
Oh,
She
yeah.
looked familiar. I'm pretty sure she's one of the girls from you remember that one where Johnny Depp is a vampire?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm pretty sure she was also in that.
I remember
Hold
her
on.
as the
I'm
naked lady from
I'm
the
reading her
300
thing
sequel
now.
that nobody watched. Pretty sure she was naked
Cracks,
in that.
womb, perfect sense. She was Artensia in the 300 sequel.
Yep. Yeah, she was naked in the 300 sequel. That's the thing I remember.
And yeah, there it is. She's Angelique Bouchard in Dark Shadows,
You guys are gonna have
which
to
is why I
put up with
recognized
me
her.
putting my fan on and off because it's hot.
I understand. But yeah, no, that's Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. It definitely felt like an example of like I feel like there's like multiple books, and one of them we probably see the grandpa as a kid.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. It's at least three to four. It had that vibe. Definitely had that vibe. It's from that genre of we desperately want a Harry Potter. We want a Harry Potter so
Or a
badly.
this one actually more made me think of a Percy Jackson. It felt like they wanted a Percy
Yeah,
Jackson.
but Percy Jackson is them what? The first one.
Sure, but I'm just saying this feels like it's already further down the line.
Yeah, it's a.
Also, this movie had Samuel L. Jackson in it.
In case you had any doubt that they wanted Percy Jackson to be Harry Potter, it's directed by the guy who directed the first Harry Potter.
So yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. See, my next few are not fine. In fact, they're kind of not very good, Jordan. My next one is a book. It was based on a book, Jordan, called The Once and Future King, and it's really funny because when you're like, oh, I feel like I'm missing context from this book, that this is based on. Not that I felt the same way, but more just I don't understand how this was a book. Nothing happens in this. This is I'm burying the lead. This is Disney's The Sword and the Stone. The Sword and the Stone.
The Sword and the Stone. I got it.
There's a reason why the only thing.
This is the live action one?
No. This is the animated one. There's no live action Sword and the Stone movie.
No. Sorry, I'm thinking of Sorcerer's Apprentice.
You are. I think there is technically a live action The Once and Future King. There might be a movie based on that, but this is the animated.
No. I was mixing them up. I was thinking of something else.
This is the animated one from the 1960s. And Jordan, there's a reason why the only thing to survive this movie is Merlin. It's the reason why it's the only thing you remember from this movie, because it is otherwise a bad movie. It's not Walt Disney apparently holds the record for. He produced this. He didn't direct it or animate it or anything. He just produced this. And I don't know what happens in the Once and Future King, but very basically, it's weird because it plays the fact that the main guy is King Arthur as though it were a twist. It's very strange. But
To be fair, back when this came out, maybe the Arthurian legend wasn't as popular.
I mean, the Arthurian legend is decades old. I can't imagine that's true.
Sure, but it might not have been as prevalent.
I just can't imagine. Anyway,
I don't know. I don't know what things were like in the 1960s.
It sets up, explains the Arthur legend, the Sword and the Stone. Oh, you know, what thing I learned, and I learned this before, but I always forget it. You know, the Sword and the Stone and Excalibur aren't the same sword.
Are they not?
No. The Sword and the Stone is a different sword. Excalibur he gets from the Lady in the Lake in the Water. Quite often in a lot of versions of the story, they get combined. In a lot of adaptations, they get combined. But the Sword and the Stone and Excalibur, two different swords. Oh, really? You didn't know that?
So here's no, I actually didn't.
Oh, interesting.
I always just for whatever
Most
reason,
people
my
do,
brain conflates the two. I just always thought that like he got the sword and the stone at the lake.
No. The Sword and the Stone is the one that he pulls out. To be fair, you watched Arthur or Merlin, and I think Merlin doesn't do this, but
No, Merlin, it's like he takes it. From what I remember in the show Merlin, he takes a sword to the lake and gets it enchanted for
that's
Arthur,
Excalibur.
so Arthur can find it.
Yeah, that is Excalibur. The Lady in the Lake is where he gets the Excalibur. The Sword and the Stone is, and I don't think the Merlin show does this, but there's a, and to be fair, I read a book that was about this, but it was he grows up an orphan. No, sorry, kind of similar to like the Sleeping Beauty kind of idea, where they send him away so he won't get attacked until he's of the correct age, and he gets sent off to be the foster son of one of the knights, one of King Uther's knights, and his son becomes one of the.
So what's the Sword and the Stone called?
I don't remember what the name is. They just call it the Sword and the Stone. I don't think it has a
So
name.
here's the question. You know, from Dragon Ball Z, the Z sword.
Yeah.
Do you think it's supposed to be
Yes.
the Sword and the Stone directly, or do you think it's supposed to be Excalibur?
I think it's supposed to be a reference. Well, both, but it's a reference to the Sword and the Stone, certainly. Yeah. So he in this movie, it does the bit. Like a lot of the myths cut out the bit where are a lot of the stories where Arthur is an orphan and is adopted. And so this starts with he's they call him something else. They don't call him Arthur. They call him... I'm stalling. Because it's kind of important to the plot of this. But they don't call him Arthur. They don't call him by his name. They call him a mean nickname. They call him...
Stubby? Short Stack?
No.
Pipsqueak?
Wart. They call him Wart. That's what it is. And so he gets, I think with Merlin, and I actually kind of like this detail, but the thing with Merlin is they present him as being
Julie? Old,
but he has the magic where he travels through time, ever present, I guess. So he goes to the future, and at one point he shows Arthur a steam train, and he references automobiles, and everyone calls him crazy. And I kind of like that because it kind of implies that he can travel to different dimensions and different worlds in this. And so my headcanon is now that the Merlin that is in Kingdom Hearts is the Merlin from the movie. Like it's the same.
I mean,
Merlin.
that's probably the intention. It's probably is supposed to be.
Yeah, I have to assume because there's a point at the end where he comes back and he's been to the 21st century. He's like, it's overrated. But nothing happens in this movie. Nothing. There are 3 separate scenes where he turns into 3 different animals, and it becomes that Nihilus the Sandman episode where, that one where she turns into a fish or whatever.
Yep.
That has to be a reference to this because he turns into a fish at first, and a alligator gar tries to eat him, and it was really funny because it was very specifically an alligator. No, sorry, it's a pike. A pike tries to eat him, but I was like, I recognize that fish. A pike tries to eat him, and then in the second one he turns into a squirrel. and then the squirrel tries to fuck him. There's an entire song about how his consent is irrelevant and he should just let the squirrel fuck him, and how Merlin is amused by the fact that the squirrel is horny, and then he gets turned back into a boy, and the squirrel is all sad, and she's sad because he's a big tease.
She loves him, Justin.
He's just a big tease. And then the third thing he gets turned into a bird, and it's exactly the same as the fish scene, exactly the same, except for he gets attacked by a hawk instead of a pike. And then the movie realizes it's the end of the movie, so then he runs into and it's probably the only bit of this you probably remember, but he runs into Madame Marble, which is the witch lady. And
she's supposed to be their version of what's her name, Merlin's rival,
Morgana.
Yeah,
and they have a big magic off, wizard's duel, and they turn into different things, and they just turn into animals. And she turns into a dragon, and he turns into a germ, and then he beats her, and that's it. And then the movie ends. I don't know. So then the movie again realizes it needs to end, so it cuts to the next scene, and he pulls the sword out of the stone. And he realizes that he's King Arthur, and everyone starts treating him like king. He's like, I don't want to be king. And the owl's like, put the stone back, boy. Put the stone back. Put the sword back. And he put it back, and then the guy tries to pull it, and he can't pull it. So then you pull it again, he pulls it out. And it ends with him as a kid on the throne, like, I don't want to be king.
Too bad.
And Merlin's like, you're going to end up, because I can see the future, you're going to be like the greatest king of all time. He's like, okay, maybe I'm not so. But again, there's no plot. It has no plot. Nothing happens. There's 3 scenes where he turns into animals, and Merlin attempts to posit some kind of wisdom onto him. That's it. Nothing. There's nothing. There's no. The big confrontation isn't really much. Yeah. The other funny bit is at one point, the guy who plays Arthur, his voice cracks. Oh, that's it. The music is done by the Sherman Brothers, who did Winnie the Pooh. And Mary Poppins, and they did Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree, or Antigua 2. So you know the song, the Stoutness song, up, down, turn around, that one, or Heffalumps and Woozles. They did those. That's what they did. So they did a bunch of shit for Disney in the '60s. Songs aren't very good. None of them are good. None of them are memorable. The song.
I wasn't even really aware that it had music, like songs. So
the kid sounds awful. The funny thing is, at one point when he's delivering one of his lines, the kid's voice cracks, and like
you already said that.
Yeah, his voice cracks, like puberty cracks. Like, oh, it sounds like he's going through puberty. And I googled it, and sure enough, he was. So he was filled in by the director's son. So it causes the character to have a different voice, almost scene to scene, because and it's really, I'm like, oh, I was like, I wanted to know. I'm like, oh, so I looked it up. It's like, sure enough, his voice was cracking. And after this, the kid who played this kid did 2 more roles, and they were minor, and that's kind of sad because like they did not. Once you stopped being cute, and once your voice cracked, they dropped you like a stone. Like they were not kind to child actors back then. Like it was bad. It was bad. It sounded like he probably had a. It looks like he pretty well retired shortly. This was like his last movie he did, which is kind of depressing. But yeah, not very good. It was bad. It was like, this is a bad movie. This is not. They can't all be winners, Jordan. And this was not a winner. This is not a winner. Bad movie. The Sorcerer and the Stone.
So in 2014. They made a retelling of a villainous character, and the name of that movie is Maleficent.
They made a rape revenge
with Angelina Jolie. Now, what probably won't come as a surprise to you is the fact that this was directed by a person, Robert Stromberg, and this was his directorial debut. So this was the first time he directed. But what probably won't surprise you is the person who was originally attached to the film. Can you guess it? We've already said his name once today.
Have we?
Yes, we have. Literally the last thing we talked about.
What's the last thing we talked about?
That for me.
Oh, Tim Burton. Tim
Burton was originally attached to this movie.
He would have made it worse than it already was. It's already not very good.
No, but even just looking at its style,
I could see
That
it.
I
Yeah.
feel his
Yeah,
influence
I
already.
could see it. I could see how. I could see how we could do this. I mean, to be
That
fair,
being said,
Angelina
of
Jolie, I think she was a producer, and she was particularly passionate about this for some reason.
I know it was written by Linda Wolverton.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Angelina Jolie produced it, right?
No, Joe
Oh.
Roth did.
Oh, I guess why she produced this. Maybe it was the second
Maybe
one
she did
produced.
behind the scenes. I don't know.
I just
but
know that she, for
anyways,
whatever reason, were like weirdly passionate about this role for some reason.
um, I overall like this movie. I mean, there's a number of things that like they changed flora and fauna and what's her face, so they're now pixies instead of fairies, so they're not the same thing as Maleficent.
Are they not fairies?
They're pixies.
Huh.
That's why they're tiny in this version.
That makes sense.
Um,
Makes sense.
um,
It's a rape
I-
revenge
I-
movie. I cannot stress that
I-
enough.
I still find it cute and adorable how in the one scene where Aurora is a little baby, that's Angelina Jolie's kid, which is why she's not scared of her. That's why she like when it's a little child,
That makes sense.
that's why it giggles and like goes to touch the horns, is because that's actually her kid.
That's hilarious.
Ellie Fanning is good as Aurora.
Elle Fanning.
Whatever is good as Aurora. It
Dak-
truly doesn't. It truly doesn't matter to
Dakota
me.
Fanning. Dakota Fanning's sister.
Yeah, the less popular one.
They're both equal.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't think it is.
She was good in this as Aurora.
She is. She is good in this. To be fair, the bar is really low.
Yeah. There's apparently a
Sorry, I
sequel,
like
which
Sleeping Beauty, but yes, there is a sequel. It's not very
there's a
good.
sequel which I've never seen.
No. I imagine you would have.
And well, for this show, maybe I will eventually. But
Bad.
yeah, I mean it's fun. It expands on the on the original. I like the idea, the concept of like, but I mean at this point, I'm pretty sure 2014. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Frozen has already come out. But
Oh, the guy you thought was
the
the bad guy is actually the good guy?
no, more the idea of like, oh, true love or love doesn't necessarily have to be romantic.
Yeah. This
I
one was
think
the,
Frozen has already come out, so that lesson's already been done.
think
But
so.
like, I still like it in this.
Well, yeah, this is the Disney villain who was perfectly fine just being a villain. Actually, is nuanced and has a deep and intricate backstory.
Yeah, and I
This
mean,
was the
you're either
start
gonna
of that
like it or
awful
you're gonna not
nonsense.
like it.
I
I just
like
think
it, to
this
be
one.
fair, but-
I just think this one does it well. Like this one does it well.
Like, well, my thing is like, hey man, okay, if we must revisit these characters 1,000 times, hey, at least make it different and interesting. And this did that.
Yeah, like I like this in the same way that like I like the twisted stories that I always mention, where it's like, yeah, they maintain enough of the original where I can appreciate the stuff that is from the original, but it's also different enough that like
Yeah.
I derive my own or like the live action Aladdin is the same way, where it's
Yeah.
like it maintains enough of the original but has enough different in there that
But
it walks that line
Prevents it
successfully for me.
from being boring. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, this was doing something creative. It was trying something. And to be
Which I
fair,
respect.
It didn't work because Disney moved far away from that. But and then they made.
I mean,
a
it
bad
worked
sequel.
enough that they got a sequel out of it.
Yeah,
so.
I know, but then they never did anything like this ever again, and just became, hey, just do the thing, just make it look like the thing. That's all we need. Just
Yeah.
make it look like the thing.
Which is disappointing.
I know.
But
I remember when this came out, I was like, I came out of this with like actual legit praise. I was like, oh, this is actually good movie. It's a good movie.
Interesting. So I didn't know this. This movie was originally developed as an animated project in 2003.
I don't think it would be as good.
It was changed to a live action feature in 2006 following Disney's acquisition of Pixar.
It would only work in two ways. I don't think it works if you do an animated version and it looks like traditional Maleficent. I just don't think that works. But that having been said, if you did an animated version of this and you gave, like, the thing with Disney is they don't want to give it any aesthetic. So like if you gave it like a hard-edged anime aesthetic, dude, that would be sick. I would watch that. But they're never gonna do that. They're gonna make it look soft-edged because it's Disney.
Yeah, I don't think it works if you have her in her, and clearly they must have agreed, which is why it moved to live action.
Absolutely. They could make it
But
look more hard-edged.
I don't think it works if you're gonna like give her the look that she has in the original
Completely
film.
not.
There's
No, I completely agree.
no.
It does not work. I think she needs to look human, and that's obviously they agreed. You're right. That's why they moved to live action, and it gets to have a bit of edge to it because this does have some edge, and that's what makes this better. I think in terms of those Disney remakes, this isn't a remake. This is an adaptation.
No, this is a retelling.
Yeah, well, I would say this is an adaptation of the just in the way that the original Sleeping Beauty is an adaptation of the Sleeping Beauty story. This is an adaptation of the Sleeping Beauty story. It's not a remake. It's not a remake in the way those Lilo and Stitch movies are, and I think it's better for it. I think it is.
It's a retelling, and it's a good retelling.
I wouldn't say it's a retelling. I would say it's an adaptation.
It's a retelling. It's retelling her story in a different way.
It's an adaptation of the.
You're adding things to her story, to Maleficent's story, which are giving her that softness, which allow her to be redeemable. So no, it's retelling. I don't think
this is a remake or a retelling of the Disney version. I think this is in its own separate, distinct adaptation of the original story. Like I don't think.
I think we're splitting hairs on the terminology. It doesn't. Point being that whatever they're doing in this version, it works better than what they're doing. Yes, it's working better than what they're doing in the other ones.
In terms of being a good movie or worth making it.
In terms of, I think the way that I would word it is these, like this one and ones that are like this, are better at finding their own identity.
Yes, which it should. It should find its own identity. All of these should find its own identity.
Yes, they should. I agree. But the rest of them don't, and this one is successful because it does.
Money. They make money when they look like the thing that's what's frustrating is people are pigs and they want slop.
Revent Kumar 7190 says, "What are you guys talking about?" We're talking about the live-action Maleficent film, and how it is one of the better live-action transitions from the animated classics to live action. Is how I would word it.
I wouldn't go so far as to say it's the best one of those, but it's definitely up there. The best one of those is still Cinderella. Cinderella is the best one. It's the only one of them that's a good movie, legit.
Yeah, but
it's just Cinderella. There's nothing original or unique to it. But if you don't like Cinderella, then I could, yeah. This is taking chances, which is Disney is currently too afraid to do. Which is frustrating. It's frustrating.
Like now they're just literally creating the animated scenes in live action.
Hogs
and
want their slop. Jordan, is that it for?
Does nothing for me. That's Maleficent. It's fun.
We're now about to talk about. We're going to talk about the worst Muppet movie. So if you want to hear what the worst Muppet movie is, hang out, because I'm about to tell you. Because Jordan, what do you think the worst Muppet movie is?
I mean, I know what the answer is that you're looking for. It's the Wizard of Oz.
It's the Muppet Wizard of Oz, Jordan. I just refuse to believe that any movie past this is worse than this. This is the bottom of the barrel. Now
I can't think of one.
I'm gonna say a bunch of really exceedingly mean things about this movie in about 2 seconds here. But I need to preface this with this: at its core, it's still a Muppet thing. So like, I'm still laughing. It's still funny. I'm still laughing.
In moments.
And like, there's a lot of jokes in this where like, if it weren't the Muppets saying this, I wouldn't take issue with this. It's because the Muppets are saying this. And it's funny because I said, what's wrong with this is it's too crass. And I said, the Muppets aren't crass. And you said, the Muppets are crass. And I said, no. The Muppets, that this is the era of Muppets that is crass. For whatever reason, I've learned during the mid-2000s, like 2001, when did this come out? That was bugging me the whole time I was watching this. When did this come out? I feel like this came out in 2003, 2004. But I want to know for sure. Because it will confirm what I have to say about the mid-2000s. Hold on. Shit. Goddamn fingers. Type faster. When did this come out? 2005. So 2005, I learned, was a plague on fucking culture. Because, like, for whatever reason, in the mid to early 2000s, we all decided that everything needed to be dirty and crass and aggressive. And like you're like, oh, the Muppets are crass. I'm like, no. Jim Henson era Muppets were not crass. Like, you cannot name me a comparable joke to how do the producers on Girls Gone Wild do it in any of the Muppet movies prior to this. Name me one.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily think they would come in the Muppet movies. I would expect it to come in the Muppet Show, which I know did some stuff that was.
Not that crass though. Not crass as compared to its existence in the 1970s. Yes, there are jokes in this that are like adult, that are a bit more tongue in cheek, that are a wink and a nod, that are Muppet jokes. I can't. Unfortunately, I knew this was going to happen. I can't remember any of the specific ones. I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna put them in here. But there's a couple jokes in this that are like, oh my god, that's funny. That's like there's a bit where they go to the. How much do you remember the original Wizard of Oz?
Uh, she lands in Munchkinland. She
that bit where
finds the
they
Scarecrow. She
wind up?
finds the.
Do you remember the bit where they wind up in the poppy fields and they pass out?
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. In this, that takes the form of the poppy fields are a bar now. They're a biker bar, and the Wicked Witch of the West is the leader of a biker gang, who is in charge of the monkeys. The flying monkeys are her gang members, and they're represented by different Muppets.
That makes sense.
And her assistant is this Italian guy who I don't know. He must be a Muppets Tonight character because I don't recognize him from anything. But his whole thing is he's self-aware, and he makes all these really funny self-aware jokes. There's a bit at the end when Dorothy is going home, and she's trying to find a leader for the flying monkeys, and she points at one of the characters as a monkey, and he goes, "The monkey?" And he's like, "Yeah, the monkey." It's funny. It's funny. He's got all these really funny self-aware jabs that are funny. But like, there's a joke. Pepe. I cannot stress this enough. Pepe is too horny. He's too horny, Jordan. He's too horny. So okay. Let's go back to the beginning. First thing that's interesting about this is it's not an adaptation of the movie. It's an adaptation of the book. And so there's details that are different. So like, I don't know how much you know of the original Wizard of Oz book, but the slippers are not ruby red in the book. They're silver.
Okay, that doesn't seem like that big of a difference,
It's
but
enough
okay.
of a difference, but that it's just it's different. It's big. There's a reason why they did the.
I mean, they did ruby red rose shoes in the movie because they show up better on camera.
Yeah, they show up better in color. And the witch who.
But the entire point was supposed to be that, like, I think that was a movie where, like, they painted over the panels to make it color, and ruby red was obviously just easier to paint.
There's also more witches. So the witch that gives Dorothy the slippers is not Glinda the Good Witch. You know how you're always like in Wizard of Oz, not you, but Bro, you're like, well, how come Glinda didn't tell her that if she just tapped her shoes together and said there's no place like home, she would go home? Why didn't she tell her at the beginning? That's because the witch that gives her the shoes is not Glinda. It's the Good Witch of the North. Different witch. So at the end of the story, when she's trying to figure out how to go home and the wizard is revealed to be a charlatan, they're like, you need to go to Glinda the Good Witch. She'll teach you how to get home. And so at the end of this, they go to see Glinda. Glinda is a separate character. I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. That fills in a plot hole from the original movie. Oh, okay, that makes so much sense. Yeah, one of the genius things this movie does is it has Piggy playing all of the witches. So she plays the Wicked Witch of the West, Wicked Witch of the East, the Glinda the Good Witch of the North, and she's hilarious as always. She's very funny. It's funny because in a previous thing I said Eric Jacobson has never had a bad performance as any of these characters. I was wrong. He's in this as Fozzie and he's terrible. Like his Fozzie in this is legitimately bad. Like it sounds like there's a point where they run into him and they're sitting on his tail and he's like, "Get off my tail!" and he yanks his tail away, and it's just Piggy. Like it's just Piggy. There's several points where he screams, and it's Piggy. It's Piggy's scream. He's just doing Piggy, which is interesting because I always thought he did Fozzie first, but it kind of seems like he did Piggy first. But it doesn't sound good. Yeah, there's a joke where Kermit is the scarecrow, and he's hanging off the scarecrow, and he's like, "Have you ever seen the?" He says to this crow, "Have you ever seen the movie The Passion?" And the crow's like, "No, but don't spoil the ending for me." And I was like, out loud, I went, "What the fuck? Like, who is this for?" Apparently, it was the last movie that the Jim Henson Company and Disney made together before Disney owned the Muppets outright. So it's the last thing that the Jim Henson Company did for the Muppets. And what I kind of gathered is, as much as I said, I don't think Frank Oz understands the Muppets. I don't think this might be a hot take. I don't think Jim Henson's children understand the Muppets. Like, I genuinely don't. I don't think Brian, because this was produced by both of his children, his son and his daughter. And his son went on to make. He's always like, oh, I don't think the Muppets are hard edge enough, and he went to make the Happy Fun Time Murders, which involves Muppets getting jacked off, and I think his memory of the Muppets is being an 8-year-old, a 7-year-old, whatever, 6 or 10-year-old, and being behind the scenes on the Muppet Show and watching the performers do dirty jokes as the Muppets in character. Because the thing about the Muppets is they never break character. So I think his memory is like Gonzo or Kermit saying a dirty, crass joke behind the scenes, and that's what he thinks the Muppets are. But the Muppets aren't doing a joke about dropping acid and watching The Wizard of Oz. Like, that's not the kind of humor the Muppets do. Like, I'm not saying they're for children, they're not, but they're not that crass. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they're less, NC-17 and more like PG.
Yeah, to occasionally PG-13. And when they do a PG-13, and those aren't kind of R-rated jokes. And it's made especially weird because this is a television movie for kids. Like, are the kids laughing at it? Girls going wild joke? Like, who's that for? I know I keep harping on that, but it's just emblematic of what is wrong with this movie. And then weirdly, there's a scene where out of nowhere they're about to fight the Wicked Witch of the West, and it cuts to Quentin Tarantino and Kermit in a boardroom, and Quentin Tarantino is pitching this really expensive action sequence where he's like, and then ninjas show up and there's a massive explosion and everyone's fighting each other and the cars are exploding, and Kermit's like, yeah, we can't afford that. And like, that's not. I think they wanted Michael Bay because this came out in 2005. I think they wanted Michael Bay but could only get Quentin Tarantino because, like, you've now seen enough Quentin Tarantino movies to know that, like, he doesn't do explosions. Like, Jordan, do you remember there being an explosion or like a massive explosion in Django or Glorious Bastards? Like, do you remember him being he's really more of a talkie director than he's a big action director.
Spends a lot more time talking than action, right? That's for sure.
Incorrect representation of what Quentin Tarantino movies are. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because I keep treating the Muppets as though they're actors, and I'm like, they're bad performances. Like
not their A game. Not their A game.
Not even just like the puppeteers. The puppeteers are phenomenal, and the characters are just as believable as ever. But like, I'm seeing them as I've seen Kermit and the actor Kermit play the Scarecrow, or I'm seeing the actor Fozzie playing the Cowardly Lion, and I'm like, Fozzie, not your best performance. It's not your
what
best
are you doing, Fozzie?
Right?
It's not your best work.
Like, no, your best work is probably the Muppets. Like, that was the most believable, emotional performance you've ever had, Fozzie. This is not good, Fozzie. This is not a good movie. Like, I just don't think there's a worse Muppet movie than this. Like, this was terrible. Like, this was legit a bad movie. Like, it was the kind of experience, and this happened to me twice this week, where I remember. It's funny because even you said I remember hating this as a child.
I absolutely remember
it. As a child,
teenager,
because I was 15 when this came out. I remember being off-put by this at the age of 15 watching this and not being able to articulate why. And as I was watching this, I was like, I now have the words to articulate why this is bad. Like, the Muppets are secondary characters in this. The first 10 to 12 minutes of it is just Ashante. Oh yeah, there's a point. There's a joke where Ashante...
I just remember going into this and wanting it to be Muppet Treasure Island level quality.
Exactly.
And it just wasn't.
Exactly. It's like a shittier version of that. Like no one is putting in, no one cares. None of them.
Like, I wanted a Tim Curry and I got whoever who was playing Dorothy.
It's a Ashante, who is a pop star you don't remember.
Sure.
There's a weird again, I can't, it's interesting. Disney clearly doesn't like Pepe. Like, because you'll notice that Pepe's not around. Bill Beretta, like you're like, okay, Rizzo is not there, but you're like, okay, well, they fired Steve Whitmire, so obviously, with Steve Whitmire goes Rizzo, right? Like, he performed Rizzo, but Bill Beretta still does all the classic characters, like he does Dr. Teeth and Rolf and all those guys. But you notice Pepe, who was like a major focus in the 2000s, he was he was the one doing the talk show circuit. He was the one doing interviews. You notice he's gotten shuffled all the way into the back because he's too horny. Like clearly Disney does not like that character because like there's a moment.
He's too Quagmire.
Yeah, like there's so many, like there's a bit in this where the wizard, as part of it, because Dorothy's thing in this is she wants to be famous. That's her thing. The inciting incident of this is she's trying to audition for the Muppets, and so there's a bit where the wizard puts her through his makeup machine, and she comes out and she's Kelly Osbourne, and she's like, "Oh, I would love to be Kelly Osbourne." And all the Muppets are like, "No." Like, what would you rather? You'd rather be Kelly Osbourne or Ashanti? And Pepe is like, we were thinking a bit more sexy Ashanti. That's fucking weird. It's weird to think of of a Muppet, let alone a King Prawn. It's just weird. It's not funny and it's weird. And I think there are people out there who think that who love that character, and I'm not going to try to take that away from you, but. Clearly Disney didn't like that character, and I think he pushes that pushes the envelope too far, and it just doesn't work for me. Yeah, this is the worst Muppet movie. I keep maybe Muppets in Space is worse, but I just don't believe it is.
No, it's not.
Don't believe that it is. Like maybe I think Letters to Santa is the last special they did with Disney, and maybe Letters to Santa is worse than this. I just don't see how it could be. I just don't see how it could be. Like, yeah, bad. But like not like not make me mad bad, but definitely this.
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
I remember this being bad, and I remember I've talked shit about this for years, and it's worse than I remember, and now I have the words to articulate why. and the skill and the analytical ability. To disassemble this and talk about what makes this bad, and it's a TV movie and it's not a theatrical movie, and maybe that's why the effort and the budget didn't go to this, but she has a song with them where all the Muppets sound like they're out of tune, like they all sound like they're flat, and it's weird, like because like Kermit even has worse, like sounds good when he sings, but he's flat. Like Fozzie is flat, sharp for a lot of the songs where you're like, oh, he sounds bad. It's weird, yeah, bad. Anyway, that's the Muppets Wizard of Oz. Worst Muppet movie. Also, probably the worst movie I watched this week. Just full stop.
So, my last rapid fire. So you remember earlier in the week, you were sitting on the computer. And there was that movie that I watched that when you got up, you were like, their lips look like they're off. And I was like, it's probably a foreign one that they've dubbed over.
Yeah.
And then I proceeded to watch it for like another 2 hours. And you off screen, just listening to her, were like, surely this has to almost be done.
I was
right?
like, you're still watching this?
It's called Abigail. And,
how is that possible?
And not to be confused with the Abigail movie where there's like a doll or something. But like this one came out in 2019, and it's Russian.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I think the actors are dubbing over themselves, which is why it looks more correct.
Oh,
that's my guess anyway. Because when I look at the cast, it just has the one name.
Oh, weird.
For each character, so like it doesn't like have an English voice, so maybe it has a different voice cast. I don't know, but yeah. So this is a movie which I feel like should have been better than it was, or should have been cooler than it was. Because like okay, it's described as a steampunk fantasy adventure film. Like that sounds like it should be really cool, doesn't it?
I mean, it did look steampunk. I will give it that.
I mean, sure, it did look like it.
Definitely looks
but
steampunk.
like I'm that's not my point. My point is that like it should have been cooler.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But it was just a lot of boring talking.
Yeah. It did. Sure sounded like a lot of boring talking.
basically the premise is like this government or whatever, this town, this people have been like saying that there's this illness and an epidemic going around, and they're using it to make people who have magic disappear. That's the that
I see what you did there.
ha 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 yeah. But that's what that's the basic plot of, and it's really a lot of talking and a lot of like scenes feel like they should be cooler, and it just nothing really stuck with me
No, no. But I find
with
like
this
when
one.
you're watching especially European movies, like I felt the same way about the Family Switch, where like I watched the dub of that and I was like, this is totally washing over me, and I'm not getting any of
It
this.
just didn't really do it for
Because
me.
when you see, it's hard to connect with dialogue when it doesn't look like it's coming from the person it's supposed. I don't know. Maybe that's not a thing, but at least that's what it feels like for me.
No, for me, it comes down to the dialogue because it was clearly originally in Russian. The dialogue at points feels stilted.
Yeah. Yes, it did. It sounded stilted. I could see why you would say that.
And so that's what makes it hard for me to follow.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was released by Fox 20th Century Fox CIS.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Huh. So Fox. That explains why it looks slightly more expensive. Because it did. I will say it did look kind of slightly expensive.
It just was a Russian movie that
Interesting.
Fox made
You know what it
and
makes me think
released
of? It makes me think of
in Russia.
there was this Russian movie that they made. I can't remember what it was called, but it looked really expensive, and it looked like the Avengers, and that's what this made me think of. Where it was like, this
My
looks
thing with movies
expensive.
like this, where it's like, because I've seen a number of these because of the show now, where it's like it's made in a different country and then dubbed over. Um, my thing is that except for like with the example of that one where they were playing the board game and it's the dude who's from the Da Vinci Code and Pink Panther.
Yes.
Um, usually with these,
Jean Reno.
sure. Usually with these, it seems like I don't know if these actors are well known in their respective countries. I don't recognize them,
Maybe.
but for all I know, Tinatin Dalakivshivsky is like a really famous Russian actress.
For all we know.
I have no idea. Or Eddie Marzen
For all
or-
we know.
or other names. But yeah, I don't know. This one didn't really land with me.
They did not land the plane.
Yeah, Abigail, 2019. When you go and look up Abigail, you have to type in 2019 or else you'll get the other one, which is about like the doll that comes to life.
That makes sense. Okay. So, Jordan, is that it?
Yes.
So, Jordan, this next one is funny. So you often referred to time of my life when I worked at the movie theaters. There's just a lot of movies that I watched that I would not have watched had it not been freely available to me to watch. And this next movie was an example of that, where I watched this on a lark because I had a free movie pass, and I really quite liked it. And that's Stardust. I
remember that one.
really like this movie. It's really charming. The fact that it's written by Neil Gaiman, notwithstanding.
I think I've done that on this show.
You have, yeah. It's really good.
Insert my opinions right
It's
here.
about a young man who is in love. A young man played by Daredevil, the guy who plays Daredevil. Yeah, the young man who is played by the guy who plays Daredevil. You know, the MCU?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I'm aware. I've seen the movie. I know.
He I didn't know if you knew it was the same guy who played Daredevil.
No, yeah, I know.
He is in love with a girl,
Something Cox.
and Charlie Cox.
Yeah, him.
He lives
Not to
in a
be
town.
confused with Christian Cox.
No, he lives in a town, or Courtney Cox.
That's who I meant.
No relation, I assume. He lives in a town called Wall, and his dad, when he was younger, snuck over the wall to the magical land that borders the wall, and hooks up with a princess who is captured by a witch, and he tells his girl he likes that he's going to get a star for her, and if he brings it back within a certain period of time, he will be able to marry her. And he meets the star, who's a woman, and falls in love with her. And it's a fairy tale. It's a really cute fairy tale with witches and magic, and I love the bit of
And there's the witches.
the witches who are legitimately scary, and you've got the princes who all are stuck as ghosts until
Yeah,
the
they're
new
funny.
king is-
They're funny.
They're all stuck.
And
in
you
the-
it'll cut back to them, and they'll have their comments, and they'll be like, "Oh, yeah,
yeah, I like how they're all stuck in the position in which they died, which is funny. The best character in this movie is Robert De Niro. This movie is
Oh yeah, he's the captain. Right.
He's the captain, and he is so good in this as the
I
captain.
forgot he was in that movie.
He's in this as a I guess I don't know if he's technically closeted, but I guess the movie sort of presents him as being a closeted homosexual man who is a likes dressing up in women's clothing. And is
He has to hide it from his he thinks he has to hide it from his crew.
From his crew, who all know that he's
So
gay.
they'll maintain, so he
So
can maintain their respect.
Yes, and he's so good that it's so subtle. The performance is so subtle, but it's so brilliant, and it's what made me dislike Jack. Not to go back to a previous movie, but that's what made me dislike Jackie Brown so much. Was because he is charismatic, and he has so much charisma, and it's so effortless, and it's so simple, it's so basic, and it's not over the top. Like, he could easily make this character a caricature. He could easily do a lisp and make him super fey and make him into a stereotype, and he doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He's a genuine character, and he's a genuinely believable person, and it's so well performed, and it's so good, and it's easily not my favorite Robert De Niro.
And it's not played
but
for jokes or anything
no,
either.
It's not played for laughs. No, the fact that he's just gay, it's just matter of fact. It's not played for laughs. You're right, exactly. My one criticism is he should have turned the goat. No, the scene where she turns the guy into the wife, and then the goat into her husband. Why did she not have the guy be the husband and have the goat be the wife?
Because that's the joke.
It would have made more sense to do it the other way.
Right, no, but that's the joke.
She would have been able to plan. Would have probably worked a lot better had she done it the other way.
Right, and that's where the humor comes from.
No, but she could. I'm just saying the wife could have still acted abnormal as a wife. Like,
No, but that wouldn't have been as funny.
I don't know.
The joke is that he's a man in a woman's body, Justin. That's where the humor comes from.
I don't see the humor.
I didn't say there was a lot there. I'm just saying that's where the joke is.
It just seems like it's for the one joke, so we can go, ooh, I've got boobies.
Yeah. This came out in 2000s?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, fine, yeah. No. Yeah, I don't know if they made...
Pretty on brand for the day.
I know this has a pretty definitive ending. Like, there's no... I don't know if they're made more than one of these books, but yeah, it's written by Neil Gaiman. Is there anything else that was interesting about this that I really liked?
Doesn't she and him both end up back in the sky and they're like stars together now?
They rule for 80 years, and then because he has her heart, metaphorically speaking, which makes him immortal. And then once all the kids and whatnot are all grown up, they're like, we're going to go up into the stars and live in the sky. And then that's how it ends. And then they live happily ever after. Yeah, it's a fairy tale. It's a really cute fairy tale. Like, low stakes for the most part. Like, harmless fun. Everyone in this is having a great time. Like, I don't think there's really a bad performance or a bad moment in this where I'm like, oh, this is ugh. Like, nothing that... genuinely a cute movie that, like, I love discovering gems organically. And this was one of those times. Like, this is up there. I have like a board of all the movies that I discovered accidentally, or we've discovered accidentally organically, and like this is on there. The one with John Cho, Searching, is on there. Should I just happen to find that we just happen to find this? This is really good, and I wouldn't have expected this to be good. I just watched this for a laugh. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's Stardust.
I understand. So, my first have seen. It's called Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Great movie, really like it. Came out in 2023, and it's you know what I came to realize is that I can think of off the top of my head. I think it's the only heist movie that I like.
No, that's not true. I could think of several heist movies you actually like. But, like, they're heist movies with a gimmick, which is what this is. This is a heist movie with a gimmick.
Yeah, it's a gimmick.
In fact, we're going to talk about another one that you like.
Okay. But no.
Inception.
Oh yeah, I guess the other one is my other one that I watched,
Yes.
which I guess is also technically a heist movie.
Yes, it is. Not technically.
Kind
Straight
of?
up as a heist movie.
Well, no, not really, but
They pull a heist with a plan.
yeah, and then but that's not the point of that one, which is why I wouldn't necessarily call that one a heist movie. Anyway, it's a movie where a heist happens, but it's not a heist movie, if that makes. Anyways, we're not there yet.
We'll get there.
We're talking about
Inception.
Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among
One that you
Thieves.
like.
Yeah, Inception is what I would give you. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. I really like this one insofar of the fact of like even more so than the first time I watched it, because I've now played the Baldur's Gate 3 game.
Yeah.
There's even more things that I recognize now where like, which I already recognized a lot the first time, but like when they're like, oh yeah, we can go to Baldur's Gate or we can go to Waterdeep, and I'm like, hey, I know those places. I actually recognize those names this time.
I mean, I pointed out the
There's the gelatinous cube, which is great.
The final scene,
Owlbear,
where they're in the labyrinth.
Yeah, you pointed out the people.
Did
Yeah,
you
yeah.
notice them this time?
Yeah, I did.
They're the
I
characters
did.
from the original animated Dungeons and Dragons
Cartoon.
Cartoon. Yeah, like that's I would not have picked it. It's funny because I grew up watching that show. I loved that show as a kid. So, but until I did this, I would have not picked that up. I didn't pick it up the first time.
No, that's a subtle thing that like a blink and you miss it.
So subtle.
One that I'm a little disappointed is I'm and I don't know why, but I would have. It would have been fun if like one of the groups in that scene, like if you had seen a few groups and one of the groups had been like an illusion or like a not a what's the word, reference to Vox Machina, like you don't necessarily directly say them or even necessarily have the voice actors come in, but like have a reference.
The guys from the animated series where it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Well, a walking cameo. I agree. I think that would have been fun. But I think kind of. No, I guess they were kind of pretty big at that point. Yeah, I guess
they were very big at this. At 2023,
they're such a dominant part.
I think they would have been. 2023. They would have been on campaign 3. I think at that point.
I think they're such a dominant part of the D&D pop culture space that I can't believe they're not in this in some capacity. Like not,
or at
not,
least
not,
one of them.
Not the character, not even just but like Matt Mercer or like.
Yeah,
surely,
that's kind of
Surely they could have been like.
Like he could have been like one of the Matt Mercer could have been like one of the council members like that he's talking to in the beginning or something, and that would have been fine.
I was gonna say he could be one of the zombies that they bring back to life.
That would be great too.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Like just some small little like cameo, I think would have been a lot of fun.
Great. This is. I mean, to be fair, it's hard because like the critical part of me is like, yeah, this is just Dungeons and Dragons by way of Marvel, but I like Marvel, so like. It's everything those movies are. It's quips, jokes, it's inconsistency, leaps in logic. It's the fact the character gets a portal gun because the plot needs him to get a portal gun because it needs him. To me, this is
the Dungeons and Dragons equivalent of the Mario movie. It knows exactly what it is. It doesn't pretend that it's not what it is, and it has a great time being what it is. It's got a lot of references, like spell references. It's got a lot of like. Just visual references.
It compared to like the original Dungeons and Dragons movie. The problem,
and also the finding the you say that it's bad, but to me, finding the one random magic object that you need, which is going to make your campaign easier, is peak Dungeons and Dragons.
It's a lazy solution.
Sure, but that's what makes it a Dungeons and Dragons movie, right?
There's so many.
That's what makes it work so great. Is like they're like, okay, we're going to need to think of a separate plan. Okay, well, I think I have some rope. I can toss my action. Like it's literally, it feels like you're sitting at a table where like they're all discussing this this complicated way of how they're going to do it, and he's like, "Oh, I have this magic item which can just instantly solve our problem. Let's just use this."
Lots of moments in this where the characters that's why I like Vox Machina, because Vox Machina is the same way where there's the scenes as a D&D player, former D&D player. The funniest scenes are the ones where it's the character sitting around overthinking a plan that ultimately inevitably fails. Because
Yeah.
somebody rolled badly. Like I like there's representations of a character rolling badly in that movie, and that's what makes
And
that
there's
movie
just also
funny.
just a lot of just generally
But
funny
it's a
jokes
lot
in
of
this. Like when the paladin walks off and Chris Pine is like, oh, he's coming up to a boulder. Oh, what's he gonna do? Oh, he's just climbing over the boulder. Oh, and he's just keeping going, straight line,
I like
not
that you
moving
can,
at all.
I like that you can identify what classes they are. Like obviously Chris Pine's a bard.
Yep.
I think what's her face? The girl is a barbarian.
The Valkyrie is a barbarian.
Yeah, barbarian. He's a wizard, and she is.
I believe the one guy is a sorcerer.
Yeah, I know there's a difference.
There is a difference.
And then the girl
Is a druid.
Is a druid. Yeah, because she turns into an owlbear.
Yeah. She's got a wild form. She's a druid.
Yeah, but yeah, that is cool. Like this more than the original Dungeons and Dragons movie. The problem with Dungeons and Dragons and really any fantasy based thing is there's a lot of stuff we talk about which has this problem where you run the danger of how do I represent this as being how do I represent the feeling of playing Dungeons and Dragons in a movie
without losing what makes Dungeons and Dragons Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, yeah, having this. How do I convey that this is Dungeons and Dragons without it just kind of becoming generic fantasy fare, which is what the original movie did. Like having surface level vocal references to a thing is not enough for a general audience. You need to capture the spirit of what makes it D&D, and this movie does that in spades. It's a
Absolutely,
shame. It's a shame
it does.
it didn't, but the problem is in the marketing, it looked too much like a Marvel thing. And when a thing looks like too much like a Marvel thing and it doesn't have that baked-in Marvel audience, it just struggles. And that's what happened with this.
Yeah, I think this one also kind of... I mean, I like the choices, so it works for me. But in a general sense, I think it kind of suffers a little bit from having too many famous people in it.
I think that's what makes it fun. See, that's what I was gonna say. I know that this did well. And I think this did well in China, and I think they kept going back and forth on whether or not they were going to do a sequel to this and what.
At one point, they were going to do a show.
They were going to do a show. What the follow-up to this was keeps changing. They're not sure what they're going to do. What I think they should do is anthologize this. So don't do a sequel. Don't bring back Chris Pine or not Selma Hayek. I forget. I can never remember her name, but the Valkyrie, whatever her name is, the chick from Fast and Furious.
Michelle Rodriguez.
Thank you. Don't bring back Justice Smith or any of the characters from this one. Have a whole new party, whole new one-shot with new celebrities, like famous people, and have it be like, okay, yeah, if you're gonna be like, this is Chris Pine as a bard, then the next one you bring in who's a really good famous person, who's really hot right now, who's not overly old. Oh, come on, John, help me out here. Give me something.
I don't know.
For some reason, Chris Pratt just keeps popping into my head, and I don't want to say Chris Pratt. I need someone like a male. Chris Hemsworth. He's a great.
He would work.
He would totally work. You have him come in, and now he is a barbarian, or he wouldn't be a good rogue.
Chris Hemsworth. He would be a fighter.
A great fighter. Or you bring in, I keep going for the Chris's. Bring Chris Evans, or you bring in a whole slew of a new party.
You need to have someone younger, someone newer, fresher.
Glenn Howell.
But I'm struggling.
Glenn Howell would be pretty fun rogue. He's down.
My thing is that, and this was kind of a thing where
do an anthology thing. Sorry, not to cut you off, but do an anthology thing where each movie is a one shot so this is this party's one shot. Show me another party. Don't continue. I don't need to see a follow up with Chris Pine's character.
Well, see, this is where my thing of what I would have done, and this would have been both a fun reference and it would have set up the idea of an anthology in a clever way for me, is I would have had an end credit scene. And I said this pretty much from the beginning. I maintain they should have done some version of this. But this would have been a fun way to include Matthew Mercer. Is I would have had it be where it cuts to the end of the credits and like it cuts out and it's the actors and they're all playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I think that's funny.
They're all playing Dungeons and Dragons. Matthew Mercer can be the DM. Whoever is the DM. And then in the sequel, in the sequel, you have it's a new group, new campaign, whatever. Still in the Sword Coast, so like it can start in Baldur's Gate or something. Have it be a new group, like what you've said, with the new actors, new people, and then end credit scene of that is it's the same DM, and like you pan out or whatever, it's the same DM. I would have it be Matthew Mercer because I think that's funny. And he's now got a new group of people at the table.
I've seen people say that would be too hokey, and I don't necessarily agree that it would.
It's
be
exactly the right kind of hokey for this movie.
I don't disagree. I do think it would be funny, but I did see some people be like, "That's too hokey. That's too hokey." But yeah, no, I don't think.
I think it's a great meta way to be like, yeah, it's just a new campaign.
I don't think you should have done a sequel with the characters from this. I don't. I said that out the back of them. Like, it's not necessary.
No, their story's done.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that I would, I guess, maybe, is if you did like a prequel. But no, I wouldn't. I don't. The entire point of the Dungeons and Dragons world is it's a world. It's got a lot of people in it. This feels like
it's the last session in a campaign. That's what this feels like.
So, see, that's where it's interesting you say that. For me, this feels like a module. This feels like a book where it's like they open up and so like the story is pre-generated and they've got their characters. Like this, they've got their characters that they've been playing for a while, and this is a module
I can see why
where
you
it's
would
like
say
they're
that
just
because it has a
playing
lot of like it's got the White Wizard is the final boss, and yeah, I can see why you would say that. But to me, just the way the story
it's got
plays
a clear. The reason why I say that it feels like a module is because modules, particularly back in classic Dungeons and Dragons, modules were very like a movie storyline where it's like you've got a middle, or beginning, a middle, and end. You start like in a town, and like you're guiding the players in a very specific direction. Whereas with a custom like what you and I played with Michael, for example, that's different than a module because he's thought up everything, right? Whereas
this feels like the
more by the
finale
book.
to a party who has been doing like this is the final session basically. That's what this feels like because it ends with Chris Pride's character and them having a happy ending and an epilogue for all those people, and it implies that they've had a bunch of prior adventures prior to this. So this isn't a representation of a forming of a party. I think they should do one of these where it is a representation of a forming of a party. Like I like this is again. This
Yeah,
feels like
if I was going to bring back one character from the original, if I was going to bring back one character from the original to maybe tie it together, I would bring back the girl, the daughter, the one who was a kid in the first one, and now she's like an
she's
adult.
a teenager now or an adult now, and yeah, absolutely, that can be your connection. She can be a rogue or rogue.
She's starting her own adventuring party or something.
Then it has a tenuous connection, but I generally don't think now.
If you had to bring someone back,
like,
that's kind of what I would do.
Are way too scared to do anthologies because they don't think that it's going to create a returning audience, but I think it would. Like I think that Dungeons and Dragons is a big enough world that this can be different than that. But anyway, I like that. I'm with you. I like this.
I really like this
it's
movie.
It's utter shame that it didn't do well. It is an utter shame because it is better than anyone thinks it is. Every person I've ever seen watch it be like, yeah, it's so much better than I was expecting it to be. And we said the same thing. We said this looked like it was not going to be very good, and it turned out to be quite good. So.
Yeah. I don't know. All I know is that when I watched it the first time, there was a lot of like, oh hey, it's a thing I recognize.
Yep.
Like, oh my god.
Yep,
like
same.
down to like when she does the Misty Step in the red mist, and I'm like, that's the Misty Step spell.
That's the thing that I.
Especially because at the time I was very much still in my I was playing Dungeons and Dragon period.
Yeah, I think that's Misty Step. I know Misty Step. Hey, that's an owl bear. Oh,
that's an owl bear.
That thing nearly killed our party.
And because it's officially like a Dungeons and Dragons thing, they can use all of the things. It reminds me of that
time that Jordan lost an armor class and he got really pissed off at Michael.
Like when he's got the glove on, he gets caught by the hand. That's Bigsby's hand.
Yep. That's absolutely Bigsby's hand. Yep.
But yeah, no, I like this movie.
Jordan. So, okay. This next one. When I first watched this, I'm never really much cared for this next movie, Jordan. This is Brave, the Disney Pixar movie Brave. I've never much cared for this movie, but the first time I watched it, I just was kind of like, it's disposable. It's innocuous.
It's serviceable.
It's serviceable. I don't remember it all that well, but I remember not really liking it all that much.
I know the broad strokes.
I remember thinking, but like, Jordan, I don't know. You have this experience as well, but like this has become a gift and a curse because like. I can't watch a movie now without pulling it apart, taking it apart, looking under the hood, and re-examining a thing that I already didn't like and being like, this is much worse than I remember it. Like I was taken aback by how not very good this is. Like Like I was.
Yeah, but I also feel like that's a double-edged sword sometimes now, where it's like, yeah, but now you're looking for things to make it bad.
Well, I mean, no. I'm looking to find things
You
to
already
say about
didn't.
it.
You just said you already didn't like it, and now you're looking at it with an even more critical eye, which would
No,
imply,
I didn't like it.
which would imply
No,
that you're
that's
looking
not
for
what I
things to
said.
make it
That's
worse.
not what I said. That's what you're inferring that evidently, but it's not what I said. What I said was my eye is more critical. I'm not looking for things to. I'm looking for.
Well, that's the definition of having a critical eye.
I'm looking for words to articulate what about it I didn't like, and just it's not a good movie.
That's
It's
not what you
not a
said,
good-
but okay.
Not a good movie. Like it's just not a good movie. Like number one, the fact that it takes place in Scotland is completely incidental. It has nothing to do with anything. That movie could take place literally. That movie could take place in medieval England, and it would be the same movie. It has nothing like unlike
We're gonna get people yelling at us about this.
unlike but you did say this in that I and you're right. A lot of the Disney princess movies are kind of like that, where it take place anywhere. But this particularly is in an era where Disney is trying to attach movies. Like Mulan. Mulan is intrinsically tied to China in every single way. That movie couldn't take place in any other country other than China. This isn't like that. And to be fair, Merida is an alright character. I have no issues with Merida. I've never had an issue with Merida. Like a sexist, awful person would be like, the fact that she's obstinate is fucking awful. But like, I think her character arc is good in this, and I have no issue with her.
I think her character also is a reflection. That is a reflection of her, where she is, her Scottishness, her.
But no, I don't think it is.
I think it is.
One of my issues with this is she's.
I think this is an example where you and I don't really know enough about the Scottish culture to really be able to speak on it from that angle.
I know enough about Scottish medieval. I know enough about medieval culture. And to be fair, it's not the movie's fault. This is not me holding. It's just a comment and an observation of she acts too much like a modern teen. Like I saw a lot of commentary on this on the internet about being like, well, you know, she's a as a defense of, well, she's a medieval princess from a medieval Scottish kingdom, and I'm like, yeah, but she acts too much like a modern teenager for that to be a viable excuse for behavior in a movie. Like she's a modern teenager in ancient Scottish princess clothes. But my issue is not with her. My issue is with everyone else in this movie. The worst character in this movie is the mom. The mom is awful. The mom has no character. She is not a character. She has no personality. She has no character arc. Her character arc at one point is to learn how to be a bear randomly. Like there's no setup at the beginning of the movie of it being like, I guess the idea is supposed to be Merida as like a wild child, but it's not represented in like she enjoys doing outdoorsy things, or like being an outdoorsy person, or she's like one with nature or anything like that. It's just kind of vaguely represented as she likes shooting bows and arrows, and that is an inherently masculine thing. So
it's supposed to.
Let me finish. I'll just read just real quick. I'll let you respond. But so there's a scene later on where she's a bear now, and they're doing bear things. But there's nothing earlier in the movie to facilitate this being anything. It's nothing. It's nothing. Sorry, you say your thought.
To be fair, I'm going off of memory, and it's been a long while since I watched Brave. So to take everything I say with an asterisk.
Fair enough. I would have. To be fair to you, I remembered none of this. I'm gonna be fair to you. Like this criticism is like not. It's objective.
Some of what I'm going off of is from my memory of a book, which is also Brave. So like it's parallel, but like there might be differences. But what I remember of it, basically, of what the characterization is supposed to be in the movie, is Merida is supposed to essentially be like who her mother was before her mother got married and had to be a parent and had to be a whatever.
Show that at all.
And subtext, I guess, is what it's supposed to be. I don't know, but and so like that's why like she doesn't want to get married. She doesn't want to get tied down. She doesn't want to get trapped in the life of like what her mother is. That's why Merida is the obstinate child that she is in the movie. And so I think what the intent is supposed to be when she's a bear is like her mother remembering what it was like to be who she was before she was trapped in the body of a
Yeah,
human or whatever.
I think you're conflating. I think you're conflating the book with the movie because the movie does not do that. In the movie is she just is a bear. Like, and that's the
Well,
thing.
no,
Like,
I mean in the book she doesn't turn into a bear. So
oh no, okay, fair enough. No, but I mean your characterization of she trying not to be whatever. I think you're getting that because that's certainly not the movie. Like, at least if the subtext is there, you know, I'm the guy who reads the subtext and you're not. So if I'm not picking
I
up
don't
on
know.
the subtext,
I'd have to watch it again. It's been too long since I've seen the original movie.
so much of the movie is held back from the fact that, and it's a simple fix. So much of this movie could be fixed if the bear talked. Like if the spell, because the spell is that she's slowly turning into a bear. That's the spell.
I mean, I don't even think that necessarily you need to have it be where like the bear spoke
No.
and Merida can understand her. But like I think what they could have done, or which I do agree, would have helped it and would have enhanced it, is if they had like a brother bear situation where like the mom talks and we
Yes.
can understand her, but Merida doesn't, and they have to still
the
learn
bear
how to
needs
communicate.
to talk is the point. The bear needs to talk. The fact that the bear doesn't talk, she stops being a character and she just becomes a bear. And that's all she is. She grunts, groans, and moans like a bear. She has no character arc. And then she turns back.
She like mimes and stuff.
It doesn't work because she's a bear. It
doesn't work for you.
No, but it doesn't work generally. It doesn't work.
And clearly, it works for someone.
No, because nobody remembers this movie. Nobody remembers Brave. But that's my point, though, is all of the narrative problems in this movie would be solved, and there's a ton of them, would be solved if the bear talked. All of them would be.
Right, but the reason why they can't have the bear talk is because then the bad bear that's been like the dad is against or whatever.
Hold on.
They can't have the bears talk because then the bad bear that the dad wants to kill would have talked.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the part of the plot of this is so you're really eager to defend this for some reason and you're not listening to legitimate criticism. Part of the plot of this is she starts off as she's acting like a bear and she's slowly turning into a bear. And so the idea of the spell is that the evil bear is full bear. The spell is completely taken over him and he's turned into a bear. So what you do is, and it makes the points where she's turning into a bear stronger. There's a point where she's like, there's a scene where there's a big musical number scene where she's like hunting as a bear and she's acting like a bear, which is not, again, there's nothing in her character arc that says that her acting like a bear is anything. And then she goes, yeah, Mom, we've done this thing. She pats her on the back and she turns around and she's an actual bear. So if you had her talk where Merida could understand her, and then the idea was, yeah, you're right, she's slowly learning to relate to Merida as the movie goes on. Then when she becomes full bear at the end and the dad goes to chase after her, there's an actual transformation. So then when she turns back into human, it completes a character arc. And like, to be fair, not just the mom. Every character in this movie is terrible. Like, they're all terrible. The dad's terrible. He has no character arc. All of the suitors and their dads all exist purely to be props for her. Like, they're just props. They're not characters. There's no characters in this movie except for Merida. The rest of the movie is supposed to be about this relationship between the mom and the daughter. And again, all this could be solved. Like, they do this bit where she takes off the crown and she puts it down. It could be solved that the bear could talk. And there's so many scenes where you could tell that the bear was going to talk. Like, you could tell in the writing, the way that she interacts with the bear, that the bear was going to talk. And there was going to be dialogue between them. And that would have made this a better movie. It would have made this a serviceable movie. It would have made it good. Not good, but at least better. Like that's the number one thing.
I think it's currently a serviceable film. It would have made it a good movie.
Okay, that's fair. It's not a bad movie. Like, I know I'm thinking it out. Okay, I did say it was a bad movie. It's not a bad movie.
It's serviceable.
Here's how I would put it. It's not a bad movie. It's a bad Pixar movie because it's maybe a good. It's maybe a better Illumination movie or like a pretty good Blue Sky movie, but it's not a good Pixar movie. The bar is too high.
Yeah, well, especially because like wait, when did that come out versus when did Princess and the Frog come out?
This came out after Princess and the Frog.
Okay, well then there's no excuse because yeah, Princess and the Frog had a movie where a bunch of people turned into animals and they could talk and
They can
humans
talk.
couldn't understand them.
Right, exactly. I'm not. I think that she should. I think what it should be. What it should be is, if I were to make the change, I would make it so only Merida can understand her, and that's part of the theme of the movie of the mother and the daughter not being able to understand each other. That could be
I
the irony of the spell, is that this is the only time where they understand each other,
uh,
and the driving central conflict can be that the spell is getting fucked up and she's turning into a bear and they're losing that connection. And now Merida is eager to regain this newfound connection. Boom, there, I solved it. I made the movie good.
I would make it where in terms of them being able to talk to each other, I would make it where in the beginning Merida and her can't understand each other, and it's only once they become in
Beautiful.
sync.
I love that. I love that. That's even better. I like you punched this up. I like that. That's a better idea. But like, look, I'm willing to concede. There's a floor, and this is on it for Pixar.
Yeah,
Like, this is on the
it's
floor.
certainly down. It's certainly, if it's not on the floor, for me, it's hovering near the floor.
It's the bottom of
It's
the
like
barrel.
it's like ankle height for
Yeah,
me.
it's like it's. Oh, see, that's this is, again. I think that's fair. For me, it's bottom of the barrel. Like it's bad. It's like it's bad.
Yeah,
I think the thing that I
I just
wanted
don't
to
think
go
it's
into
that
this.
bad.
The thing is, this is one of those experiences where I wanted to go into this being like, I'm wrong. I wanted to like this more, and like. I fully expect you to be like, I don't like Merida, and it's just not. I don't relate to her, but I like her and I relate to her. I don't I have a complex relationship with my mother, so I relate to her problems, and I relate to her problems as a teenager. That was my teenage life, so she's not the character I have an issue with. It's the mother. It's the fact that it did not like I would say 99% of this movie's problems would be solved if the bear talked. It's really that simple of a fix. Like if you had the bear talk. If she talked, even if she didn't like talk, but like you could hear her thoughts, and like she was then the ending of this would be a complete character arc. But she has no character arc.
Yeah, like
even
if there was a scene where even if there was a scene where like they were and I could see the writing for it, but like if there's a scene shortly after she transformed where they're both in the castle and Merida goes to do something and in the mom's head we hear her go like, oh my god, she always does this wrong, or like, oh my god, she always does this, and like Merida doesn't necessarily hear it, but we the audience hear it. I think that would add a lot.
That would be the bare minimum. My thing is I want the bear, to
see what you did there.
That would be the. Now, to wrap this up, to be fair, you always make such salient points about the Pixar movies, but then you went, I said this is probably the worst one, and then you went, yeah, but Justin, yeah, but Luca, and I went, oh, yeah. No.
I also still maintain my opinion. I still think Cars 2 is worse.
The thing is, though, just there's a difference. Like, it's
It's bad in a different way, but I just the badness is, to me is
it's an
it's worse.
equally bad Pixar movie, but I just think as a movie because Lightning McQueen has an actual as a secondary character and not the main character actually has a fulfilling character arc that leads somewhere and goes somewhere. I just think it's look. It's not much. I'm not saying it's much. I'm not saying it's a much.
Yeah, for me,
movie.
it's all going to be it's a gradient scale.
It's a gradient scale. Exactly.
And so for me,
50 Shades of Grey.
For me, the reason why Cars 2 will always be worse, I hate Mater.
You can't. The thing is, you can't convince.
There's no version of a movie with him that is better because I hate Mater. So like while the mom, no, I hate Mater. He's the worst part of the car franchise.
That is true. That is true.
So
I'm saying there's a reason why
I'm saying Cars 2. It will always be worse for me because I hate Mater and he's the main character.
Yeah, clearly the Cars franchise felt that because he becomes a secondary character in the third movie. So
he becomes less than a secondary. He becomes like a tertiary character.
So like clearly but like you could convince me that The Good Dinosaur is worse than this because it has the
there's a few
like The Good Dinosaur has kind of a similar problem where that movie is slow and dry and the human kid character has no character arc. He's not a character. He's just a prop. Like it has all the same, all the parents and they all exist to get fridged for the day. Like it's ironically similar to this and it's bottom of the barrelness. So like that I could be like, yeah, you're right, but yeah, I don't know. Somebody in the comments tell me, okay, but Cars 2 aside, if you think it's Cars 2, say Cars 2. But what is the worst Pixar movie? This is it. This is it for me. What's the worst non-Cars 2?
If I'm going classic Pixar, it's Cars 2. If I'm going modern Pixar, it's probably The Good Dinosaur.
God, The Good Dinosaur is pretty bad. There's a reason it's not called
The Great Dinosaur.
Like, I saw Brent Floss say that on Twitter once, and it was just so accurate. There's a reason it's not called The Great Dinosaur. That's it. One final thing. The only truly good thing from this movie is the song "Touch the Sky."
Yep.
That's like legit. No, that song is good. It's an absolute knee slapper. It's the only good song in this movie. The rest of the songs are serviceable. They're not very good. That song is a legit good song.
Being said, if you want a good version, like an infinitely better version of Brave, yeah, that Twisted Tales version is way better. It goes back in time. Spoiler alert. Goes back in time. Meets her past, like her parents as they were younger. The parents actually talk. It's not just a silent bear. It's a way more interesting version of the story.
I didn't even get into the witch and how I didn't care for her either. Anyway, it's too long. This has gone on too long as it is. That's Brave.
My last have seen is Now You See Me.
See, this is a heist. No, actually, no, that's not true. This one isn't so much a heist movie.
It is, but it's not.
Not really. I see why you would say it isn't, and I see why you would because they, unlike the second one is a heist movie because they plan a heist in it. I think in order for it to qualify as a technical heist movie, there needs to be.
We have to see the planning of
a
it.
Heist, exactly right. But it does have the reveal.
Otherwise, it's not a heist movie. It's just a movie where there's a heist.
My thing with this one is that
if that makes sense.
No, completely makes sense. I mean, it also doesn't really get magic all that much because when you're doing a magic trick, you don't really stand on stage after you've done the magic trick and explain to the audience how you did the magic trick. It's not really how magic works. You don't spend like an additional 5 minutes monologuing about how you did the trick.
No, that's why the Morgan Freeman character exists, so he can be there to explain the trick.
No, but I can just be fair, it's been a while since I've seen the first one, but certainly the second and third one all end with the horseman standing on stage and being like, "You're probably wondering how we got Michael Caine," and then they go through the list of how they did all the different heists throughout the movie, and they explain it beat for beat, and you're like, they wouldn't do this in an actual magic show, but it's a movie. I'll let it go.
No, they don't on stage. They don't do that. It's the Morgan Freeman who explains how they do. Like he does the whole.
That's what I'm saying. It might not happen in the first one, but it definitely happens in the second and third one.
I'm sure it does in the second one. But I'm saying in the first one. We're not talking about the second one. We're talking about the first one.
Yeah, so that's where I'm like, those ones are more heist movies than this one.
But it's got a star-studded cast.
Absolutely star-studded cast. It's one of those ones where you're like, if you're a fan of magic, it kind of is it's funny because I watched a video of
I think the second one is better for the magic aspect of it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the second one's better. The second one's my favorite, but we'll get to why the second one's my favorite in a second. But I watched a video of Penn Jillette reviewing magic tricks, and like he did, I think one of these from this, and it's the one where Jesse Eisenberg makes it stop raining, and he's like, yeah, that's impossible. You couldn't do that. There's no way to do that. Like there's some tricks in this movie that you could do, but that's one of the ones he was like, no, there's no way. Okay, here's a question for you, because when I watched the third one, I felt like I got what's the word I'm looking for? Mandela affected, because they kept calling him by a name, and it was like, I don't remember that being. What is Jesse Eisenberg's character's name? Don't look at the Wikipedia article. From memory. What's his name? What's his character's name?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't stick out in my brain enough to remember.
Oh, damn, I was hoping, because they in the third one they call him. What does it say in the Wikipedia article his name is? I remember him being Jack Atlas, but maybe that's the Dave Franco character.
Jesse Eisenberg is J. Daniel Atlas.
Yeah, I don't remember them calling him J. Daniel Atlas. I don't remember them using his middle name. But in the third one, they keep calling him J. Daniel Atlas, and I'm like, I don't remember them ever calling him. I remember them calling him Jack Atlas, which is what his name was. But what's the Dave Franco's character's name? Is he Jack Atlas? Am I getting them confused?
Dave Franco is Jack Wilder.
Jack Wilder. Yeah. I remember in the first one them calling him Jack Atlas. Not and then so in the third one they're calling him by his middle name. No. I don't remember them calling him by his middle name. But if you say they do, I'll believe you.
I wasn't. You should have said something. I wasn't looking for it.
No, it's because I just watched it this morning.
Oh. Yeah, no, I wasn't specific. I don't know. It doesn't stick out. I
Fair
wasn't
enough.
looking for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot. The fact that that's not how mentalism doesn't work like that. Not really.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's maybe a lot of just bullshit, but
But I
it's still
mean,
fun.
mentalism is funny though, because like, um,
I mean, mentalism is bullshit.
mentalism
but...
is not bullshit. That's the thing. That's the thing that like it's really fun. I was thinking about this to myself. Like mentalism, certain mentalism technique. You know the movie. Obviously, we talked about Inception, but like you can do that to people. Like if you're good at it, like it's really fun.
I mean, yeah, I've seen in the special where the people commit, or the whole thing was they convinced a guy to jump off a roof.
Yeah, it was Push by Darren Brown. Great special. That's a great special. Yeah, he did that. Yeah, he convinced a guy to push a guy off a roof.
Which is fucked.
But you can if you learn enough the most fun thing you can ever do is convince somebody that they came up with an idea. I do it to customers all the time. It's really fun. You convince them that they came up with the idea themselves. And it works all the time, and it's really fun.
Some would call that suggestive selling.
Yes, it's what it is. It is suggestive. It's using your power of suggestion, but it totally works. And like some of the techniques you use in this are totally viable. They're totally viable techniques that can work if you would walk into a particularly susceptible person. But this kind of pushes it into the unrealistic territory. But no, it is fun. It is very fun. I do think the twist that, spoiler alert, but the twist that Dylan.
Yeah, the Hulk.
Yeah, the twist that he's in on it is a little
Ruffalo.
Mark Ruffalo. It's a little loose. It's a little rough.
Yeah, well, it makes
It's not
a little
perfect.
bit confusing because like there's scenes where in the movie we've seen he was there as the FBI guy,
Right.
but then like it does the like, oh, he was in a hood and like also there as not the FBI guy in scenes where he was definitely already there as the FBI guy, and it's confusing.
They introduced because they say he's. Do they say
He's the one the guy who died's son.
Yeah, well, yeah, we find out who he is in the second one, but
we find out who he is in this one. Mark Ruffalo. We find out that he's the one magician who
Oh yeah, and he sends what's his face to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
We find out in this one that he was the one. I mean, Morgan Freeman doesn't find out. Mark Ruffalo walks away, and Morgan Freeman's like, "Why? Why?"
Right. The second one,
But like,
that does
we know.
He does know though. That's the funny because in the second one, you've seen the second one, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, in the second
A
one,
while ago.
that spoiler alert for the second one, but it's kind of important for the third one. But in the second one, you find out that he was secretly the Mark Ruffalo's dad's partner, and he's also a magician, and he's part of the secret circle or whatever that they're trying to join. Which
I know is that
this one, right? The magic circle, I think.
Yeah, the what's it called? The eye or something?
The magic eye or whatever. That's what they're trying to get into, I think.
I think the magic eye, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called, but
yeah,
I think it was like the magic
organization
eye.
that they're trying to join. I can't remember if it was in this one or in the next one that they're trying to join it. That's part of the.
No, in this one they are.
Yeah.
In the next one they're already part of it.
No, they're not part of it. They're still trying.
Yes, they are.
They're waiting.
No, the next one brings in the new group, which has the new people that are trying to get into it. But Jesse Eisenberg, what's his name? The guy who is in.
That's the third one. That's not the second one.
No.
Yeah, it is. The second one.
No.
The second one is they're waiting. They're not technically in it.
No, because the second one, the girl, Isla Fisher or whatever, is not in it, and it's a completely different group.
No, it's not a completely different group.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't know why you're arguing with me. You're wrong. It's not. It's the different group is the third one. That's what you're thinking of. And there is a new girl in the second one. And that's just because Isla Fisher doesn't come back. It starts with she goes to see Jesse Eisenberg in his apartment to try and get her to let him join, and they're all sitting around waiting to hear from the eye or whatever.
Yeah, they're awaiting orders from the eye, so they're already in it.
Right, but they're not. They're in it, but they're not in it. They're waiting to find out what their purpose is within it. They don't. It's because the
right, but they're in it.
The second one ends
is the point. At the end of this one, they join it.
Kind of. That's kind of the thing with this. one of the frustrating things in this movie. They act like they're in it in this one, and they're finally going to find out all the secrets. And then the second one's like, no, you're not actually ready to find out all the secrets. And then at the end of that one, they find out that that Morgan Freeman is in it, and the owner of the shop is in it, and whatever. And then, yeah, that's the second one. But it's sort of, yeah, they do wind up in it, but they're not part of it. It's hard to explain. But yes, they do technically join it at the end of this, technically.
Yeah. Had a budget 75 million, box office 351.7 million.
Right. There's a reason they made it.
It did good. There's a reason why there's a second one.
The second one's the best one, by the way. The second one's the best one because it has Daniel Radcliffe, and he is the bad guy in it, and he's great. I don't know if it's I can't remember if it's a twist or not, but he is the son of, or the illegitimate son of the Michael Caine character from this one.
Yes.
That is the big
good movie. I enjoyed it. Had a good time.
Yeah. That's a great transition, Jordan. Into now. It's funny. Every time I went to look this up, I would type in as "Now You Three Me." And it very much brought up this. This is "Now You Three Me." This is "Now You See Me, Now You Don't." And this is the third one. And this one does that annoying Hollywood movie thing that I've noticed that movies do recently, where it's the sequel to a movie that we never saw. So like this is more like the fourth one, and we never saw the actual third one, because so it cuts to 10 years later. Well, I guess it technically has been 10 years later, because apparently the second one came out in 2016, but it's been 10 years, and the Horsemen have disappeared, and it opens with it looks like they've come back after 10 years, and this is the one where it introduces a new group, and it's two people who you don't know, and it's Justice Smith, who is the sorcerer from.
So, I will say, because this is one that I do want to watch. I'm not gonna give away
Don't
give away any big spoilers.
No, I'm not. There is a big one I won't give away, because I won't give away. All I will say is, okay, here's the thing: it's a Now You See Me movie. So there's a twist coming. I won't tell you what the twist is.
I don't want to.
I will tell you that I think it's a stupid twist, and I hated it. I was expecting the twist to be more clever because it was a Now You See Me movie, but I won't tell you what the twist is. I will tell you the one kind of sort of spoiler I'll give you. I'm gonna tell you. It's not a major one, because it's revealed early on, and he's in none of the marketing. So I don't feel bad telling you that Mark Ruffalo's not in this. If you're expecting Mark Ruffalo to show up in this, he doesn't.
Good to know. He's too busy doing Hulk now.
Right. Their reasoning for it. It feels like, so they've all broken up, and all those horsemen are broken up, and they hate each other, and some force, seemingly the Eye or whatever, is bringing them all back together to do one big heist. And they go from being the four horsemen to being now they're just the horsemen. And there's a bunch of twists and turns and a bunch of reveals that are fun. They're fun. This one a bit more kind of bothered me, because it was a bit more of the thing I liked about the inside, or the Now You See Me movies, is they don't tell you how they've done the trick until after they've done it. So you see it happening, and you see all this impossible stuff happen, and you don't see the behind the scenes stuff they've done to make it happen until the end. This, as the stuff is happening, it cuts to the people doing banter, and it kind of takes away the mysticism of seeing these kind of impressive tricks, where you're like, okay, yeah, this is an impressive thing that you're doing. I wish I didn't see the guy in the ski mask doing this. I wish I didn't see the strings, as it were. But they say early on, they're like, oh, the horsemen broke. We did go off and do a bunch of adventures for the Eye, but we did one where we were supposed to take down this Russian gangster or whatever, and it went wrong, and Dylan got captured, and he's now stuck and trapped in a Russian prison, and that's it. He's not in the rest of the movie.
That's Dylan is the Jesse Eisenberg or the Ruffalo?
That's the Mark Ruffalo character.
Oh, okay.
So they're like, he's just in a Russian prison. That's where he is.
And we, the very successful people who have done a lot of things haven't tried to rescue him at all.
They just broke up. They broke up as a result of it. And
I believe Jesse Eisenberg would do that.
I kind of. I mean, they make the case in this movie that he wouldn't do that, but there's a couple of really cool scenes. Like, as a person who loves magic, there's a couple of scenes where there's one where they're doing what I can only describe as I'm gonna call it a wizard's duel because I can't think of a funnier name. But it's basically they're doing a competition where they're trying to one up each other by doing tricks to each other, and they look legit. Like unlike some of the tricks in this, like I saw one where or the second one where they're trying to sneak the card through. I've seen a bunch of videos of people being like, that's legit cardistry. Like Dave Franco actually learned legit cardistry for this role, so he knows actual legit cardistry. So there's a couple of sleight of hand tricks that they do that I'm like, that looks real. Like, that looks legit. It looks like they actually did it. Like, that's impressive. That's cool. Like, that's really neat. I really want to see...
Yeah, Jesse Eisenberg, I know, learned some magic because he did it in an interview.
Yeah, and he showed up on an episode of Fool Us as well, yeah, to promote, I think, this movie.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's cool.
Either this one or the second one. But, yeah, so I know that they all know a little bit of it. But it was cool. I was like, oh, I wonder how real... I wonder how much of this is legit sleight of hand or how much of this is movie trickery. And that's cool. I like that. That's a neat... That's a neat... thing. What was the other thing that bugged me? Oh, the other thing I was kind of neat. They bring back the girl from the first one. Oh, that was the thing that was annoying and slightly sexist. Was they bring back the girl from the first one, and they've all been brought into this, and she's like, it was revealed that she left because she had 2 kids and got married, and that's why she wasn't in the second one. And moderate spoiler, depending on how much you care about the girl from the second one. Do you care about the girl from the second one?
Yeah, I don't know, a little bit, I guess. I don't know.
She basically is not in this, and there's a service lip line to where what's his face?
She's pregnant or something?
No, the Mentalist.
Yeah, Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson, thank you. He's like, what happened to Lula? And he's like, she's not around anymore. And I'm like,
First, I was able to think of that.
Yeah, I know, me too. I'm like, I guess she isn't in this one. And then she shows up later, and her and the other girl from the first one know each other. And the guy's like, how do you know each other? And she's like, we're girl magicians. There's not a lot of us. We are all friends. And I'm like, that's kind of sexist. The implication that there's not girl magicians. There's lots of girl magicians.
I don't know. Maybe there isn't.
There is. There's a ton of girl magicians.
Are there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're not as prevalent as the male magicians.
Because the only one that really comes to mind for me is Lucy Darling.
She's a girl magician. I mean, there are. I couldn't tell you them by name, but I'm just not fanatical about female.
Well, that
magicians.
kind of proves the point of the movie, then.
The sure implication is there's like 10 of them. There's a few. There's enough that there's like, I'd say there's hundreds. I don't know. I thought it was kind of a sexist implication. I was like, there's plenty of female magicians. Anything else I can say without spoiling the ending? I don't want to spoil the ending. No, yeah.
Did you like it?
I did.
Was it better than the second?
No, it's not.
Was it better than the first?
Oh, that was Rosamund Pike is in this.
Was it better than the first?
No,
No. You're not giving me high hopes for this, then.
I don't know. I would say it's of relative quality, I guess, is how...
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's worse. No, maybe, because I just don't think Rosamund Pike is the bad guy, and she's not Michael Caine or Daniel Radcliffe.
That's fair.
The best one's the second one, and that's just because Daniel Radcliffe is like an oozing ball of charisma, and like he carries that movie. And the second one also has a lot of really like, that's just not how mentalism works moments that pulled you out of it. One of the moments I like in this is Woody Harrelson goes to hypnotize a guy and it doesn't work, and he's like, not everyone is susceptible, and I like that.
That's a nice touch.
That's a nice touch, because he's right. It doesn't always work. It doesn't work with everybody. You have
to believe that it can work.
Yeah, exactly.
Is one thing
for it to work. Yeah, certain people are just more naturally susceptible than others. But like basic mentalism, like hypnotizing people, no. But like basic mentalism, yeah, you can absolutely learn mentalism techniques.
Well, I mean, basic mentalism is just being intuitive. Really.
And reading people and being able to. But it's funny because you're an intuitive person, right? You're like, oh, that's easy, but it's not. It's not easy. It's not easy for everybody. Like, it's easy for you because you're an intuitive person. It's easy for me.
Some people are more intuitive than others. This is true.
Yeah, and so it's like, yeah, no, the idea of like I do.
I'm
it
just
all the
saying
time.
that
It's fun. It's a
I'm
fun
just
thing
saying
do.
to me that's not like magic in like the way of like making a card disappear and appear across the
Well,
room
I mean, it can
and having
appear
me
as
go like,
such.
how the hell did you manage to do that? To me, that's just it's a skill. It's
Having
just something
well,
you can
yeah,
either do or you can't do.
My pushback to that is making a thing appear in a possible location is also a skill that you can learn and that you can teach and that you can practice. So
Sure, but to me, again, there's
having
there's a
information you
direct
shouldn't is
there's
equally as
a direct
impressive.
delineation between the two in terms of magic.
Oh, I think what your thing is, and I don't disagree, is mentalism is not visually interesting, and that's
Yeah,
the
it
thing.
doesn't.
Penn and Teller to bring this full circle. Penn and Teller say a similar thing where they're like
Like I guess for me, like because I'm obviously aware that like magic. I mean, insofar of the magic that we're seeing on stage, maybe magic is real, but insofar of the
magic
magic that
isn't
we're
real.
seeing on
Yeah,
magic, the magic that they're doing is not real. None of it is real.
no,
So it's like, yeah, mentalism is impressive in its own way, but it's not magic in the way of like
I don't think
cutting a
that's.
guy in half.
To be fair,
It doesn't have it doesn't have the showmanship.
that's just it, and that Penn and Teller often say that on Full House, where like it's hard to make a mentalism trick visually exciting because you just can't. Like it's not going to be as visually exciting as
Like,
making a
yeah,
coin
you're
disappear
guessing, you
seemingly
can guess
from
what I'm
nowhere.
thinking, and that's creepy, but to me, that just is like, you're just smart and
Right.
intuitive.
And then to be fair, you have your 21st century cynicism to a person in like the 15th century, for example.
Sure,
That would
yeah.
be a feat of mysticism, right? So like, yeah, you're right. I don't disagree. To me,
It's not,
the
to me,
most-
it's just, it's not magic in the same way.
Nothing will blow my mind in the same way as like a coin matrix will, a good coin matrix will, or a good coin magic, or a good torn restore will blow my mind every time, or like an impossible location will blow my mind
Yeah.
every single time.
I guess for me, the reason why mentalism is less impressive, um, and you're right, maybe this is just because I'm smart, but is because like I get how it works.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
it's hard to do, and you have to be really good at it. But like I conceptually understand it, whereas a lot of those like
Yeah,
the
that's
really
fair.
fancy magic tricks, I can't even begin to like. There's times where it's like I understand in theory, but like how?
Right?
How are
Yeah,
they
yeah. No,
doing
no,
it?
no,
And I
no, no.
can't wrap my brain around it.
A good
And to me,
coin.
that makes it magic.
Like you could tell me that sleight of hand, and I'm still like, okay,
But like, okay, I know that at some point he's like shifting it and moving it around in a way where he's moving. I understand that up here, but like, how? How is he doing? Whereas with mentalism, it's like, okay, from an early point, he's guiding the conversation, he's leading you toward the answer that he wants, he's pushing you in that direction.
Yeah.
I get how that works.
Yep.
And it makes it less magical.
One of the things I want to mention before we wrap up the now you three me is I meant to mention this during the Prestige, but I've completely forgot. There's a moment in this where they're looking at old timey magicians on camera doing tricks, and one of the tricks that they see him doing is a bullet catch, and
Aren't those dangerous?
well, that's what's so funny is like. Yes. Not the trick itself. Not the trick itself. Everyone always says the bullet catch is really dangerous, and the reason why the bullet catch is really dangerous. Okay, so I'm gonna ruin how to do a bullet catch. And to be fair, I don't know if it's the same every time, but I'm gonna reveal one of the methods of how to do a bullet catch. They actually show you in the Prestige how to do a bullet catch. There's a moment where he has his wife or girlfriend or assistant shoot him, and he catches it, and he explains how it's done. And how you do a bullet catch is there's
a blank, right?
There's a blank. There's nothing in the actual gun, and you just palm a bullet and you pretend to catch it, and that's it. Nice and simple. But the danger becomes is not in the trick itself because the gun is gimmicked, so it actually can't hurt you. The danger becomes if you get an over enthusiastic or an overly naive or gullible, believable mark or audience member who thinks it's real. They put an actual bullet in and they shoot you with it, and that's how I think not Houdini, but there's a particularly famous movie. Oh, it was There's a magician in the Prestige who is an Asian man who spoke Chinese his whole life and pretended he was a Chinaman who was an American. He never set foot in China. His famous last words are, "Oh, I've been shot," because someone put a real bullet in a bullet catch, and he was famous for doing a bullet catch. So they shot him right in the, yeah.
And that's why. That's also why Penn and Teller are able to do the one where they do the bullet catch, but they do it in his teeth, is because Teller never speaks and doesn't open his mouth. Early in the show, obviously he can hide that somewhere on his person or in his mouth even, and he doesn't speak, he doesn't open his mouth, so he keeps his mouth shut around the bullet until they do the thing, then he opens it and shows the bullet that's in there, which was probably in there the whole show.
No, I cannot say, but he definitely, yes, the not talking definitely helps. Because, yeah, it's a signed bullet, so he wouldn't have had it from the beginning of the show. In his case, it's a signed bullet. But, yes, but Penn and Teller are great because they make it clear that there's no real danger. Like, he's not actually going to shoot him. There's nothing. Something can go wrong, but the likelihood of it happening is very, very low. But, yeah. I have one more magic thing to talk about. But, yeah, that's Now You Three Me. Now You Three Me.
Okay, so now we're moving on to have not scenes. So, the earlier I mentioned movies that were based on books, which feel like they're missing things, context from the books. I have two more examples, which are my next two movies. The first one is Neverending Story.
Yeah, I know this one's particularly
which is based on a book called The Neverending Story. And there is actually two sequels to this.
Yes, there are.
The second movie is actually the second half of the book of the original Neverending Story book.
And isn't the book because the
book is German?
Oh, interesting.
Originally,
I didn't know that because correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the movie it's a kid reading a book, but the book isn't.
He's reading. I haven't actually gone and read what the actual book is. I just know that it was originally written by a German.
Interesting. Because unlike the Princess Bride,
it was called
confuse this with the Princess Bride.
Die Unendliche Geist. I can't even pronounce it. But
the reason I ask is because I remember I confused this with the Princess Bride, and I know the narrative device of it's a person reading a book. That is, I believe, from the Princess Bride book. That's taken from the book. I think the narrative bit of it's a kid reading a book. I think that was added for the movie, but I'm not confident enough to say with any conviction.
I'm not sure, and I don't want to go and read through an entire book Wikipedia to figure out what the differences are.
Fair enough.
What I can say is in this version, he's a kid who's getting bullied. He goes into a store. Bookstore owner is reading the book, and the kid steals the book, and then he's reading the book, and it gets a little esoteric and weird, and kind of confusing, which is where I'm like, I feel like in the book it's explained more, or like there's more details, or like there's something to it that makes it make more sense, because like it's so in the movie. It's the kid who's I don't remember the character's name, so we'll call him Bob, and he's reading the book, and it's about the land of Fantasia, and the land of Fantasia is slowly being destroyed by like the darkness or the whatever it's called, which is like supposed to be like a metaphorical allusion to like depression and like loss of imagination and stuff like that.
Yep.
And so
it's meant to be a much darker. The book is a much darker story.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so as he's reading the book, they keep making like the kid in the story is played by the same actor, but like he's a different character.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then like there's a point where like the character in the book. So it's like the idea is supposed to be, and this is where it gets weird. So the idea is supposed to be it's a never-ending story. So there's a point in the book, or in the book that the kid is reading, where the kid in the story, who is like a hunter or whatever, is going through all these trials to get to this MacGuffin character that he needs to reach for reasons, and he has to look into a mirror to see the character in the book. I'm gonna have to give you names because this gets confusing otherwise. At least I think they're played by the same person. Maybe they're not.
That would
No, they're
offer.
not.
Oh, okay.
They're
I was gonna say
not.
that would offer some form of a connection because, as far as I remember reading about this, like the narrative of the kid reading the book and the book itself are like completely, really disconnected from each other. It's just
So yeah, it is for the most part until it gets to like near the end. So the kid in the story is called Atreyu, and the kid that's reading the book is called Bastion.
right.
Just for make this easier. So Atreyu in the story, like his entire thing that he's doing is he's going on the journey to stop the darkness or the nothing. It's called the nothing. That's what it was. The nothing. To stop the nothing, which is slowly destroying Fantasia. So he goes like to the ends of the earth, loses his horse along the way, in the swamp of sadness or whatever.
Yeah. Apparently that seems really traumatic.
I can see how it would be for a child. So meanwhile, it keeps cutting back to Bastion, who's reading the story, and like there's things where like things happen in the thing where like it makes references to the fact that he's reading a story, and he's like, what? Like they can't be talking about me, or they can't be talking about this, or blah blah blah, right? And so it gets to a point near the end where Bastion or Atreyu has failed his mission and is back at the palace because the luck dragon Falcor or whatever brings him back to the palace that he started off at.
Falcor?
He's a wish dragon.
He's a wish dragon. So do you wish on him, or is he a result of a wish?
I think you wish on him, like he grants your wishes.
All right. Okay.
I say that because of the ending.
All right. Okay.
But so it gets to the point where the Atreyu is back at the palace. There's the little child girl who's like an adult but not an adult, who gave him the mission in the first place. And she's like, and this is where it gets particularly weird and esoteric, where she's like, there's another, like you needed basically Atreyu in order to save Fantasia.
Are you saying that they do the kid goes to the magical land thing at the end of the? Oh yeah, that makes sense.
No, kind of, but not really. It's even more esoteric than that. Let me just.
I just feel like you're not using the word esoteric right.
Maybe not, but just listen and you'll get it, and you won't.
Just don't feel like I'm
okay. So basically, Atreyu needed to find a human child to name she's the childlike empress who needs to be given a new name by a human child, and once she is given a new name, Fantasia will be restored and saved, right? Atreyu is, I guess, not a human child for some reason.
So this sounds
and
meanwhile,
convoluted. This is all in the book that Bastion is reading, but it keeps cutting between the scene in the book and Bastion reading the book, and like
that's bad.
And it is, but it's not. Like it's confused. It's good up until this point is kind of how I would word it, and then this gets really convoluted. Is this what it's like? And this is where I say. This is what I say. Like it feels like if I read the book, it would make more sense.
Oh yeah, because it sounds like you're. Well, you said it. You said that this movie is half of a book, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like, okay,
so basically,
just put a pause.
The Empress needs to be given a new name by a human child, and so it keeps cutting back to Bastion, and like she's like talking to Bastion, where she's like I know you're there. I need you to give me a name, and he's like, meanwhile, he's like reading the book, and then he's like in a corner or whatever. You're like, no, she can't be talking about me. It can't be real. It can't be. It's just a story. It's all made up. And like it keeps cutting back and then Atreyu, and meanwhile like Fantasia is being destroyed around them, and the palace is all being destroyed, and Atreyu is like, what's going on? Like, what do you mean we need a human child? What do you mean he's here among us? She's like, well, like there's a story, like he's reading us like our adventure, which is a story, but like even beyond that, there are people that are watching Bastion, and like they're talking about us, the audience.
Okay,
and she's
that's
like,
weird.
And she's like, it's the never-ending story. Like each layer has a layer where it's a layer above them where they're being watched by the person, and that's what Fantasia is. It's the human consciousness and the human imagination, and it's this really
Jordan,
weird, like,
Jordan,
what is going on?
What are you doing? I now have to watch this fucking weird sounding movie. What
So then Bastion names her Moonchild, which he names her after his dead mom, who was a hippie, who was called Moonchild. And so then, and this is where I got really confused, and like,
You're just now getting confused?
Well, even more confused.
This is the moment where I got confused.
More
this was
confused.
The moment.
More confused, if you prefer.
How is that possible? I'm already confused.
So, okay, then, so everything is destroyed. Atreyu is knocked unconscious. It looks like everything has been destroyed, even though Bastion gave the gave the name. It's like, oh, it looks like he's appeared.
I thought you were gonna be like
too long.
Bastion gave him the Noid. I'm like, the Noid, like the dog.
No. And so, yeah, it gets. I'm reading this and it's confusing to me, but like, so the Empress presents Bastion with a grain of sand, which is the last remnant of Fantasia, and then she tells him to. I'm just reading this because I don't even understand it, but like, so she gives him the grain and is like, he has the power to bring Fantasia back with his imagination, and then he does. And he's suddenly flying on Falcor's back to see the land, and that's the scene where we have the little kid from the real world. He's like, and he's on Falcor, and then it cuts to the real world because he's like, Falcor is like, what's your next wish? And it cuts to the real world, and now on Falcor's back, he's riding Falcor and he's chasing the bullies that bullied him at the beginning of the movie, and he like chases them into the dumpster, and then it films, and the film narrates that Bastion had many more wishes and adventures before returning to the ordinary world, which then obviously I'm guessing is the second half of the book. Yeah, maybe.
What would you prefer though, right? Like a more detailed.
And then the second movie, covers that second half of the book.
Like
so I'm gonna have to watch the second one.
More detailed, faithful adaptation of half of a book, or would you rather they do a more truncated adaptation of the whole book?
Being that I never read the original book, I'm not sure. I know like there was a lot of like the point where Atreyu was going through all the different tests. He went through like 2 tests, and I'm guessing in the book there's several.
I'm guessing.
Like there's probably a whole bunch of other tests
the 80s and
that
90s
he had to go through that we just didn't see.
The 80s and 90s were not afraid to be like the 80s and 90s were not afraid to be like, well, we're just going to do half of a book, and then if we get a second one, we'll do the rest of the book. Like, we would never do that now. Never. You would never do that now. Can you imagine if they made Harry Potter, they only did half of Harry Potter? Like, they would never.
Most of the cast here are not worth I don't think either of us would really know them, but there is one particular person who I was like, wait, any relation to such and such last name related to this person? So Falcor and a couple, like some other characters, but most importantly Falcor, the Wish Dragon, is played by Alan Oppenheimer, third cousin to Jay Oppenheimer, the one who made the bomb.
God, really?
Yep.
Huh. I wonder if he was the black. I wonder which one of them was the black sheep of the family.
Well, I don't know if we'll ever know. But this one was a Wish Dragon and Gamork.
Can you imagine being at a barbecue or party being like, you want to know what my cousin did?
Gamork is the interesting, really. He was the anyway, it doesn't matter.
You think I made a bad, I'm sorry. Can you imagine at part like, well, you were the silly Wish Dragon from that silly fantasy movie? Yeah. You want to know what my cousin did?
Apparently, I guess on the original cover of the book, Falcor was was lion-like rather, instead of what he is in the movie, where he's more dog-like.
That makes sense.
I don't know. There's things in this movie to like. Mostly the song.
It
But
feels like the kind of movie where you go, I didn't really like this very much, and then someone goes, but I loved that movie, and you're like, yeah, how old were you when you watch it? And then they say 8, and then you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
yeah,
It just
it's
has that kind of short
I
circuit.
don't
Is a
know.
lot like that for me, where it's like, I remember this movie being good.
I just don't know. It just gets really confusing,
Sure sounds like it.
particularly near the end. Um,
The
but
what?
I'm gonna have to watch. Oh wow, it came out in 1990. I'm gonna have to watch the sequel.
And then inevitably the third one.
No, that one is apparently in a completely original story.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
I need to finish the actual story
That
of the
makes sense.
never-ending story.
The never-ending
But yeah, no, the
story.
third one, the never-ending story 3, apparently had an original plot. It wasn't based on the book at all.
Oh, Jordan, is that it?
Yeah.
Is it finally at the end? Is the never-ending story finally ending?
Um, yeah, I mean, it being a German one is interesting to me, though.
Dream a little dream, dream with me, and dream that you can see. Make believe a wish is. Is that it?
I already said yes.
Of a never.
Although apparently in 2009 there was the early stages of making a adaptation of the novel.
It surprised me. Jordan, my final thing
I couldn't get
Of the
those
week.
threads to the story.
is a movie starring Edward Norton and
Apparently there was a TV show.
Edward Norton. My next thing, Jordan, is a movie starring Edward Norton and Paul Giamatti. It's called The Illusionist. And funny thing about this movie is it came out in 2006, the same year as The Prestige, and it was you could watch one of two movies, Jordan. You could watch The Prestige, or you can watch The Illusionist, and everyone just assumed they were the same movie because because they both involve magic. But this takes place in 1989, and Edward Norton plays the magician Eisenheim, and it takes place in the turn of the century Vienna. There is the monarchy, king and queen. And it's really funny because when I was watching this, it kind of unrelated thought made me be like, man, really only like 3 monarchies survive. Like there used to be so many more monarchies, and really the only one that survived modern times is the English one and the Japanese one, and I cannot think of another country that has a strict monarchy other than those two.
I mean, there might be some in like the Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I guess that
Because
is.
doesn't Saudi Arabia technically have a prince?
Oh yeah, you guys technically have a crown prince. That is, I suppose, true.
But I mean, if you mean in like the Western or the Eastern, the European sense, then no, I don't necessarily
But
think so.
this starts off. Edward Norton is doing magic, and he's doing and this also takes place in like the same time as The Prestige does, where people think that magic is real, and he's doing magic where he is bringing dead people back from the dead. He's doing seances and making it look like he's bringing people back from the dead, and he gets arrested by the head chief of the police, who is played by Paul Giamatti. And he goes back and he does a huge flashback about his life, where he's in love. He has a childhood friend who he's in love with, who is a girl played by I can't remember who, but it doesn't matter. And they get separated, and he gets really into magic, and he becomes a really successful magician. And like I like this movie because all of his magic tricks, like he explains all of them, and they're all believably technically possible. I think I saw a trick from this movie where I think it was another, might have been another magician, but it also might have still been that same Penn Jillette video. But I saw a magician react to this movie, and they're like, yeah, all these tricks are possible, like you can do them, which I like that attention to detail. But he is in love with this woman who is set to be married to the crown prince, and the crown prince is awful. And one guy is like, yeah, he likes to have boxing matches with his girls, basically with his women. And the one he got into such a rough boxing match with her that he tossed her down a flight of stairs in order to.
That's a nice way of putting a terrible thing.
Yeah, he tossed a woman down a flight of stairs to cover up the fact that he had hit her. And so it looks like him and the girl, Edward Norton and the girl hook up, and it seems as though the girl is about to leave the prince, and it looks like he killed her. Like he stabbed her. They find her body, and she's been stabbed, and she's dead. I am going to spoil the shit out of this movie because there's no universe where I think you're going to watch this. But so as the movie goes on, it's sort of unpackaging the Edward Norton character's life, and Paul Giamatti is doing they're both doing terrible accents. Edward Norton has this terrible Vietnamese accent that sounds really fake and put on. Paul Giamatti is basically doing his best Russell Crowe. He's doing his best Russell Crowe English accent. So you know how he sounds in I am prisoner 246. Yeah. He's doing that. He's puffing out his chest and he's talking like this. Yeah, absolutely. He's doing his best Russell Crowe. It's hilarious. It's one of the worst accents I've ever heard. The performance is good and there's some fun moments, but it's awful. But the Edward Norton is at the police and being like, the crown prince clearly killed her. He clearly killed her. He's killed before and he'll kill again, basically. But it's so like he doth protest too much in such a way that it's like he's too insistent that the prince did it. So it just like, yeah, no, he clearly definitely framed the prince. Like that's what's happening here. Like it's just really obvious. You're not hiding this very well. But anyway, so the Paul Giamatti character, he is really loyal to the prince because the prince has offered to promote him to chief of police and then eventually some sort of politician, some sort of position of power, if he turns a blind eye to the prince's coup. Basically, the prince wants to do a coup, kill his elderly
a bloody coup.
Yeah, pretty well, yeah. And he wants to kill his elderly father and
the only kind of coup worth doing.
Yeah, I should have said, is there any other kind? And as they're investigating this death, and it's kind of looking more and more like the prince did this, the Paul Giamatti's character has become more and more disillusioned, and he eventually confronts him, and the prince basically reveals that he's a bad guy and it would be bad for him to be king, what have you, and he gets arrested by the king's he's about to get arrested by the king's police and king's guard or whatever, and basically be I can't remember the term, but have his prince-ness stripped from him. He blows his brains out, shoots himself
dethroned,
something like that. There's vacated. I can't remember. There's an actual term for it. But he kills himself, and they're like, well, we're gonna have to figure out what this is or whatever. And he's at this train station, and it seems as though for some reason he's had to quit being the police chief. I don't really fully understand why. The ending was confusing. So then he's leaving, and a kid walks up and hands him a book. And earlier in the movie, Paul Giamatti, he's really into Edward Norton. He's like, oh, I'm really impressed. I know how you do your tricks, but that doesn't make it any less impressive. You know, like we say. And a trick that Edward Norton has is
he's basically like, yo, dog, mad respect for the magic you be putting down. I know how it's done in theory, but I don't actually know how you're doing it, yo.
There's a point where he's like, do a trick for me, basically.
Like that.
Exactly like that. There's a point where he's like, do a trick for me. And he's like, okay, hold this in your hand and hold it up like this. And I'm going to turn my back and I'm going to tell you which hand. I think it's a ball. He's like, hold the ball and I'm going to turn my back. And then when I turn around, I'm going to guess which hand it is. And he's like, oh, it's the left hand. He's like, how did you know that? He's like, well, you can, or he's like, you have to tell me how you did it. He's like, well, when you hold your hand up, all the blood rushes down. So you can tell based on the fact that this hand is more flush. And you can tell there's a visual cue. It's a really boring answer. And so he has a trick where he makes I want to say an orange tree, some kind of fruit tree, grow out of a potted plant, seemingly impossibly. And so the movie, he's like, "How do you do that?" And he's like, I can't trade secrets. I can't tell you how I do it. The magician never reveals his secrets." And then throughout the movie, at one point, he brings, he seemingly brings the girl back from the dead. She's a ghost, and she's like, "The prince killed me," or whatever. And
She was never dead to begin with.
And he's like, how are you doing this? How are you bringing dead people back? And he starts to believe legitimately. He's like, "I don't know if you're faking it. I don't know how you're doing it, but you need to stop bringing her back to life because it's making the prince angry and he wants me to go after you. Like, you need to stop this. I don't know how you're doing this, but you need to stop this." And so then Prince, stop the prince. We've stopped the prince. A kid comes up to him. The kid that Edward Norton, I think is supposed to be the kid he had brought back to life earlier, hands him the notebook on how to make the orange tree grow, and you see all the diagrams that it's this mechanical device that basically makes an already grown tree rise up out of the pot. And you're like, "Oh, how do you do this?" And whatever. And he sees that Edward Norton is booking it, and he eventually catches up with him, and he sees Edward Norton get into a train with the girl, and yeah, it turns out that the girl faked her death, and that Edward Norton had helped her fake her death in order to help her escape from the clutches of the prince. And it's actually a pretty good twist. It's a pretty solid twist. The mystery's pretty good. The performances are pretty good. Of the two magician movies that came out that year, I definitely think The Prestige is probably a better and more interesting movie. Like, but to be fair, I'm not. Like, The Prestige wasn't. It was about the professional relationship between two men. It wasn't a romantic relationship. I'm not a big romantic guy in terms of movies. Those never really do anything for me. So, like, that element of this didn't really. So,
wow, you?
No, and Edward Norton has this horrid Eastern European Vienna accent that just sounds bad. I tried to look it up, and everyone said it sounds good, and I just disagree. And Paul Giamatti's accent also terrible. But again, performances are all right. He's pretty good in this. Like, I saw a review of it that was like, he's really good as a guy who he fundamentally wants to be supportive of Edward Norton, but he's conflicted with his sense of duty, and you absolutely sense that conflict throughout the performance, and it really works. And if you're into magic-based movies, this is one of the better ones. I don't know, there's another movie called The Illusionist that's an animated French movie that I just feel probably isn't as good as this.
I understand.
I'm surprised you didn't pick that one. Is it because it was in French?
I think you picked this one.
No, I suggested you. I said there's the animated one, The Illusionist. It's an animated movie.
Oh, I must have forgotten about it.
It's fine. I think I said it was in French, and then you didn't respond to that, and then I just assumed you didn't watch it because it was in French.
We'll go with that. That sounds like as good of a reason as any.
It technically lost to. I think it came out the same year as Brave. I think it lost to Brave. But anyway, I hear it's good. Anyway, that is The Illusionist. That's my final movie of the week. Jordan, what's your final movie? What's the final movie? What are we doing? Final movie.
So my final one was another example of this was a book series that I feel like is missing a lot of details in the movie.
This one I do know. I do know that. It's funny enough. I've never read the thing you're about to say, but I am actually kind of familiar with it, and I know that this movie really butchers it.
Yeah, well, it feels like even more than the Harry Potter. It feels like the Percy Jackson scenario where it's butchered in a lot of ways. It
wants to be Harry Potter.
But this is bearing the lead. This is the Spiderwick Chronicles, which I was sorry, but I was skimming through the thing, and I saw they did actually make a Disney had originally been working on it for Disney Plus, but it ended up being not on Disney Plus, but on Roku, the Roku channel. There was an 8-episode show.
Really?
That did the Spiderwick Chronicles.
I feel like I've heard of it, and I feel like I've heard it's better.
I can't speak to that, but what I can say in terms of this is like, yeah, I don't know. This just feels like the rushed version, like the fast version of the. I say Percy Jackson because like those ones in particular, like really rushed through the story to get to the stuff,
like it just doesn't,
and this just.
Comparing it to Harry Potter doesn't feel right because Harry Potter at least put an effort into it. This feels like it wants to. It's trying. This is one of those ones where it's like a mid 2000s like family kind of magic.
2008.
Yeah, fantasy movie, and it knows that Harry Potter is about to be over, and it wants to fill that void, and it wants to get to the point where it's successful fast. Yeah, it has that absolutely has that vibe. I worked at the movie theater when this came out, so I've seen bits of it. I know that.
So yeah,
Freddie Highmore is in it
general
as a
plot
twins.
is there's a dad. He makes a field guide, like which explains like fairies and like all the other magical things, but most importantly fairies.
Yeah.
And then there's like this evil shape-shifting hobgoblin or whatever who wants the book, and so then the dad uses the magic that he's figured out from the fairies to create like a shield which stops magical creatures from getting in his house. And then the modern day kids show up, and the one kid who is one of two twins finds the book, reads the book, shenanigans happen. You know, it feels like there's a whole bunch of plot details from the book that I'm missing.
What was the name of that restaurant down on Sycamore?
What?
Shenanigans.
And so it's got the one kid who ends up being the good doctor.
I am a surgeon. Yeah, Freddie Highmore.
He's him. He's two twins in this one.
Yeah, to my recollection, it's bad It's bad single person twin acting. Because I think
more or less
they rarely interact with each other. Like they're really spaced out, and the timing of it is really horrendous. That's one of the criticisms I remember of this is he's not
also
very good in this.
Apparently, one of the characters is played by Nick Nolte.
Really? Guessing he's the dad.
He's voice acted, I believe. He's a voice acting in this one.
There's a few things I remember. I remember there's something they do.
This. He's the villain. He's the bad guy. He's the evil shape-shifting ogre. He's played by Nick Nolte. Mulgarath.
There's two things I remember of this from.
Also Seth Rogen is one of the characters.
There's two things I remember about this contemporarily from when it came out. Yeah, the bad twin acting already mentioned, and there's something about there's a significant change because I had a friend who was really into these books. And like, there's a pretty significant change in this movie that they do that really fucks with the story of this.
I believe that it feels like one of those. I couldn't tell you specifically what it is,
no, I can't remember.
But I absolutely This was an example of like Percy when Jackson's I watched really Avatar the first time, or when I watched Percy Jackson, where it's like I don't know what's wrong, but I can tell something is
off. Yeah. No, it definitely had that vibe. Well, the thing is, it seemed like again, this is my very basic recollection of a thing I haven't actually seen, but I remember parts of. I think they there's a lot of shit in it that's really high budgety that they cut. Like I just remember that the special effects are cheap. And like there's the monsters are not great, but
its budget was between 90 to 92.5 million, and its box office higher than I would have guessed. Its box office is 162.8 million.
Yeah, that bomb.
I would have expected lower.
Yeah, big bomb. It did not do well. There's a reason why they didn't make. And so it's funny when they call something the Spiderwick Chronicles and they only make one. It wasn't so much of a chronicle, was it? At least since you about the Chronicles of Narnia, we managed to get at least 3 of those.
It
is a chronicle, as in there's more than one.
I don't know. It was fine. It's just it definitely suffered from the I keep going back to Percy Jackson because that's just the best example that I can think of.
It wants to be Harry Potter, but it winds up being Percy Jackson, the first movie, not the show.
Yeah.
They're all like that. They're all
where it's like it feels rushed, or even better. Another example, maybe even better than Percy Jackson. It wants to be an unfortunate a series of unfortunate events. That movie, where it's like I feel like it's squishing 3 books into one movie kind of thing.
I don't think they're exceptionally. I think they are. They're like a young
kids
adult.
book. I would imagine.
Yeah. I think they're about that thick. I've seen them in the library. They're not very big.
So yeah, it feels like it's combining.
It looks like it.
A bunch of different things, and so it suffers as a result.
It's just I wish. I mean, obviously this is hindsight. I just wish people had stopped trying to be Harry. The thing is, the more you try to be Harry, the closest thing that ever got to being Harry Potter, in terms of success,
was Harry Potter.
No, I mean that wasn't Harry Potter. The only thing that got close to being Harry Potter, debatably, is Twilight and Hunger Games. That was it.
Even then, no, I don't think so.
I mean in terms of financial success. They all
Oh.
these not I don't mean creatively. When I say these want to be Harry Potter, I mean like Harry Potter for like a decade took up a sizable chunk of the young adult fiction audience, and once Harry Potter was ending, a bunch of these movies wanted to be Harry Potter. Like they wanted to take the place of Harry Potter, or in the case of like some of these in 2008, 2009, they know because the last Harry Potter movie I think is in 2011, 2012, I think. When did the Deathly
Let's
Hallows
find
books
out.
come out? But they all know that Harry Potter is about to come to an end, and they know there's a void that will need to be filled. And the only one that managed to do it was Hunger Games, and even then it didn't do it terribly. I mean, to nominal success, I would say.
Part 2 was 2011.
Yeah. So the Spiderwick Chronicles knows that there's going to be a vacancy in the market to replace Harry Potter, and that's what.
And
they
it wants
wanna
to
do.
set it up.
Yes, and to be fair,
It wants to set it up in 2008.
Yes.
So when Harry Potter is finishing it in 2011, they can have the second one come out and
Pretty
like
well,
swoop
pretty
in.
well. Like it's funny you compare it to Percy Jackson, but that's what Percy Jackson was. Percy Jackson. A lot of these books were. A movie executive picked it up and went, "How can we make this Harry Potter?" And that's what Percy Jackson was. The first movie. I mean, down to the point that they have the guy who directed the first Harry Potter movie directing the first Percy Jackson movie. Like it wants to be Harry Potter, and this wants to be Harry Potter, but it just winds up being Percy Jackson. Like they all do. Again, the only one that in terms of filling the gap of the young adult audience that even came close is maybe Hunger Games. I would say Twilight, but Twilight was so specifically for girls.
So
right? They needed a boy thing that could fill that gap, and they just I would argue they never found it.
So you know what's funny is in terms of the movies anyway. I'm actually backwards. Percy Jackson and the Olympians was just the Spiderwick Chronicles.
Oh, that came out afterwards? Oh, fair.
It came out after. Spiderwick Chronicles came out in 2008.
But
And
I would say the
Percy Jackson
premise,
came out in 2010.
I would say the premise of the idea is the same. Like it
Sure,
wants
but
to
I'm
be
just saying,
Harry Potter, but it winds up
my order is backwards.
So I
is
guess
more
you could
my
be like
point.
Percy Jackson wants to be Harry Potter, but it winds up being the Spiderwick Chronicles. I guess
Yeah.
that could be how you should, if you wanted to be chronologically accurate, that's how you should put it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's funny.
It's funny because it's funny how you do this long enough, you do start to notice that there is. And to be fair, I noticed it at the time, like when I was there.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's
Like
always something has to fill the void.
Yeah, something wants to be Harry Potter, and I think the Hunger Games.
I don't even think that it wanted to be Harry Potter. It just wanted the popularity
It wants to be
Harry
as
Potter
successful.
had.
When I say it wants to be Harry Potter,
Yeah.
it wants to be as successful as Harry Potter.
Yeah, it wants to
make.
fill the void.
It wants like 4 movies and it wants several and I would argue
Hey,
that the only
it's the equivalent of the Emperor is stepping down, and it wants to step in and be the new Emperor.
pretty much, yeah. And the closest one is probably Hunger Games, and even then that got so marketed as a girls thing that it just didn't achieve the same level of mainstream. I would argue.
I mean, that's why I would say the same with Twilight.
Oh no, Twilight is. That's why I said and like Twilight. No, Twilight very specifically was for girls, so it didn't achieve, but it wanted to. It wanted
For
to be
teenage
Harry
girls
Potter.
and middle-aged mothers.
That's the thing is these movies. That's why they're marketed the way they are. They want to be Harry Potter, but they're never gonna be. Nothing will ever be Harry Potter. It just won't be. You just will never fill the Harry Potter void. And I think this movie probably would have been.
That's why I say. That's why I say nothing filled the void for Harry Potter until Fantastic Beasts came out. Until Harry Potter came back.
But even then it didn't because
even then it
also
didn't. But
bombed.
that was the closest that ever came.
Pretty well. The first one is the only one of those that did well. The second 2 bombed horribly. But yeah. So it's just funny when you're like, yeah, no, I get it. I get what you mean when you say this is just Percy Jackson. Jordan, is that it?
That's it. That's the Spiderwick Chronicles.
Oh,
maybe
right.
I'll have to look into getting like the audiobook for it or something
maybe
one of its
the
days.
books are better. Next week, Jordan. Next week, it's funny. I have several of I have the next few weeks thought out. But Jordan, next week we're going back to high school.
Are we?
By going back to high school,
we?
I mean we're going to be watching movies and or about taking place in the location of a high school.
Like in terms of their age.
Yeah. Oh, shoot!
not
I need to amend my list. I just remembered one I wanted to do.
like
I need to amend my list.
not like a creepy adult in a creepy like abandoned high school.
No. Like a teenager should be a character.
Yeah. Okay.
Ideally, like it could be about it. Like I just remembered a movie I wanted to put on my list that I completely forgot that I'm going to swap out after we finish this. But like an adult.
I have one which is immediately coming to my mind, and I don't remember if I've already done it.
Like an adult can be the main character, but there has to be teenage secondary characters.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
like it could be about a teacher. That like, as long as it takes place.
Okay, well that makes things easier.
Yeah, as long as it takes place in a high school. But I
have two ideas then.
I got 2 recommendations for Jordan. As a sneak preview, we already talked about this. Jordan's gonna do Band Slam, so we can talk about that movie more thoroughly and how it's underrated. Even though I technically already have a Band Slam video up, who cares? And Jordan's gonna watch Julie and the Phantoms. We're gonna talk about how COVID fucked that show.
When we get off stream, when I sit down on the couch, immediately remind me of those names because I'm gonna mark them down right away.
Fair enough. I yes, that's fair. I have to take care of a bodily function first.
Same. Go on.
Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Mondays on Twitch, Zethgore187. When I don't do that, I'm doing this.
I am on TikTok at Justin Spurr. The show is on TikTok, Spur of the Moment P. You can email the show for any reason. If you want to just say hi, go ahead. Email the show. It's justinsbusiness@gmail.com. If you email the show, we might read your email online. I like to shout out on TikTok. No, maybe next week. We'll save that for next week. You can find the show on TikTok. You can email the show. Support Wild Education. Next week, Jake will be at Kinetic in conjunction. I will be there digitally, as previously stated, ideally. By this point, the boxes have popped up. Boxes on the left. It was last week's show, which was musicals. It was musicians. We were musicians. We talked about musicians. That was last week. If you want to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, click the box on the right. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. We put new videos out 7 days a week. That's every single day. There's shorts. There's videos. There's always fresh, spicy new content for everybody to enjoy. Hot content for you all. And then hit like, because likes help us out a ton. It tells YouTube that we're worth watching.
Get those watch hours up.
Leave a comment on something you saw today, something you disagree, you agree, whatever, what have you, and we will see you next week, everybody. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.